like the rain is taking a day off. The sunshine's taking over. There's no time to waste if it's a one-off. Let's take that chance, we're one step closer. It's so clear to me, yeah, we got everything we need. No, we can't complain, we're living the good life, you and me. So take my hand and follow my lead. You'll love what we do, I'll make you believe. I'll make you believe in magic. Won't you believe in me like a fairy tale was so classic? We'll live our fantasy. I'll make you believe in magic. Won't you believe in me like a fairy tale was so classic? I'll make you believe. We're moving our feet, just sway to the rhythm. I got a feeling things are getting better. We're finally free, don't need to stay hidden. Let's take that chance, we'll bet on forever. And we will bet on forever, no matter what happens, yeah, we'll stay together. We can do anything, we'll be alright, cause we're not gonna fall to the pressure. Life is a magical thing that I'm dying to show you. I know you will fall in love. You can imagine the wildest things, I can show you everything you're dreaming of. It's so clear to me, yeah, we got everything we need. No, we can't complain, we're living the good life, you and me. So take my hand and follow my lead. You'll love what we do, I'll make you believe. I'll make you believe in magic. Won't you believe in me like a fairy tale was so classic? We'll live our fantasy. I'll make you believe in magic. Won't you believe in me like a fairy tale was so classic? I'll make you believe. I'll make you believe in magic. It's magic. I'll make you believe in magic. I'll make you believe in magic. It's magic. I'll make you believe in magic.
I know I'm a lot, but you should've known not to cross the line. Now you sobered up, what the hell did you think that you'd find? The passenger seat of my heart has been reassigned, but it's still buckle up if you don't like it rough. You can run, but there's nowhere to hide no more. You can cry, but they won't hear a sound. Reading you like the Bible, there's no way out. Right if I get burned, your time's up. A lot of tick-tock, tick-tock. A lot of tick-tock, your time's up. A lot of tick-tock, tick-tock. Your time's up. I know I'm a lot, but you should've known not to cross the line. Now you sobered up, what the hell did you think that you'd find? The passenger seat of my heart has been reassigned, but it's still buckle up if you don't like it rough. You can run, but there's nowhere to hide no more. You can cry, but they won't hear a sound. Reading you like the Bible, there's no way out. Right if I get burned, your time's up. A lot of tick-tock, tick-tock. A lot of tick-tock, your time's up. A lot of tick-tock, tick-tock. Your time's up. Time's up.
We move, we strike, we leave, let's go.
Peggy 18.
2 days left for APAC South, and there's still 2 spots up for the Berlin Major, but they could be decided tonight, or at least one could be. I don't really know what's going on here. The giggles. It's the B team on the broadcaster today.
You actually weren't wrong. You actually did shave. What is going on? You got
that's a
the
shocker.
handlebars going.
I don't
We
know if I
are
like
committing to a Chiefs win already tonight. If they don't win, I keep this for all of the next stage.
Oh no,
Jeez.
Chiefs.
Yeah.
Please.
They
Don't
better
do it
win now.
dirty like that. Gus, good to see you, mate. How you feeling even with the shaved beard? That is terrible.
That is, it's certainly interesting, but probably not quite as interesting as the matches we have tonight. The last 2 weeks are really hottening up. Look, the permutations are almost infinite at this point in terms of how the stage could go. We could even lock in a team tonight as well, so it's going to be really exciting.
We have some pretty interesting games tonight, but last week, that was where the big hitters were. That's really where things kind of, I think, went a little bit awry. A lot of storylines that kind of fell apart, places where we thought were almost going to be guaranteed, somehow weren't. Xenox starting out with a wildcard and elevate match. I think this one went the distance, and it was a lot closer than I imagined.
7-5, yeah. So for regulation, it did go the distance. And wildcard honestly could have won, and some may have said should have won. A couple of big clutches for elevate towards the end of these rounds. DCH there obviously getting the last 2 kills, getting that round win. And that's basically what it boiled down to in that win for elevate. They just won the 50-50s, got them over the line. Wildcard, kicking themselves that they could get that one. And then this was obviously the start of the night, Rob, that caused the upsets to sort of have that flow-on effect. Fury taking down a hot Knights team that took down Chiefs 7-1 the week before. This was a big upset.
This is a really confusing one for me, guys, because this would have ensured second place for Knights coming into today's Playday. And now Fury, they're actually kind of, they're chipping away. I don't know whether they're an outside chance, whether they're a chance at all, but obviously it does put a bit of a question mark around the Knights. This game, though, this was one that really delivered.
Yeah, another intense game. Max regulation, 7-5. Direwolves, the flawless team, quite literally, from stage 1, unraveling a little bit, and Gaiman stepping it up to a whole new level here in stage 2. A big clutch as well at the end from Joe. If you haven't watched that match, make sure you go back and watch it after tonight, because that was absolutely insane. And Gaiman Gladiators now are a very, very serious chance at the top 2.
Pros do not fake unless their name are the Chiefs. Xenox, they have been fakers all stage long, it seems.
Yeah.
This game was just unbelievable. I mean, of all the games for them to win, why this one?
Well, look, it's fitting, isn't it, right? When people talk about IG and super teams and sort of the lack of success that has come from it, I still felt like, though, there was something to take away for IG, believe it or not, from this game, because you could see there in the replays, they were down 6-4 with Chiefs having a couple of match points, and they fought back to send it to overtime. I literally thought, well, not literally, but I thought that Invictus was going to be able to go on and win, but then credit again to the Chiefs. They held their nerves and they won in OT, when, in all honesty, they probably should have won in regulation. But, a massive, massive game, and obviously a night that had, a plentiful amount of upsets, but that's APAC South. You almost come to expect that. We're not walking away from tonight for Playday 6, getting all 4 favorites as winners. It's just not going to happen, I promise you that.
No, I don't think it's ever happened, to be fair. I would have to go back and actually have a look for the last time we actually saw all 4 favourites win their matchups. But speaking of how this league has really been unfolding, Elevate out clear by 2 points. They are all but sure to make the Berlin Major with 2 games left to go, 6 points up for grabs. That's got to be there, guys, surely.
Well, it will be theirs. Any win tonight, 3 points or 2, so whether it be regulation or overtime, that will get them in 100%. No other team can catch them and bump them out of the top 2. However, if they do lose, they will be under some threat. So we'll have to see whether or not they can take down the Chiefs tonight. And as for the rest of the standings, all the way from 2nd to 7th, every single team there can make it. Wildcard and Fury, even IG and Direwolves are outside chances. They will need results to go their way, even if they win both of their games from this point onwards. But it certainly makes things incredibly exciting. And then unfortunately down in 8th, the Chiefs, they're well and truly out. Their margin is just too much to the top 2 for them to be able to catch up.
It's a little bit sad, but that's all right. They can still play the spoils, which we saw them do last week against IG. Can they do it again today? That's the big question. We'll have a look at the matchups that we have coming straight to you guys. You mentioned these are all the potential here for underdogs to come out, for storylines to be broken. But Xenox, which game are you looking to the most here?
Oh, and look, it's tough because there's a couple really to choose from, but you can't look past that first game. Knights and Direwolves, effectively the winner, basically doesn't give themselves a guarantee, but it does put them in a good position. We kind of, in the green room before the broadcast, we're looking at a lot of the permutations, etc. And essentially, if Knights and Gladiators both win their games tonight against Direwolves and Wildcard, respectively, it sets up a tantalizing match in Playday 7, and I think that is the best use of that word that we've ever actually had on this broadcast, because essentially the winner of that game would go to the Berlin Major. So both eyes obviously firmly on that, but then even Chiefs and Elevate, right?
Yeah.
We said it kind of jokingly to start the broadcast, but they did take down IG last week, and there's no pressure on the Chiefs to do well in this game. And speaking of pressure, how many times have we seen Elevate choke in a major qualification match, whether that be playoffs or whether that be, say, in a best of one like this? It's happened before, it can happen again. Chiefs are good enough on their given night, and if they win this game, it means that Elevate have uncertainty going into the final Playday.
Well, let's have a look at the predictions, because we can see how split it truly is for the Chiefs and Elevate matchup. I don't think it should be that split, but Guz and Xenox, it is the V team here, boys. What's going on? How have you... Guz, why? Why have you gone for the Chiefs here? That can't be right.
I mean, look, Elevate are clear favourites heading into that game, but I just think we've seen it too many times in the past where Elevate have faltered with major opportunities on the line. And we saw last week, the Chiefs wasn't their best game of Siege ever, but it was a great improvement. And I think part of that is the fact that they have no pressure now. They have nothing to lose. These games from this point onwards mean nothing for the Chiefs. So they can go in, have some fun, play freely, not be tilted whatsoever. There's nothing for them to lose here. They can't even realistically probably jump up many places either. So heading into this game, I genuinely do think the Chiefs could knock them down. Yes, still an outside call, but it certainly is possible.
Xenox, this might be the most split night we've ever had on the prediction desk. Every team is split 40-60.
I was thinking that.
Yeah.
When I was looking at it. It looks like a weird game of Connect 4. Obviously, now me being 6-14. Now, for those that have been watching APAC vigorously this stage, everyone knows about Jordan, of course, and his Twitter, amalgamation as well. But I'm pretty sure I'm going worse than him at the moment. Now, he's gone with the Direwolves as well, but he's gone Game and Gladiators. I've gone Wildcard. He's gone for Elevate. I've gone Chiefs. He's gone IG. I've gone Fury. Tonight settles it as to who has the actual curse. 6-14. I'm expecting, obviously, the unexpected tonight. I think we're going to get some upsets. I'm playing into the APAC South nature. And look, honestly, I think that's what makes this product so exciting. As a viewer, as someone who just loves watching these games and watching the storylines unfold, I think it's the most entertaining competition of Siege that we have globally. May not be the best skill level that we have globally, but it's the most entertaining, and that's all that matters at the end of the day, Rob.
Mate, entertainment is key.
It is.
As pretty much it's the asset that we have on APAC. So we don't have many assets, but that's one of the assets that we have. But you spoke about entertainment, you spoke about storylines. Two storylines that are about to go head-to-head. It's Knights and it is Direwolves. Both of these teams vying for a spot at the Berlin Major. Obviously, massive implications for this matchup, Guz. Really, I think even when you look at this, it kind of flips on a coin. I don't really think that there's a team in particular that you could probably call out as the favourite going into this.
This is such a hard game to call because on paper you have Direwolves, who last stage looked infallible. Now heading into the second stage, haven't quite reached that peak. Then on the other side, for the Knights, they've had some really high highs this stage and have at times looked very difficult to beat. But on the flip side, they themselves have not been as consistent as I think they would have liked to be throughout this stage. Obviously, it's incredibly difficult to be consistent in a best of 1 7-play day format. However, this is crunch time now for the Knights, who have improved. I think the additions of Stigs, it has been amazing. Quiz, in particular, has been finding his feet much more so in this second stage. So if there's any opportunity, I think, for the Knights to make the top 2 this year, now's their time to really step up. They know this is going to be a tough game, but I'm assuming and hoping that much like every other game of Siege they play, they go in with a fresh mind, they don't care about who the opponent is, and they just take it one round at a time.
Xenox, what do you make of them? I mean, a roster that has proven, as Guz has said time and time again, that they're up there, but it feels like the consistency of their APAC performances has kind of withered a little bit.
It certainly has. I think a large reason for that is their lack of entry power. It really is something that sets them apart in a bad way compared to a lot of other teams in this region. So to give you a sort of number here, they don't have a single player that has positive entry stats. And that probably, when you go and have a look at some other top teams and the way they're performing, your Soufflés, your Jigsaws, your Sappers, it's no wonder that there's a bit more offensive power in those respective teams. And the Knights just kind of lack that right now. It's not that they have, say, a huge negative of it. I mean, basically almost everyone's either +0 or -1. So they're kind of just around middle of the pack in that regard. I think where Knights are at their best is when they play strategy. When they've got themselves a game plan and they can stick to that and they can play to that, I think that's when they're really difficult to break down and to then defeat. And someone like Luna Metal coming in as a coach, being able to help not just implement those ideas, but more so further concise those ideas and make that a little bit harder for other teams to break down, I think just makes them a really formidable roster and a really formidable team. It just takes a bit of time. Luna's only just come in. They probably need another stage or two with him to really continue to sort of build that relationship and build on that relationship. But otherwise, I think this Knights team, again, just lacking a little bit of that firepower. As always, if Josh is not fragging, this team is not fragging.
Well, that's a pretty big comment to make, and to be fair, I think the stats do show that he's sitting at 1.17 rating, which is 5th best in the league. So really does go to show the firepower. But speaking of firepower, I mean, a team that is not shy of it whatsoever. Direwolves have 3 of the top 5 players on entry. That I think just goes to show the formidable nature that this roster has, Guz.
Yeah, and I think it directly reflects or contrasts rather the storyline presented by Jake for the Knights. Direwolves have an incredibly strong entry. Soufflé +6, Jackie Wu +6, Pika +7. So that entry battle could well dictate the way in which this game plays out. Part of that is going to be map dependent as to how aggressive Direwolves want to lean into that, but I think they need to be confident and aggressive heading into this game. That's in stage 1 where Direwolves looked their best, where they were able to pick apart game plans, make their opponents feel more uncomfortable than perhaps they have here in the second stage.
Well, that's for sure. I think stage 1, Direwolves looked their best, but stage 2, Soufflé has stood out above the rest. I'll say that much. There's not much to it. I think the fact that he is currently sitting at the top of the leaderboard, I mean, 1.3 rating, Xenox. This player in particular, Soufflé, has been on the radar since 2021, but it feels like 2022 he has really stood above the rest.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously it's always nice on an individual standpoint to be playing well, to be doing well, but at the end of the day, you know, you want that team success to go along with it. I think that matters generally a little bit more. And the other part of it as well is, you know, for someone like Soufflé, have they been able to sort of put up these numbers in the past? Well, if you go back to stage 1, just sort of as a reference point, 1.07 rating, so massive increase there. +6 KD, make that +26 now, +3 entry to +6. So basically, like the numbers are just out of this world increased from Soufflé, who already put up good numbers in stage 1, now the best numbers in stage 2. Now, is this going to be sustainable for the long haul, for the future? Is Soufflé going to be a household name in APAC South or just in the APAC region in general? We have to wait and see. But this stage is up there. Just for reference, though, not quite as good as Speakeasy's stage from stage 1, who had a 1.42 rating, +30. Went absolutely insane, but Soufflé's in that kind of territory. That's all you can ask for, but they need the team success, Rob. They need to be able to win tonight. If they lose this game tonight, it's plain and simple. They cannot make the major in any fashion if they lose. So, big game, not just for Soufflé, but for all of the Direwolves.
That's it. The numbers favour them. Ridiculously so in terms of their rating, but the points just aren't there. Only 7 points coming into this final, well, I guess penultimate Playday. We'll have a look at the vetoes, Guz, because you said before it could be map dependent as to whether we see Direwolves kind of in their aggressive nature, you know, feeling like
not border.
It looks like
oh no, you're kidding me.
I feel like this is going to be one of the most mental matches of the stage.
This is actually quite unbelievable that the Knights have sent Direwolves to border. I know I've been critical of them in the past, and they have actually shown that result against Wildcard to perhaps prove me wrong, but I'm still not entirely convinced about the Knights on this map. And for me, from what I've seen, their entry plays, especially on defense, was really weak. You look at Direwolves, probably one of the strongest entry teams in the entire league. So this game is going to be insane, and I can't really think of much of a better map to see these two go toe-to-toe.
I really favour this to Direwolves. I mean, Xenox, would you kind of agree with that at this point? I mean, this is I'm not going to say this is easy money for them because it's definitely not easy by any means. They are still coming up against the Knights who are in hot form, but this really just does scream Direwolves.
It does, but to dive a little bit deeper here, it's a map issue for Knights. Map pool issue to be exact. They just don't have quite the same level of map pool as the Direwolves, hence why we feel like the Direwolves have come out ahead, and obviously they have bought us a map they've had good success on, 5-1 in recent times versus Knights 1 and 2, but if you actually look at the numbers, the two best maps that Knights have, Chalet, Clubhouse, guess what? Those maps aren't really maps that Direwolves play. Insta-bans, it's not even a question, it's not even on the table. So Knights are just never going to get a map that they dominate on. The only other map would have been Villa, which is a map that Direwolves have arguably their worst success on. So there's your third ban for Direwolves. So there's your 3 bans if you're Direwolves. Knights are not getting any of those. Now, regardless of what happens, you're going to a map that Knights are not going to be happy on. Could they have maybe trying to sneak in, say, an Oregon? I feel like that could have been a potential opportunity for them, but obviously elected more so towards the border end of things. So, look, on paper, it does kind of highlight maybe a map pool issue for the Knights, something that they will need to rectify a little bit going forward into the next stages, into the next couple of years. But other than that, Direwolves definitely the favourites with getting border.
I think we're all on the Direwolves bandwagon for this matchup because I do not see it going any other way. They go toe-to-toe on border. And to run you through all of the action, it's Devin Mandy.
Thank you very much, Rob. This is a battle for the major between two top echelon teams in APAC South. There's a chance that both of them could be out of contest for that major by the end of tonight, so they are going to be fighting tooth and nail for this one. Mandy, we're really reaching the end of the stage and starting to find out who is going to go to Berlin.
Yeah, this is getting pretty exciting and pretty dicey now as well. All the teams, the pressure's on. Everyone is hot in the oven right now. We have to see the best siege that we possibly can from both these teams. And border is where it will take us to. I didn't expect to cast this map today. I don't know about you, Dev, but this is an exciting one. Yeah,
border is a scary map to cast, to play even. It is the most claustrophobic map in the pool, in my opinion. It is teensy tiny, and it is pure, undiluted chaos. Now, of course, Knights historically were not great on border. They got smashed by Elevate, but more recently they demolished Wildcard on that map. And that is all we know about Knights. Whereas Direwolves, they have a strong record on it. They play it pretty frequently. So this is shaping up to be a very tight game.
Another small asterisk on the border pick for the Knights here is that the Direwolves are starting on the attacking half as well. And as we've seen historically, border is pretty tricky to defend. There's a lot of possible entryways and cutoffs on this particular map. And so I think that if the Direwolves can get the ball rolling here on this attack half, the Knights will struggle once the half switch is over. But anyway, we go into the bans. Zofia to be taken out first is a curious one for me, Dev.
Yeah, this is really strange. I mean, Zofia and Twitch banned out. No Thatcher, no Ying, which is the second most banned operator in APAC South. Overall, very uncommon bans. I'm not sure whether the Zof ban from Knights is a specific target ban, perhaps similar to the Aruni. I mean, this is overall a very strange ban phase. The only one that kind of makes sense to me is the Kaid, which is otherwise very difficult to deal with. But Thatcher's in anyhow, so I don't know, Mandy, please. I can't make any sense of this.
Well, I mean, what this does leave in is that all of the anti-hard breach operators are in, so you have your Thatcher, you have your Mavericks as well. And I suppose taking out that Kaid works in that instance because you don't have to deal with some really pesky Kaid spots that are on walls, like hard walls that you couldn't nade from below, couldn't get vertically or something like that. And so for the Direwolves, since they got the second ban of the attack ban, why don't you just leave both your anti-hard breach in, right? Make your attack even easier to get some of those walls open. I feel like this makes sense for the Direwolves. On the side of the Knights, though, I feel like it makes defending even harder. Those walls are going to be opened up straight away. There's not much to protect them and nothing that they can be protected from because there's still EMPs and Maverick left on the board. So I feel like this is a very, very attacker-heavy half here.
Well, border is typically, I would say, attacker-sided. In that wildcard game, it was actually pretty even. There were, what, 5 rounds of defense won to 4 rounds of attack. So very close, marginally defender-sided. And Knights, who do start on defense here, went flawless on their defense against Wildcard. They won 3 different bomb sites in a row. And so perhaps having that in their arsenal, having as well the Azami, which they haven't picked yet, but is still in, could help out with this defensive side.
On top of that, now the Knights have taken us down to Bathroom and Tellers as the first site of contention. tertiary site typically here on border, but trying to throw off the Direwolves with an interesting strat as well, bringing along the castle and extending their way across the map here into CCTV. The Direwolves will now start to make their entry into the building. East stairs and CCTV seems to be the first point of contest as Sage is being droned out now.
You can see that Pika is keeping an eye on Sage's position on the east stairs. A power possession we have seen this become from many players on border in this reworked border, reintroduced into the map pool. It feels like a very vulnerable position. You got so many angles you could die to. What is this? A long nade all the way over. Clears out some utility on this triple wall, I must assume, or at least the position. This, I mean, it's not often in Rainbow you see such long grenades, but the opening is an exchange. Both directions. Knights losing 2 players as ED opens the equation and Soufflé gets on the scoreboard.
And that is both of the top floor players being forfeited here for the Knights. The Sage will try and claw one back, but walks into the line of sight of Pecan holding out on the east stairs. They're now at a 3-man disadvantage. And really, so much time left for the Direwolves as well. 1 minute and 30 left on the board. 2 versus 4 situation. They are in pole position to take out this round here.
You can see Direwolves are not taking any chances now. They know they have such an advantage and they just need to play slow and steady, not make any mistakes, not let the Knights back into this round. You see Josh knows he needs to make a play, but it is being held by Jackie Wu at the top of the metal stairs. Josh needs to be ultra careful. He has no C4 left. And Knights looking desperate.
A hero play is what will have to come out from either of these players, both quite stagnant now, as the Direwolves really taking their time, trying to figure out exactly what they want to do before throwing away their lives and trying to get into engagements. Harambe will be the first to drop with that diffuser, and the kit will start to go down. The retake will have to be on for the Knights.
I mean, nigh impossible now for poor Juicy and Josh. Josh needs to find this first engagement, but stabbed in the back by Jackie Wu, who's good for 2. And a very strong, convincing opening round on the attack for Direwolves.
The Direwolves, that's a pretty clean sweep from them as well. I mean, the entry was so easily done. The East Stairs cutoff was there. I'm not sure where we found the other 2 picks, but I can only assume that was the CCTV player getting a little bit overzealous. The player in Armory maybe dying to cut off, something like that. It just felt like the Knights on that bathroom teller's hold, that was very spread thin. There was no opportunity for refrag. There was no crossfires being held, for example, on the roam. And having to take those 1 versus 1s ended up leaving the anchors in an impossible 2 versus 5 situation. The Direwolves, though, what a clean entry from them. That was just fantastically played and an extremely good start to this matchup.
And you can see the Knights aren't going to dwell too much on the mistakes of tellers and bathroom. They're going straight back to Armory Archives, which is, for many people, the preferred bomb site. But that said, my opinion of Border, all the bomb sites are kind of weak. It's pretty hard to choose one to defend, right? And so it's kind of the least evil option, I suppose, going to this Armory bomb site. But even then, you know, Thatcher's on the board. There's a slew of operators that the attackers have in their arsenal that should make it pretty viable to attack this bomb site regardless.
And we can see that the Knights are really leaning into the fact that those walls are going to be opened. Last round we saw some walls pre-opened already. We saw triple wall. They were actually playing a rotate on it. And this CCTV breach, as Sky's pointed out to us, is half open already, with the Azami there to just patch up holes, do setups on the fly, that type of thing. So Knights, they've identified, okay, these walls are going to get open. Let's just play into them with our setup, which is exactly what they're doing here and on the triple wall. Now being spread out pretty thin here on this top floor once again. 2 players down the below, maybe playing with C4, Stigs on the Oryx, makes this defense very fluent and something that's going to be very difficult for the Direwolves to dissect and try and pick apart.
This opening engagement is going to be oh so impactful as well. Direwolves had it in round 1. When Knights played against Wildcard on this map, it was a 90% conversion rate of opening kills into round wins. So on Border, that first exchange is the most important.
Now we're creeping our way through this early round. No point of contact just yet. The Direwolves spread out pretty thin, both contesting the top floor and the ground floor, trying to find an in onto the building. Sage looks like he's going to look for a runner, and it will be successful onto Pika. The first pick goes in the way of the Knights.
No trade as well. Very uncommon in Border not to have a trade like we did in the first round. Now Direwolves a little bit desperate. Jackie Wu, so tempted to just walk straight into sight. There is no barbed wire. There are no banshees. There is nothing stopping him from walking into sight. But will Knights be aware of it? Will Jackie Wu be able to find a kill based off of this? He's hoping for someone to rotate into his line of sight, but nobody has bitten yet. And there's Juicer to take down Harambe. Jackie Wu, his position revealed.
And that is so unfortunate as well. That's the position just behind Jackie Wu. Now the diffuser is out cold on the outside of the building as he makes his way into the bomb site. But 2 more players go down, and now the Direwolves are the ones left at the man disadvantage.
And a significant one at that. 2 versus 4. Sage hears the grenade pin pulled. Nade goes over the top, but he falls and backs on out. ED cannot find that pick, and now desperately, he and Souffle will try and salvage this round. In a 2 versus 4, it's going to be difficult.
Desperation is the perfect word here for this round in the Direwolves. A C4 goes out, dealing a little bit of damage onto ED, but not connecting. 41 seconds left to go. Once again, hero plays as something that we'll have to look for if Direwolves want to convert this round, but the Knights looking fairly comfortable.
Direwolves just need to find a pick. Man advantage is worth so much on border, and that's what Knights have taken advantage of here. ED just trying to take some ones. Knights very restrained. Josh, ego swings ED, and now it's all on Souffle, who really does not last very much longer at all. Knights, a convincing round for them, only dropping a single player.
And very well played considering what the setup was for this defense half. 2 anti-hard breach operators going down means that that aggressive hold that they were doing, opening up all the walls, making lots of rotates, and just simply playing into that really works out for the Knights there. We saw Sage make use of all the chaos as the Direwolves were droning out that bomb site to get that runner and find that first pick onto Beaker. It all compounded from there as the rest of the Knights could find early entries. Direwolves players couldn't even get their feet into the building until the Knights have all fallen back and collapsed back into the site once again. And so, wow, I feel like that was a very ambitious hold from the Knights and very impressively executed.
Getting the vibes, Mandy. This is going to be a back and forth game. We hyped this up to be close. And you can see at the top of the screen, 3rd place versus 5th. But in reality, any of the top 7 teams in this league, anybody except for Chiefs, still has a shoe-in for the major. And these 2 right now are on the outside looking in. They're not in a comfortable position. And if Direwolves loses this game in any fashion, regulation, overtime, doesn't matter. They are out. The team that was 1st place in Stage 1 with an undefeated, unbesmirched 21-point record would be out of contest for the major in Stage 2. Knights, a year after qualifying for their first ever major in Mexico, but failing to be able to go during the travel restrictions, they might be able to make a return to the global stage after a year of pitfalls and disappointment.
And I think as the Aussies here on the cast, we'd have to be pretty excited for the Knights, right? They got that chance. It was given away to them because of unfortunate circumstances, but now is their time to try and redeem it back. Here I just want to quickly point out, once again, they're trying this extended hold, holding onto CCTV and onto Easters as well. Something that I didn't notice in the last round is that they actually used the castle barricades to make Easters a very big power position. Not only are they using the castle barricades across the map, but they're castle barricading off one side of the Easters so Sage can safely rotate on top of the stairwell. The first pick has gone down, however, on the side of the Direwolves, and so the Knights once again are in the man advantage.
Huge boon for Knights now. Untraded is that opening pick as well. Direwolves really struggling to sink their teeth into this map with the setup that the Knights have set up. Even a vertical nade doesn't find anything, not enough information to deliver that on the right timing. And it just goes from bad to worse here for Direwolves. Finally, Pika can find a single pick, but that is all it is for him as he is left all alone in a 1 versus 4. He will have to ace to win this round, and it's not going to happen.
The more that I look at this Knights setup for the top floor, the more that I like it, Dev. I really like this castle barricade on the other side of Easters, just the one that Pican was looking at, aided by the rotate as well. It means that this Easters position is actually incredibly flexible to hold onto. And twice now in a row, it has worked out for the Knights, as the Direwolves have tried to dissect it, but they could never even get into the building because Knights players were able to find runouts, jump out of windows, or even just use this rotate in their favor to try and win out the round. And now it's It's worked twice. The Knights will start to peel back. They don't want to give too many of their lives away, although Juicy is getting a little bit excited there on the Azami. And this is a pretty strong position for the Knights that they found themselves in twice. Juicy will now clean up the final kill onto Pika, but I'm really impressed by the strategy that they keep running over and over and over again on pretty much every bomb site now.
Dictating that early round, finding these nice setups that leads to opening picks. It's the in that Knights need. Now, I'm reserving my judgment on whether this is going to be an attacker-sided or defender-sided game, because instincts tell me it's border, right? It's so tiny. It should be attacker-sided. It's so hard to get your teeth into holding on to areas, especially when there's no Thatcher, when there's no Kaid. When there is Thatcher and there is no Kaid. But Knights seem to really have a good handle of how to play these aggressive defenses that don't let the attackers establish the foothold that they need to dictate the pace of the round.
Well, I mean, what's the point in the Direwolves bringing all these hard breach and things to open up the walls if the Knights are going to open most of them for you anyway? It's about the time where you go, we need more things to just clear these pesky castle barricades and strange setups.
Sophia's back.
There we go. Yeah, exactly. Zofia is gone. And the Knights banned it out as well. Is this a stroke of genius that we might not have realized until now? Or maybe we're overthinking it. Who knows? I'm also going to reserve my judgment, Def, because I think if the Knights, if the Direwolves can figure out the formula that the Knights continue to play, we haven't seen the strat be diversified between most of the sites as well. I feel like they still have a chance to get in on this game.
Early days, but Direwolves do need to be careful not to let this advantage slip. Oh my god, Stiggs. What a spawn peek! I don't know if that was based on information that he has vodded. He knows Jackie Wu goes up that position, but I mean, just what an effective spawn peek, taking down Finka so early in her 3 explosives along with her as well.
And he's not afraid to contest the next point of contention as well outside of the Easters. He knows that all the players are going to be there, just chucking some pot shots, pre-firing a little bit. And once again, we can see the Knights shaping up around the Easters, although this time we do see a difference from the Direwolves, and that is that they're putting a lot more pressure on that castle barricade on the other side of Easters now. Sage is in a much more compromised position now that he's being pinched out of both sides on Easters, 2 players on either side, with that sledgehammer being able to take down one castle barricade. That rotate can no longer be used by the defense, and now the Knights are in a bit of a pinch.
And Stiggs goes down. Quiz may well have heard the repel in. Sage does find one, and the double for Sage from the East Stairs. He is taken low, but he is not taken out. Once again, Knights have an early 4 versus 2 advantage on their defensive side, and once again it is just ED and Souffle to pick up the pieces for Direwolves.
And I'm loving this aggression that Knights are bringing as well. Although some of their barricades were open, we could see the teamwork come out. Quiz was exactly the person that I was going to speak about. Quiz realizing that Sage was in a bit of danger as both of his castle barricades and his setup was starting to go down from the Direwolves, putting relentless pressure from both sides. Being able to support him like that and hold out on one of his doorways means that Sage was still able to play in that position and end up finding 2 kills as well. Now Souffle left in a pretty dire 1 versus 4. We've seen the situation twice now in a row, or 3 times actually in a row, and it's never gone his way. Juicy to clean up the final kill, and the Knights looking very strong on this defense.
Yeah, 3 in a row on the defense. Direwolves started the game pretty strong with a fairly dominant attack, but since then Knights have come back to life. I don't know whether they just started a bit rocky, whether just losing the opening pick was that impactful, but every single round the opening pick has been converted into a round win, and you can see that the Direwolves will take their tactical timeout on the back of losing 3 rounds on the attack.
And I think I agree with this timing as well from the Direwolves. You're down quite a lot of rounds at this point, and the attacking half is something that they should be fairly strong at. So now's the time to take that tech timeout, try and problem solve, figure out what is going wrong, because the Knights haven't really changed that much depth. Every single round we've seen them play, no matter what bomb site they go to, the formula is very much the same.
But for Direwolves, the question is, how can they deal with this aggression that Knights are bringing to the table? Knights, particularly Stiggs, have shown that they're not afraid of peeking. I mean, even in that round just past, it was Sage, who hasn't been a name on the tip of our lips most of Stage 2, but he knows how to play those pinch positions, those real make or break positions of a round where you're just expected to hold on as long as you can and use your mechanical skill to find a kill or 2. And I don't know, how do Direwolves deal with that? Now, are they thinking, oh, we need to start nading out these positions rather than taking fights? We need to work on our timings. Now, what is it that Direwolves can do against this aggression?
And I'm going to double down on your point about Sage as well. We've seen him time and time again play these Hell in the Cell spots. Whenever we cast the Knights on Clubhouse, we always see him play Rafters. No matter what strategy it is, even if they're playing Downstairs and they're doing a roam, Sage is still in Rafters. And it always makes the one point of entry that is Garage very difficult. And it's such an important point of entry as well. Same thing here on Border. Sage is the one that's constantly holding on to these East Stairs. And getting East Stairs, no matter what attack you are doing, is a very pivotal point of contention. And so having just one person that is so proficient and specialized in this position is such a big strength of the Knights.
The Knights have clearly done their homework on Border. This is not the same Knights that got slapped by Elevate in Stage 1 on this map. This is a rejuvenated Knights that knows how to play this map. Direwolves are also not the Direwolves of Stage 1. Look at this, not even shooting at the default camera yet. So distracted, so in their own heads. They're not quite performing to the standard that they had established for themselves just a couple of months ago. Oh no, it's still up, that camera.
Yep, default cam still up for the Direwolves. Quiz will get back on it.
Wow.
Pretty comfortable for the Knights here. Direwolves seem to be capitulating a little bit under this pressure, having lost 3 rounds in a row. Quiz now taken very low. A big long line of sight opened by Souffle just outside of Passport will mean that he is in a bit of a pinch and will actually go down.
This is a really nice play from the Direwolves, the way that they use the open Passport door and the wall inside Passport to find Quiz's position, flush him out. Souffle to confirm the kill after droning it, and Direwolves have a 2-man advantage all of a sudden. May be able to further that into a 3-man advantage, but Sage does find Pika dancing around the corner at 90. Around the position, finds another one, Sage! Now it's a 3-on-3, and the numbers advantage has dissipated.
Sage once again, the Hell in the Cell spot, left in the corner of 90, but still manages to make a play. Although claustrophobic, the Knights, now they're pretty comfortable in this position. Time is ticking away for the Direwolves as they all hop on drones, try and figure out what their next step is going to be. Drones go out onto the site, but Juicy is pretty comfortable with that, just shooting them out, holding onto his grounds. And the Direwolves, what is your plan? What are we going to see from them next?
A sneak into office for ED. Very close to the bomb site now, but he's going to have to walk through crossfires, and not to mention Sage still holds on to break room and CCTV, holding the long angle. Did he see a player? I think that might have been the balcony. May well have gotten debated by the outlines there, but regardless, Direwolves are actually going in for a plant. Oh, but the down from the C4. It's not confirmed yet, but the gas can easily do that from Juicy. Knights recompose, but ED finds a pick. Can he find the second? Dancing around the corner. 2 versus 2 now. And Direwolves try to recompose, but the defenders are split up. They can isolate, but Sage pounces once again. A 3K for the round, and it is all onto ED. He finally takes down Sage. Can this 1v1 be the in for Direwolves? Jumping around the corner. Juicy has to clutch it, but ED with the 1 dig! I have never seen anything like it.
Oh my goodness, ED. That was an incredible clutch on his part. I thought that the Knights had it in the bag after Sage was able to get his one. Josh down the planner. I thought, okay, it's over. The Knights have it. They've thought of everything. But the Direwolves, ED, what a play there on the Nook through 90. Taking 2 1 versus 1s. The Knights not really working there on the crossfire in that 90 hallway. Gave him the in onto the site that he needed. And I just want to commend as well, even that early round for the Direwolves was just so much better than what we've seen in the previous 2 rounds. Not only did they just make use of the top floor like they did last time, but they actually had some players go down. We saw Souffle make a long line of sight to try and pinch out that East's position. After they got that pick onto Quiz, it all compounded there. The rest of the picks started flurrying through as they were able to get their players into much more advantageous positions, cutoffs, that type of thing. And so the Direwolves, it feels like on the back of that tuck timeout, they've really figured out the formula.
They certainly figured out how to get the opening kills, but Knights are still able to fight back, and that's the scary part for Direwolves, right? Direwolves should not have won that round. He had to 1 versus 2 clutch. He had to get a kill with the Deagle to close it as well. And it goes to show that Knights are happy to lean into their mechanical skill as well. The fact that Sage was able to get so many picks inside of Break Room and CCTV can attest to that. The Direwolves have gotten one step closer to evening up this half, and that's what matters for them.
The Knights now, on the back of that loss, they don't seem to want to be changing up their strategy too much. Very much the same here on the East Stairs, holding on to CCTV as well with the aid of the Azami Kiva barriers. So the Knights, they don't seem too rattled by that last attack, although the Direwolves, they seem to be changing up their approach quite significantly as Jackie Wu decides to put some pressure onto detention instead. Still some players outside of CCTV, and Edie as well shaping up to take the Armory breach as well. So different approach from the Direwolves. I don't mind this from them, and I'm interested to see if it works out against the Knights formula.
Josh inside of Customs can hear that wall being breached and sees the drone go out, no doubt. Gonna shoot that drone. Actually play aggressive off the back of it as well. But it seems like no one from Direwolves is going to be entering that position. In fact, they were just opening passport for later, or rather detention for later. It's Juicy who's playing in CCTV now. Such an important position.
And we can see in the outlines, it does seem like someone has made their way into Passport, which is just the room adjacent, knowing that the Knights players are supporting from both floors. Juicy now will take the fight here onto 90, but will back away, being scared to give away his life. Sage also starting to make his in through Mezzanine.
Oh my God!
He finds the timing as well. Juicy's able to find a pick, but not traded back. Trades go back and forth. Stigs to even out the man count, 3-on-3 here in this round.
It is non-stop between these two teams. Direwolves managed to punish some of that aggression, but not without falling 2 players. And like you said, even man count at the moment between these two teams. Josh is playing below, likely with a C4. He has it in pocket. Does he have information for a potential C4 through the floor? That could be dangerous. The Stigs has fallen back now to the bomb site, forfeiting the top floor entirely to the Direwolves' control.
But although the top floor has been given away, there's only 45 seconds and counting down left for the Direwolves. Their vertical player of ED has fallen, and so he can no longer use the sledgehammer on the floor of the bomb site. Most of the breach charges as well, bar one left on Souffle, who's just detonated that now, will be left to try and find some vertical onto the bomb site. But the Knights players, they've all shaped up around the bomb site rather than in it instead, maybe on for the retake.
Josh is making sure that there's no one outside. He might be able to find a pick. That was a Gemini. And I think he realized that. I think he knows that Pika will likely be rounding this corner in a moment. But Jackie Wu is getting that plant down, and Pika is not exposing himself. Knights are going for this retake. Up the staircase, but holding on. Souffle gets traded back immediately after his pick, and now it is all onto Quiz in the post plant. A 1v2. We've seen ED do it. But I don't think Quiz is going to have quite the same luck now. He has to retake onto that planted diffuser with 2 players outside and in the crossfire. It's a tall task for Knights' rookie. The bait comes out, he finds one, but the trade is there. And Pika will be the killing blow to the Knights on the half, and that is an even 3-3.
A pretty dicey round there from both teams. The trades were back and forth. It was very hard to keep up through that mid-round, but eventually the Direwolves, although they weren't able to play out much vertical, identified that the site was empty and the Knights would have to go for that retake, and they were able to just get a pretty default plant going down, holding one person upstairs. No one's on the rotate, another person outside of main door, no one's going to push through main door, and Harambe was very comfortably getting that bomb down, and the Knights retake, just the trades didn't end up working out in their favor. They tried to take some 1v1s outside of the main door as well, and the Direwolves were able to clean up that late round. So composure for this team, although the Direwolves had lost so many rounds in a row, it doesn't seem to stop for them. Now I can only wonder, what's it going to be like on their defending half? Can they repeat the success that they found on this attack half?
The big concern for me for Direwolves is the fact that they've already used their tactical pause. They used that very early on when they were in a deficit. And now they won't have that to lean on in the second half. Knights still have that in the pocket. So even if Knights struggle at the start of their attacking side here, they still can make that comeback on the back of the timeout.
Once again, the Direwolves will actually start us out. I believe it's also Bathroom and Tellers as the beginning site. Both these teams have taken us to... Oh, I think I've been lied to. Never mind. It is not Bathroom and Tellers. But anyway, both these teams bringing out the castle as well. Now the difference between...
it is. There you
Oh,
go.
it is bathroom hotels. There we go. I thought I
Double
got baited out. Did not get baited out. Both of these teams seem to lean into the castle quite heavily. The only difference, though, is that the Direwolves still lean into mute to try and keep some of those walls closed or prevent some droning. We didn't see that from the Direwolves. We saw a lot more aggression, whereas the Direwolves seem to be a little bit more reserved in their particular hold. So slightly different philosophies going into this defense. Pecan as well will lean into the pulse to try and hold on to one other side of the map as the Knights will start to make their way into the building.
And I'm going to be eagerly looking at these opening picks. In the last 2 rounds, the opening pick hasn't actually netted the round win because of these trades going back and forth, not to mention ED's clutch. And keeping in mind that Direwolves need this win to keep their major chance alive, and I mean, Knights effectively need it, even though technically they can still make it without this win. I mean, that just puts even more impact onto a play like that from ED that nets a round win for Direwolves.
Now the Knights will comfortably get their way into the building. No Direwolves players holding this west side of the map as all the players are concentrated on the east side. Except for Pika, who's down below with the pulse scanner, can call out to his teammates what the push is going to be. Doesn't seem like he's seen anyone yet. The Knights are being quite careful making their way into the building as well, not willing to give away any of their lives on this entry, as Quiz will start to make his way into Archives.
Thorough droning, but did they see the pulse? Sage did, and that means that Knights are now aware and wary of positions above. Harambe goes down. That was just in the teller's hallway, I believe. Now Quiz is making his entry upstairs. Knights have so much information in office thanks to the drone and the skylight. The Direwolves are struggling to fight back.
And this is a very methodical clear from the Knights as well. They knew that the pulse was down below, and so before they made their entry into Armory, they made sure that Josh was down below and pressuring out that pulse so they cannot be C4 from below. A C4 will go over the top. It does get shot out. Jackie will find a pick onto Sticks though, and chaos ensues through this mid-round.
Quiz knows he has to round this corner, but the shotgun on the other side, he gets the better of it. 180 and finds the second as well. A huge play for Quiz. And now Souffle is the last remaining player for Direwolves. Upstairs on the mezzanine, in the barbed wire. Hear that spaghetti rattle away. A 1v4 though, it's just far too much for him. Sees the first player, reveals his position, but can't lock in the kill. And this is doom surely for him. 20 seconds left on the round. Knights getting that plant down. Cover from above from several players. Souffle trying to win this fight out, but it seems like a lost cause now. A 4 versus 1 post plant. We've seen a clutch from ED, but I just don't think this has the same metal to it.
And Sage will clean up the round as well for the Knights. I'm pretty impressed by that round. That was a very clever clear from them as well. They didn't get overzealous on the entry. They really took their time to drone out everything. Even though the west side of the top floor looked clear, they still had the discipline to not enter into the building and actually check the floor below to make sure that there were no C4s before they had even made their way in. Quiz was only able to make this play because he was enabled by Josh, who was down below and had cleared out the pulse and cleared out any C4 players that might have prevented Quiz from making that entry. And so the Knights showed a lot of discipline in that attack round that led to what was, again, a very messy mid-round, but one that eventually worked out in their favor, especially that numbers advantage. I just think that Souffle's never going to win a 1 versus 4 like that, and the methodical approach of the Knights really seems to be rattling the Direwolves.
Direwolves once again at a deficit. They only just managed to even up the scoreboard, yet they can't take the lead. It's a rough one for them on this defense, but we do see some innovation, something new that we haven't seen from Knights on their defense. Direwolves bringing the mirror, they're bringing the echo, they're bringing the warden. A lot of these heavy anchor operators, I mean warden these days, a bit of an entry frack, a bit of a roamer to some, but the echo and the mirror, these very like setup heavy operators. I wonder if Knights are going to be prepared for that. It's very old school border. I don't know if it really flies with this new really fluid, aggressive style of border we're seeing today.
I'm going to reserve my judgment for that one because it is something that we haven't seen before. We haven't seen an anchor-centric hold for literally this entire game. And that's probably because a lot of these anchor positions get flushed out very easily by having walls open since there's no anti-hard breach left anti-hard breach left for the attacking half, right? Where you can bring along Thatcher to clear out those walls very easily. Maverick, whatever, nades can fly in. It's very easy to get walls open on border. So it's probably why these anchor holds have gone a bit out of fashion. But if it works out for the Direwolves, I don't want to judge them too hard for it. I feel like if they think they have the formula, I want to see it work.
It's also hard. I mean, I hate putting, at players that aren't performing in terms of gunfights, but on border, unfortunately, doesn't matter who you are, you need to be able to take a couple fights. And Harambe struggled in this game, hasn't found his kill yet, 0-6, and he's on the water now, which is regarded as a fragging operator by many. Like that MPX at this level, with the 1.5, it's a killer weapon. I'm really keen to see if he can do some mischief with that.
The Knights actually choosing to enter in through the ground floor before making their way up to the top floor. I wonder what they're going to convert out of this, because there are no Direwolves players on this floor at all. Because this is such an anchor-centric hold, their positions are a lot more claustrophobic than what the Knights were playing, and so now they're taking a different approach trying to get an in onto this map. Quiz as well will try and find a pick through some barricades, just trying to probe and see what kind of cutoffs they can find before making an entry.
The stairs control is a big one though for Knights. We saw how strongly they held onto it on their own defensive side, but the trade is there. Or rather, the opening pick is there for Direwolves. Trading back that map control, they say, you can have these stairs, we'll take your life.
Souffle now in a bit of a pinch as the Lion scan rings out, but Quiz is not able to connect the shots, and Souffle still standing here with his life. The rest of the Knights players consolidating, trying to take the fight into Souffle, but he can take down another before finally being traded out by Josh.
It's a huge cost for taking out that single player. At least Josh can take down the Yokai, deny a little bit of information. Speaking of info, just look at how much Knights have with all of these drones. One up on the monitors in CCTV, calls out the position of Pika. Might enable a kill. You can see Pika and Stiggs having a fight at the moment. Juicy rather, trying to support from the window. They don't have full info. And there you go, Pika goes down, evening up the numbers once again.
Although the numbers are evened out, the time is not T-minus 30 seconds left to the end of the round for the Knights. They have to amount to some kind of attack. They can't play around and just try and find some willy-nilly picks from out of nowhere anymore. They have to make an execute onto the bomb site.
Will they play for plant or will they go deep? That is the question. Josh caught in a very difficult position. ED is the playmaker for Direwolves. Stiggs can trade it. It is a 1 versus 1, but he does not know where Harambe may be. And Harambe does not even need a kill. He can clutch the round on time. And Direwolves once again even up the scoreline.
Not bad from the Direwolves. I think we were doubting a little bit that anchor hold that they were taking us to on that top floor. We doubted that it was going to work because we thought that the Knights would be able to choke them out. But in the end, the Knights actually getting quite indecisive through that early round to mid round, not really looking for the picks because they couldn't find any. All the Direwolves players were so reserved on the site that they weren't giving much away to the Knights, and it was on the onus of the Knights to make their in through some of the rooms, through some of the buildings, and even when they tried to on that top main stairs, Souffle was there to contest them. And so the Knights, they couldn't find what they were looking for, and in the end, time comes down to be the worst enemy. Edie's able to clean them up as they go through a choke point, and in the end, that hold that we doubted from the Knights so much ended up working out for them.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not trying to doubt them, maybe. I'm just trying to, I'm trying to get some context. But look, I'm going to be frank. I don't like playing border these days. I'm too scared. I can't keep up with this like Zoomer QE kind of business that border has become these days. I'm not going to win my ones. Give me a more methodical map, please. I can't keep up with border. And it seems like Direwolves are actually showing, hey, look, you don't have to play this hyper aggro, let's hold these stairs kind of setup. You can just play something a little bit more conservative, and it has its viabilities.
Just sounds like you liked border back in the day when you actually reeled all 3 of triple wall rather than opening it. That sounds like the dev kind of border to me.
Back in the day, it was, I was the mirror player. I was holding my mirror window for 2.5 minutes, and then I would get fed 3 kills at the end of the round. It was beautiful. It was simpler times, Mandy. Simpler times.
These players are too avant-garde for us, We're back in the old times. Anyway, the Knights start to make their way into the building. The entire side has been vacated, in fact, by the Direwolves. There is nobody inside of Customs or inside of Supply. They are all holding on to that top floor, and it seems like Knights have identified that, and that's the first point that they're going to be working on, just getting some of those walls open, prepping for when they need to rotate down and make that late round work for them. A Mute Jammer will stop this first Selma charge from going off, but a nade will clear that off nice and easy.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay, maybe not.
Not so easy, apparently. Come on. Oh, there you go. No, no!
No!
It went too deep. Oh, that is painful. At least the drone survived a little bit longer, but yeah, that's painful from Josh. And that does leave that Mute Jammer still up. I mean, this is just meant to be step 0, not even step 1 for Knights. Just breach the detention wall.
But it's okay, they still have 4 more grenades, right? It'll work out, right? The Knights now a little bit under the pump. Some of the early round has gone away and nothing has been achieved so far for them. So now there's a lot of pressure in this mid-round for somebody to make a play. And that will be Quiz hopping straight into Office and finding the first pick onto ED.
That has got to be on the back of the Office Skylight drone that we saw Knights place earlier. My God. The gall of just sprinting in and taking that fight. In theory, that is full Office control as well for the Knights, should they want to take it.
Now man disadvantage for the Direwolves, but this time is starting to bleed away from the Knights. They'll have to start making their way into this top floor if they want to make use of Stig's sledgehammer and play some vertical into the bomb site. Jackie Wu will trade one back as well for the Direwolves, so all that work that the Knights did in that early round has just come undone.
And Souffle, oh no, I thought he was going to win that fight, but Josh does take down the CCTV player, forcing Jackie Wu to consider his options, and he falls back right into the waiting arms of Quiz. This is a Customs bomb site, and Knights aren't anywhere near it. Now Direwolves do get another pick finally, but is the 2v3 really winnable here?
I was just going to say, what on earth is going on? There's only 25 seconds left, and they're only just starting to look down the ceiling. They can't get the wall open. It's all falling apart, even though they're at the man advantage.
This is going to have to be a desperate and chaotic last-minute take. Sage does find Harambe. It is only Pika left, but with the time ticking down, it is so winnable. Juicy, he doesn't plant, he pushes for the kill, and that gives Knights the advantage.
Oof, and I think that was the right call there to make for the Knights as well. Not much time left. Better get in and see what you can find. And eventually the Knights, although they'd scared us through that mid-round, although the Direwolves played what was actually a pretty interesting hold, eventually they were able to bring it back. They were able to find the picks that they needed off the back of Quiz, finding that first entry into Office. I feel like that once that pick went down, that really opened up the top floor for the Knights. We saw entries come through from Archives instead. We saw that the CCTV hold for the Direwolves was starting to get picked apart as well because they didn't have ED supporting their back anymore from inside of Office. And so the Knights, they were able to play off the weaknesses as the round went on and eventually manufactured a round win, so to say, stealing that one away from the Direwolves. And now Direwolves will take us down to Bathroom and Tellers, repeating the same castle strat, and I feel like they're going to have to find success here, otherwise the Knights will be on match point.
And that means 1 point away from Direwolves on the standings. The best they'll be able to achieve is an overtime win, and even that will be looking pretty grim. Direwolves need a win here to stay in contest for the major spot. They lose, doesn't matter regulation or overtime, they are out of contention. And even losing a single point is a significant hit to both of these teams' chances, because as you can see, 5th place and 3rd place, only top 2 go to the major from APAC South, and at the moment, that's looking like Elevate and Game and Gladiators. Both of these teams would probably be sitting there thinking, this is our chance, this was meant to be our stage.
Souffle, small miscalculation there, putting down that Kiba barrier has destroyed one of the ADSs as well. Whoopsies. The Direwolves, though, they will be holding on to this top floor for the Bathroom and Tellers defense that they'll take us to. The Knights, last time that they attacked this, they were able to sweep very cleanly through the west side of the map. They even did their due diligence of clearing out the ground floor before making their entry as well. And so I think the Knights formula is pretty methodical onto this site already, and it's more on the onus of Direwolves to make something special happen if they want to stop the Knights in their tracks.
So you can have a plan. As soon as a pick comes out of nowhere, that throws a spanner in the works. That is painful from Pika. I'm so sorry. Sky did him dirty by spectating him on that one. Just failed to shoot the drone a couple of times. It gives Josh the info without even losing the drone. But if Pika can ice up and actually take off the head of a player, that would be so much more beneficial. That would throw the spanner in Knights' works, and it would make it so much more difficult to plan through and execute, plan through this methodical play that Knights wants to go for.
And I think this is very well played from Pika as well. I mean, this is the point of entry that the Knights were in last time. Pika's identified that and said, we need to waste more time here because we know that they're going to come from this way, and that's really what compounded their round success the last time the Knights were able to attack this. We can see this time, though, a minute 30 left on the round, and the Knights haven't even made their way into the building off the back of having to drone out Pika and having to try and find their way into the ground floor. Souffle will be taken very low, however, as the Knights start to creep their way into these doors and windows.
Izami is the perfect operator to play on this east stairs position. Quiz goes down. Jackie Wu makes the aggressive play, but it's traded back. And in fact, Knights come away with the advantage on for the exchange. It's a 1 for 2, but ED evens it up once again. 3 on 3 now. And the Direwolves have a chance. A single minute remaining for the Knights on this round to claim match point.
And now Juicy will make his way through top mezzanine as most of the top floor has been vacated, bar one player left inside of break room. That's ED, managing to claw one back to a 3 on 3 for this series. Now Stiggs will start to make his way into that top floor. He can get use of that sledgehammer because the site is able to be played vertical on, but the time is ticking away once again for the Knights, leaving it to the very last minute.
And ED has the power flank position. He could do so much from here if Knights is not aware, but it might not matter. ED gets one, but it's a 1 versus 1.
It's a diffuser.
We've seen ED win a 1 versus 2 before, and now he has the defuser. Josh has to clutch this up. The vertical nade doesn't suffice. ED with yet another clutch. He has put the team back in action, and they even up the scoreline. 5 rounds apiece.
Oh my gosh, what a game that we've witnessed. Every single round has been scrappy. It's just been disgusting to watch. It's been diabolical, if you will. All these players are so mechanically gifted. They take the fights wherever they can, and these entries have just been so challenging no matter what half you played on. The Knights, when they were defending, they made getting into the building so incredibly difficult. Their setup was designed around that early game to make it hard for the Direwolves to find their in. The Direwolves, they're just so good at playing out these trades throughout the mid-round that the Knights are finding it hard to have enough time to convert the late round and find a round win. It's just been absolutely insane from both of these teams. Although the philosophy is different, both fights have been so scrappy, going back and forth on the trades, and I feel like that's just what we come to expect from Border.
What we come to expect from Border and also from APAC out. Every team can beat any other team. We saw that last week when Chiefs beat Invictus, when Chiefs had an abysmal stage. We've seen it when Fury goes from being the undisputed worst team in the league, not getting a single point in stage 1, to back in action in stage 2, still in contest for a major spot. When Direwolves can't continue their dominance from stage 1 here, where they have to fight for these 3 points to stay in the running. That is just what we come to expect. And 5th and 3rd, these teams both determined to make the major. They've been practicing all week for this game. I would expect nothing less than a tight 5-7 overtime game.
And especially not on Border as well. I mean, what better map to take them to other than to
Pure
this?
chaos.
It's just... oh my goodness. Anyway, so the Direwolves now will start to defend this top floor. Once again, they will be bringing out this anchor-centric hold. Last time it worked out in their favor, off the back of Souffle playing inside of triple wall, being able to prevent the Knights from getting east stairs control, making their way into the building. This time, though, the Knights seem a little more keyed in. They're going to try different points of entry instead. We can see Stiggs making his way on the ground floor instead. We'll try and make his way in through Passport. We can see Quiz immediately putting pressure on the top of Archives as well.
Pick.
But it doesn't matter anyway if Harambe is going to find a pick on this balcony.
Josh does find his own pick onto Pika. But, I don't know, it's hard to say who's in the advantage based on the back of that. It's a 4v4 now. And still, Direwolves have a lot of the map control information against Souffle's position. Tempted to drop the hatch, but doesn't want to just yet. ED can, in theory, cover him from that mirror window, but not fully. He's He's got to hold his own as well.
The Knights this time that they are given the picks that they were looking for last time they tried to attack this bomb site. Jackie Wu, though, he will claw one back for the Direwolves, putting them in the man advantage instead. And once again, the diffuser is cold outside of the building. And the Knights will have to find some other way into the bomb site instead.
What a long angle that must have been from Jackie Wu all the way out onto the AC balcony. Josh, so keen to make an entry here, but I mean, no matter what, he's got to walk into a crossfire. This is a really tough position, but it looks like Quiz has gone downstairs, trying to flush out from below, but that just gives Souffle a chance to move back to site, forfeit the position, and stay alive.
The Direwolves look like they are in pole position to take out this round, playing very comfortably now on the bomb site. T-minus 50 seconds, T-minus 50 seconds left till the round is over. 2 Yokai drones up, a mirror window still to be cleared for the Knights, but it doesn't matter anyway if Josh is able to even out the man count and take down Jackie Wu.
Might have taken out that Yokai as well. Stiggs now looking to make a play, sees the mirror window, knifes it, and now the peak may well come out from Souffle on the other side. The best player in APAC South as he has been, but Quiz comes up from the main stairs! Harambe's on the scoreboard, but it's all on Souffle. He has stood up for his team this stage, but he will have to stand up now for match points, or else Knights will steal it away. They're playing for plant though, which gives Souffle an opportunity to take these 1 versus 1s. Quiz will not allow it. Knights finally take match points.
And I have been wrong every single step of the way going into this game. I just called that I thought that the Direwolves were going to take out that round. They had so much going for them. All the utility was up for them to convert that late round. But hero plays from Josh hopping into the office window, finding that pick onto Jackie Wu, getting a little bit overzealous and wide swinging, really opened up the round for the Knights. And it just goes to show that even though the round seems like it's over, even though it seems very dire, the Knights are able to still find an in no matter what. And it goes to show just they're so strong on border. It's nothing like we've ever seen before from this team on this map.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I mean, the pressure mounting, Direwolves lose this round. They are out of chances. There's no way that they can make the major. It's done for them. Their stage is effectively over. But equally, there's pressure on Knights as well to deliver on the expectation that has been placed on them. They've had a phenomenal performance in Stage 2. They've rejuvenated their roster. They've redeemed themselves from what was a very, very long slump. And there really are no second chances when there's so many teams in the league that are fighting for only 2 spots. Just 2 spots. 8 teams are fighting over, and right now still 7 are in the running. In the next 3 minutes, that may change.
And this is such an important round for the Knights as well. For the next Playday, they play Game Gladiators. If they don't win out this round in regulation, the point difference between Gaming Gladiators and the Knights is going to be very, very sparse. Oh my goodness, Jackie Blue looking for the run out. Only does a lick of damage onto Josh in the end. But as I was saying, for the Knights, it's just, if they don't win out this round, their chances of going to the major are so downplayed from here, especially when you have such sharp shots of the Game Gladiators currently on the rise, looking to take that spot. It is so pivotal that for this last Playday, they try and tie up the points or even overtake them in the points.
And it is so likely that that Knights versus Gladiators game next week will be the determiner for that second major spot. If everything goes as what most people would expect, that's what's going to happen. So Knights need that point advantage here as they start to shape up. Yet another attack for them, this time onto Armory Archives. They've just won it. Can they break this back and forth streak, string together 2 rounds in a row, and finally end this game?
And this is a very different approach as well for the Knights. Instead of shaping up around the CC side, they actually put their early pressure onto the Armory side and the Archive side of the building instead, trying to find an in with some nades, I guess sort of shatter some of the Direwolves' anchor positions first. Instead, they found no picks here, so they're going to shape up and try something else. Stiggs is making his way through the ground floor as Josh makes his way into break room instead.
Stiggs.
Oh, what a perfect play. I could never have seen that one coming.
Through the hatch as well. He went in downstairs and flushed out that position. Knights are playing Direwolves like a game that they have created. They have forged this destiny for themselves. Quiz, he's had a phenomenal match on the Thinker. The newest player on the roster, one of the rookies of APAC South. And he's got his Thinker license, but Jackie Wu says, we have not fought this hard to go down so easily.
And that is the story of this match. We think that someone has the man advantage, but then they claw one back anyway. Quiz will be the one to get the bomb down, and the Knights look like they're in a fantastic position to hold this out. But anyway, C4 goes out and takes down the planner. 2 versus 2, 40 seconds left. Now 1 versus 2 effectively for the Knights.
Jackie Wu's got to win the swing. Low HP, Sage is locking him out, but it's a stalemate. Sage cannot get that diffuser down. Jackie Wu goes for the revive. There's information for Direwolves. They know his position. Sage goes deep, finds one, and the second for Stigs. The Knights take down the Direwolves, smash their dreams of going to the major, and take the full 3 points.
The Knights must be feeling pretty happy about that. What a clinical final attack onto that top floor bomb site to close out all 3 points going into the final Playday. That is such a pivotal win for the Knights in the standings.
A hard-fought game, though. Nobody can deny that Direwolves gave it everything that they had. And, I mean, we were treated to such a competitive border game. Not a map that we get to see very frequently here in APAC South, but one that always delivers on the excitement. And that's certainly what this game was. Knights do take the full 3 points, which puts them in a fantastic position to make it to the major should they win their game next week. But it is not over yet. They are not out of the woods, but I'm sure that they would love to take just a moment to appreciate their victory.
And absolutely, we were wrong every single step of the way. We framed it that the Knights, they haven't shown us a good border for pretty much the entire year. We all thought that the Direwolves were going to run away with this one, but the Knights showed us something innovative, something exciting, a border that we've never seen before, and something that's just so modern and plays into this brand new meta of Siege that we're seeing in 2022. And just what an impressive matchup to take going into your final Playday.
It certainly will rile them up and ready them for that final match of the stage where the fate of themselves and their shot at the major will be in their own hands next week. But of course, we'll go back to the desk and I'm sure we'll get an interview as well later on. That's enough from us and we'll go back to Rob.
Devastating for Direwolves fans, there's no doubt about it. They are now out of the running for the Berlin Major. But Xenox, I guess a good day for host fans. Knights, they hold firm. I was worried they were going to drop a point there. I was worried.
Well, especially after last week where, they really did kind of drop the ball. That's where we thought maybe they had allowed themselves to be sort of overtaken in this race for a spot at the Berlin Major. But ultimately, credit to them and the guts to take this one to border. They didn't have many other options, and while we obviously didn't have a whole lot of time to really dissect everything, that wildcard game where they did win that game on border very convincing was sort of the saving grace coming here, and they showed that in the first half. 3-1 lead, put Direwolves on the back foot, but credit to Direwolves, obviously came back. They had that tactical timeout, and they kind of looked like a rejuvenated Direwolves back and forth second half. I mean, really, what a great game. It's a bit saddening that we didn't quite get to go to overtime. I wanted a little bit more, but full credit to the Knights. And, they've done their job. They've put really everything that they could do to set up that big clash in Playday 7 against Game and Gladiators.
Well, that's just it, isn't it, guys? The whole storyline now changes from this one matchup between who was really going to come out with the favour to the Berlin Major, and now it completely turns to the conversation of Game and Gladiators versus the Knights. That may well be the second place decider.
I mean, what an insane stage right now. Yeah. That's, 2 out of 3 teams we sent to Charlotte, Chiefs, and Dials not attending the next major. So, again, that'll have longer implications. We can probably talk about that another day. But that's, really devastating for Dials. But for the Knights, right, in this game, I'm still pretty confident in our call heading into the match. All the numbers and every single thing we had, every piece of objective information heading into this game, all pointed to Direwolves winning this. They had a better record on border, they had a better entry stat, but in the game, when it actually matters, Knights stepped it up. Stigs, Josh, who have both been playing incredibly well this stage, continued it here in stage 2. The entry stats speak for themselves, where the Knights were super strong, and just their ability to trade out picks and play really smart border was impressive. Both teams across the board played incredibly well, and that's why the match ultimately was so close. But the Knights just had that little spark that was kicking them along, and have clearly done a lot of, perfecting on this map, and it really did pay off here. So the Knights fantastic result for them. But the job, as you mentioned, Rob, not quite done yet. So they could have a big game next week as well.
We're not done yet either, because Stigs is going to come in for an interview. To be honest, I think the spark that may have reignited this roster, Stigs, mate, what a performance there we could see in the player camps right at the end. I mean, how much does this mean to you guys now, coming into the final Playday with Destiny in your own hands?
It means absolutely everything. That was probably the most important game of this stage so far, and we knew the pressure was on. The pressure kind of got to us last week. We were in our own heads, kind of overthinking it. Not to take away from Fury's win, but I think that loss was on us. And we just, we worked really hard this week in practice, and we figured out all the issues that we were having and had a big chat, and yeah, we bounced back and win 7-5.
Look, speaking of pressure, obviously, last week we put that one behind us, but coming into this week, obviously, this is do or die, right? You win this match, you're up for a Berlin major spot, you lose it, and potentially that's it, done and dusted. But now you are in second place, obviously still 3 games to go on Playday 6. How did you deal with the pressure coming into today's match? I mean, this one would have been amounting to a bit of a pressure pot?
Yeah, it definitely was, but I think the most important thing that helped us was just talking to each other about nerves or how we were feeling. We just, everyone was feeling a bit nervous. We spoke about it, and we just said, let's play like it's any other day. Do what we do in practice. We know what works, and we, we did even better in today's game than we did in practice. So it was, it all worked out. I mean, there was a lot of 1v1s there that were very close. It was a very scrappy match.
Heart attack, man.
Yeah, but yeah, we came out on top, thankfully.
Yeah, look, the O's bias definitely started to shine through in that analyst desk there. It was, we're certainly backing you boys in at this point, but we do have to ask you, obviously there was a big discussion before the match, for us anyway, about the fact that you were going to Border. Some of us were kind of scratching our heads, a little bit worried, as, Direwolves knowing their play style. Border is something that may well have lent into the way that they play. Was this something that you had premeditated, or was this kind of just seeing where the veto went?
It was one of the 3 maps we were expecting to go to. Honestly, we thought they would take us to Villa after last week, but I guess they kind of read into that was a one-off, so they decided to go to Border. And we just said, we need to start hot, we need to take our fights on our terms, and we did. We got a lot of opening picks that map, and yeah, we didn't go into our shells, really. We just said, we can't start slow, we can't sit in our shells and just sit there and wait for them to do their attack. We need to take it to them, and we did.
Look, start slow is definitely not what you did at all, was it? 3-1 start for you guys, yeah. That was unreal, and obviously led into what is an eventual 7-5 victory. And look, we'll give you the floor here, as we usually do. Is there anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Just thank you to everyone that's been supporting us for so long, and I hope we can get the next week's win. We're going to work really hard over the next week to solidify that, and thank you to the casters as always, and I love my team.
Look, to be honest, I think we're starting to love that team as well, mate. It is looking all good from here on out. You are potentially in the driver's seat heading into the final Playday. Congratulations on your victory, mate. We hope to see you next week. But for everyone at home, we've been talking about it. Knights and Gladiators are the final matchup. Well, Gladiators have their first test before we get there. They go up against Wildcard, and it's up after this. Certainly heating up here as per usual in APAC South. Would you expect anything different? The answer's no. Gaming Gladiators now go up against Wildcard. This matchup has huge implications at this point. The fact that Wildcard still, there is a ridiculous outside chance, we've just done the math, there is a ridiculous outside chance that they could end up on 12 points and still have an opportunity to go to the Berlin Major. Whether that happens or not, we'll kind of move away from that conversation because it could be a mess. But Gladiators, let's just talk about them for a quick second here because, guys, this roster they have blown us away.
Yeah, they really have. The second stage for GG has been a huge, huge step up, and they now find themselves in a very privileged position where if they win tonight, they absolutely bolster their chances of making the top 2 and qualifying for the major. So yeah, I've been really impressed with what we've seen from this team, and particularly from Joe last week. I think that interview was really insightful just to how far this team has come and their ability now to actually have confidence heading into games. They've gotten over that initial hump of entering APAC South and the nerves that come with that. And with that freedom, they've been allowed to play their brand of Siege. And I got to say, so far in the second stage, it's been very successful.
Well, their brand of Siege has really enabled one player in particular to shine. APAC has been absolutely phenomenal, especially when you consider the matchups that he's been pretty much through in the last 5 games. Obviously, Playday 6, this could all change, but Xenox, I mean, coming into what has been, I would say a tumultuous 2022, a lot of ups and downs for a lot of teams, a lot of individuals standing up. APAC has been one of those players that I think, like Gladiators themselves, have kind of shocked us with their performance.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, APAC was not a bad player in Stage 1 either. 0.9 rating, only -5 on the KD, and surprisingly actually keeping the same -4 entry. But yeah, obviously a really, really solid player, and I think has been able to thrive in a team environment, because that's kind of the way I view Gaming Gladiators. I know obviously we got the player spotlight onto APAC, but this is a team. This is a team of 5 players, and that's why they're contending for a spot at the Berlin Major. There's not, 2 players that are the kind of the standout stars, and then the rest are all the supporting cast. You need everyone on this team fit and firing if they're going to find success. So, it's not just down to APAC. It's not just down to one player. I think this is a team that just needs everyone firing on all cylinders. Of course, they can't confirm their spot tonight now with the results that we just had in the Knights Direwolves game. Had Direwolves actually won that game, then a win here for GG would have secured them a spot at the major. It can't happen now, even if they get all 3 points. Obviously setting up what's going to be a wonderful match in Playday 7 with the Knights.
That's it. There's 3 points. 3 points at the end of all of this is going to, I think, just make or break so many opportunities. Speaking of opportunities, it's been handed to them on a silver platter time and time again. Wildcard, for the flaws that they've had of 2021, guys, we thought maybe they had shrugged it off coming into Stage 2. They had some phenomenal performances, but unfortunately, 3 losses. Knights, IG, and Elevate now mean that this squad is probably the most outside chance to make the major.
Yeah, it's certainly been a sort of weird trajectory for Wildcard, because I would back them in when they've looked better throughout this stage. It's been a big improvement to Stage 1. It's been the best we've seen them, but it hasn't been consistent enough. It hasn't been across as many play days as they would have liked and what they would need to be challenging for the top 2 seriously. And heading into the play day off the back of that last result, Knights and Direwolves, they probably know at this point that their chances of, I don't want to put a number on it, but I'm assuming it's like less than 1% at this point. They need to win 3 points here and hope that basically the next, 7 or 6 games in the next 2 weeks go their way. So look, hopefully they can have a bit of motivation here to just keep kicking on. I know they've been joking a little bit. I think it's Cairo saying that basically it's impossible for them to make the major, but that they can make it possible potentially, or whatever the line was. I can't remember exactly word for word, but yeah, hopefully Wildcard have that flame still, and we can see them at their best this evening.
Well, Flame's all about Wildcard. We'll wait to see whether they've got it up against what is an improving roster week by week. The most important part of all of this, of course, the map. Surely we do not... Okay, good. I'm so glad we didn't see another border, but we do go to Clubhouse here, Xenox. Something that I am very familiar with Wildcard, but I haven't really looked into for Gladiators.
Well, Gladiators have not played it in APAC South this stage, so yeah, they're obviously going to be showing it for the first time today, which means it's hard to make comment. We don't quite know whether or not they're going to be quietly confident with this. That's not a map that they say, ban out quite often. That map is usually the likes of Oregon, Villa, Bank. So Clubhouse is something that they're more than okay with letting slide through. Obviously, even choosing it against Cafe there, which they have played. They lost that one to Elevate. But obviously for Wildcard, I think they should feel somewhat confident here on Clubhouse. Surprisingly, they've not really played it a whole lot in recent times. The only game that they did play it in was the OCS Finals back in May, and it was a 7-0 over Team Bliss Rob. So besides that, the rest of the calendar year, they've not played Clubhouse. So we've got actually a map here that two teams in recent times have not a whole lot of history on.
Guz, how does that make you feel going into a very important matchup, I guess, for both of these teams? But, we haven't seen a hell of a lot of it. Are you worried?
Well, it's so hard to have an informed opinion, right? We're going in basically as blind as the players are. There's no new VODs to review. In terms of the ban statistics, I guess we can extrapolate that a little bit, that both of these teams have it banned against them more frequently than they ban it themselves, but it's not a big discrepancy. So it's so hard to get a read on this. And that match for Wildcard against Bliss and OCS, the whole series was a stomping, so you can't even take anything away from that. It was so long ago anyway. But always keen to see Clubhouse, especially with the way the meta's playing out at the moment, especially on attack as well. You can do some pretty wild bans to spice things up, right? You could exchange a Thatcher for a Finker or something along those lines, and also try to dial down the aggression on the defense as well. And on a map like Clubhouse, that can open things up significantly.
I'm looking forward to this one. This one has the potential for Wildcard to make their own history, to potentially give themselves an opportunity in the final Playday. But the players are ready, the casters are ready, but more importantly, we, the audience, are ready. Devin Manny to run you through all of the action. Enjoy.
Thanks. I have no doubt that we will, Rob. This is, once again, a battle for the major, but the difference is Gladiators have it all on a silver platter. Their destiny is within their hands. If they win this week and next week, they go to the major. But for Wildcard, they need everything to go their way. Mandy, I'm still reeling after game one. I hope you've recovered, because we've got another game to cast.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe that game one. That was so hectic. We haven't seen a border quite that scrappy in a really long time. And now we're going to go from border to casting Clubhouse, Deb. I'm not sure if my brain can keep up with these players. There's just so much diversity.
Well, we're not going to get the absolute pure undiluted chaos of border this time around. We get a little bit more of a methodical, hard breach-centric Clubhouse. But as Guz was prefacing on the desk, these days, you can get some spicy bans in there. You can get things a bit different. Not a Thatcher, that's as vanilla as it gets. But I mean, I'm hoping that we'll see something a bit left of field that these guys are throwing out there to try and make the major.
And the first ban to go out as well for Wildcard actually will be Thatcher. That means that Maverick will be left in, assuming they don't ban it here. Hibana to go out next as well. So Maverick will stay in, which is a pretty standard game of Clubhouse here. We see it in fashion nowadays. Getting that wall open with Maverick is a lot more consistent than trying to play the juggle game with the Thatcher and the Bandit. Kai to be taken out as well does make sense once the Thatcher is out. Some of those Kai claws can be pretty pesky on the hatches.
Is Azami going to make it in? Are we going to get to see Azami on rafters? We are. Valkyrie goes out. So, well, guys, look, I loved your point about seeing some funky bans, but no. This is about as stable as it gets for Clubhouse. Hibana ban, Thatcher ban, Kaid and Valkyrie going out. But it has left a lot of really powerful ops in. I'm thinking mostly about that Azami, particularly for the top floor. We talked in game one about Sage from Knights, how he loves to play rafters with Azami. We might see that if we go to CCTV. But first up, it looks to be a bit of a roam here from Wildcard on the basement bomb site.
And I'm actually pretty curious to see that Wildcard actually left in the Azami. Historically, they've been the ones to ban it out. They don't seem to really like it on their defending half, but as the stage has gone on, we've seen more and more teams pick it up and be comfortable with it. That being said, it's not going to be in this particular round. Wildcard will take us down to Church and Arsenal, playing an extended roam through all three floors. Vinny will reinforce one hatch, Castle Barricades will go to support that top floor hold, and we'll probably see one of the hatches on the ground floor open so the anchors, so all the roamers can rotate back onto site with the anchors.
Well, it's a long time since I feel like I've used the word SSG roam on Clubhouse.
Don't say it.
Don't say it. Oh, I already
Don't
did.
say it.
I already did, Mandy. I can't take that one back. Well, how would you describe it in your professional opinion, right? Like, however many years it's been since SSG were the team that innovated this roam on Clubhouse. How have things changed?
Well, I think things have changed a little bit because recently Siege has been a bit more, I suppose, cut-off-y. That's a really bad way of describing it, actually. But there's a lot more focus on flushing players out and playing like a probe-style attack rather than this like 1, 2, 3 clearing type of thing. And so I feel like this like extended roam has a lot of permutations to it nowadays that you can't really call the SSG roam anymore. Like I feel like there are so many intricate details that people have changed now that it's like, it's a bit more special. Each team has got their own version of it, you know?
This is the wildcard clubhouse.
This is the wildcard one.
And this is the game in Gladiators clubhouse clear. You can see on it, a bit of alliteration there. Ape is on the top floor. He's actually got a little bit of a rotate hold top red. Already a lot of information and a lot of map control gained here by the Indonesian team as wildcard start to fall on back. 2 players still reside on this top floor as Joe's trying to breach this jacuzzi wall.
Beautiful cutoff as well from Joe, knowing that wildcard players will be falling back through the main stairs as Pat is supposedly trapped now in logistics. One way is cut off, and there could be another potentially as the entry comes through from Con.
You can see how wildcard are really happy to just stay in position even after being droned. They don't lack any confidence whatsoever, but OJ starts to fall on back. It was that main stairs castle barricade that was the cue for wildcard to fall on back. But since there's still so much drone denial, including Vincier, who's on that vigil, still using his ERC-7 disruptor, it just means that it's going to take a bit of time for Gladiators to actually drone out and clear the whole map.
And only a minute and 20 seconds left in the round as well. Pat will still be contesting on the main stairs, but will fall off once the Gaming Gladiators start to put some pressure on him. The fuse is actually going to be utilized by the Gaming Gladiators to try and clear out some misutility on the basement floor. It goes in, doesn't connect onto any players, but it does mean that this hatch will be easily opened by the Gaming Gladiators.
Do love seeing a bit of fuse, a bit of innovation. Oh, but the impact is there from Milo. No Hibana means that you've got to make sure you got your hard breach in check to be able to open up these hatches. There's actually no more hard breach charges from the fuse and only 2 Selmas from Ace, so he would have to land both of those to open that hatch.
And that's pretty tricky as well on the side of Gaming Gladiators. That means they can only have 1 hatch open, I suppose, unless Joe is able to get another thing with his Maverick Torch, but I highly doubt it. And they're actually going to choose to get open the Moto hatch instead of the kitchen hatch, Dev. This would indicate to me maybe the Gladiators going for a triple take into Church instead of trying to make their take into
God.
a hatch drop, but I think the execute's already happening.
It's a blue take, Mandy. It's blue, and they've all flooded on through. Wildcard try to recompose, but Vinny cannot stand up to the pressure. It's all on OJ now in a 1 versus 3. Time's ticking away. If he could deny the plan here, he could win the round, but it's not going to happen. Ape had a fantastic round with the Finker. And that is a very explosive start to the game from Gladiators.
And I was still sitting here trying to figure out what they were going to do, and it was happening. It was happening in front of our eyes. What a chaotic round. What a chaotic finish to the round even from the Gaming Gladiators. Eventually able to make their way through blue. Once they realized they couldn't get any hatches open, the time was dwindling away. Someone found an in onto blue. I suppose that because all of the operators are roaming type operators, there's going to be no utility left on blue, right? There's no barbed wire for the stairs. There's no cams to watch it. There's no ADSs to protect the person behind boiler. So for the attacking half, it is made a lot easier to try and find an in onto a power position like blue, which is normally very hard to contest, right? And so once a Gladiators player was in, all of them were able to follow. And before we knew it, the execute was already going down.
I like how we said, oh yeah, we're moving from border onto clubhouse, so this will be a little bit more normal, a little bit less chaotic, and then we were treated to that explosion 5v5 in about 30 seconds where Gladiators just made a 5v5 exec work. It actually reminds me of, what was the game we were watching recently on Skyscraper? Was it Gladiators versus Direwolves?
I think so.
The number of rounds that Gladiators in like a 5v5 or a 4v4 would just go, push. And they would just flood in through these choke points and frag out. That's one of the big strengths of this team. Sometimes they don't overthink it. They just send it, and they're so good at brute forcing those areas. Told you on the fuse had 2 kills on a 1-speed operator.
No think, just do.
I mean, I'm not trying to undervalue what they're doing, of course, but hey, it was meant to be a compliment.
The Gladiators now they start to make their way in. They will be attacking gym and bedroom this time though, and so a map sweep seems to be the way that they are going for. OJ, they will be holding the top of red stairs with a shield, a Runegates, and Wamai charges to protect him as the Gladiators slowly make their way into garage. The breach goes open, first impact trick misses, but the second one seems to connect onto that Selma.
Interesting method from Milo trying to deny that wall. Oh my god, the vertical nade almost claims his life. Lucky to be alive. The second one as well! Poor Milo feeling the pressure now, so low on HP. But he still stands.
The floor is lava.
The floor is lava. I didn't know they added that into Siege, but there you go. And the opening pick is once again the Gladiators. A little bit more early this time, but they have so much map control already. And this extension is not working out.
I actually don't know about that map control there, Dev. They're still trying to toy with Milo here. He's been taken so low, he even finds a pick, but Joe is able to find another one back, still in the man advantage for the Gladiators. Map control seems kind of sparse, but Tolji will start to make a way in.
Still OJ playing the top of red stairs, feeling the pressure. He's going to rotate down, sprints on run downstairs as far as he can get to hopefully try and support Cairo back on site as soon as possible. If Gladiators know about the fact there's only one on site, they might flood. They play it slow and steady. They don't want to overextend and potentially be punished for it.
Now the Gladiators pretty happy with the map control they have. We'll start to put some pressure out on this balcony instead. Try and choke out some of these anchors. Cairo in particular stuck now in bathroom. As the breach goes open, windows are also open. There's no way that he can get out from this position and he'll have to play his life. 45 seconds left to go as Hovan starts to make his way into Logi as well, and the onslaught of the Gladiators starts to come through.
Good first pick though from OJ. The trade, no! OJ, he finds yet another one! This has turned from a 2 versus 4 to a 2 versus 1 now, but Joe makes it a 1-on-1. His teammate down but not out. OJ might claim all 4 kills in this clutch. There's surely no way that Joe can pull off this revive. He goes for it. Is OJ aware? Can he see the back? He gets the first one now, just finishing off the down player. But Tolji, straight off the res, gun up, and ready to shut him down.
Such a close round for Wildcard, almost having that one in the bag. The extension over to CCTV and Cash seems so successful to them. They were able to find so much value. Even OJ was able to get away with his life and have such an impact through that mid to late game. But in the end, the Gaming Gladiators, they play out the trays, they do their due diligence on the entry through logistics and able to close out the round in the end. Works out for them. Gaming Gladiators, what a methodical push from them, and it works out in their favor, and Wildcard just losing out here in these micro battles.
And as a result, Gladiators are up 2-0 on... I don't know whether this is really a map favored towards one team or another. I know the guys prefaced it on the desk, talked a bit about Wildcard playing this at a national level, but hard to read into that. What we do know is that Gladiators are currently in 2nd place on the standings. Destiny lies within their own hands for going to that major. We might have seen Knights pull off a great 7-5 earlier today, but Gladiators can still jump over Knights here. And of course, the two teams play each other next week. Those are the two that we're likely looking at for 2nd place, assuming Elevate takes first. Gladiators, they can handily do away with Wildcard here. They put their best foot forward into that game next week.
And I think that's being pretty well reflected in the server as well. The Gladiators have a very clean opening 2 rounds. Both attempts from Wildcard have been unsuccessful. They're going to go back down to Church and Arsenal, but with a different philosophy this time. They're not going to play this extended roam through all 3 floors anymore. They're going to play something a little bit more reserved, as Arpe once again will make his way into the building through Garage. Fairly common entry, but left with not as much congestion on the top floor this time.
The dangerous thing for Wildcard here is if they're playing a time delay run, well, they've got a kill, so that's better than just a bit of time delay. What an aggressive C4 up through the logistic hatch. My point was that if Wildcard just try and burn time, we've seen Gladiators are really good at late round executes even when they don't have time. So it makes it a bit concerning for Wildcard. But at least they have an opening pick.
And taking down the Maverick is... Oh dear. Taking down the Maverick is a very important pick as well for the side of Wildcard. That leaves a lot of options closed up now for the Gladiators. They have to dedicate 2 Selma charges instead of just 1 on the side of Rix if they want to get hatches open. And one of Tolji's tin can openers has also just been shot out by Wildcard. So the mid-round is starting to close in on itself here for the Gladiators as they make their way through the building. And they'll have to come up with something a little bit more creative if they want to get an in onto the Wildcard anchor setup.
Last time around, this site really depended on the execute from Blue from Gladiators. They weren't able to get the kitchen hatch open, so they really didn't have any choices, did they? And that's why I'm a bit worried that Fuse told you used one of his hard breach charges on that soft hatch. Like, just get Sledge to come to it. Just you have a spare breach then for the kitchen hatch. Like, you might have more options in the late round.
Attackers have located a bomb.
And now Gladiators seem to just be trying to find an in where they can. They're trying to get open what hatches they can. The final tin can opener goes on the Moto hatch instead. Pretty similar to the last round. It doesn't seem like they're going to be touching kitchen at all. But now the diffuser is actually going down the main stairs. So a triple take seems to be the way to go for the Gladiators, but the time is ticking away slowly.
And the mute jammers are stalling out these Selmas from the ace.
Bomb located by
Not to mention, there's also shields in sight. Wildcard have such a good setup.
Only 29 seconds left to go in the rounds, and Blue again will be the point of contention, but this time there is a lot more utility for the Gladiators to deal with.
Might not matter if RP can do that! He gets the triple kill! Where did that come from, says Wildcard, as they drop like flies. They will have to step up hugely there, but Pat, he gets the double, and Vinny to find the other. What an explosive round there from Wildcard.
What on earth was that? We were getting so hyped up for Wildcard and we said, oh, their anchor setup's so good. The Gladiators, it's so tough for them. Then RP decided to like toy with our hearts and get a 3k there in the round to completely throw our point out the window. Then Pat decides to toy with our hearts even more and bring back 2 to, I guess our point works out in the end. I'm just going to take that dub where I can. Take the dub where you can, Deb. Take it where you can. You don't know with these APAC South teams these days. So, you know what? Wildcard, that was a great defense from them. Eventually, they ran out of time, like you alluded to. Of course, the Gladiators, they struggled a little bit in that mid-round. A lot of things were staying closed. They had to sort of make some kind of hero play. The Selmas weren't going out on triple. There had to be a play through Blue, which was there, but it didn't work out in the end.
Yeah, I mean, strange round. I don't know what to say. Explosivity is the name of the game in today's APAC South broadcast. It seems we've seen a lot of it on Border, as you might expect, and perhaps a bit more on Clubhouse than you would expect. Wildcard trying to keep pace here, but that's their first round on the board finally, and to be honest, it's a round that probably should have been the Gladiators, so the pressure is definitely on the Aussies right now to step it up, because this Indonesian team that only promoted into APAC South 6 months ago has been wreaking all kinds of havoc in this league.
These guys have been playing this league for about as long as I've been casting for in total, so that's pretty incredible on their part. They've made a lot of progress in this league as well. Spiritual connection. It's a psychic connection, you know. Yeah. Anyway, Gladiators start to make their way into the building. Joe will be the first to make his way onto the kennel's wall. We'll be able to Maverick trick that, as we spoke about. No Thatcher on the board, and so it'll have to be a combination of the Maverick, and I think it's Rix on the Thermite as well. Easy does it. No trick on the wall. Just get off what anti-hard breach there is, and exothermic charge will do the job, while the rest of the Gladiators shape their way around the master side instead.
Seeing the Izami come out now for Wildcard, but of course Arpez just found an opening pick once again. Gladiators love these LMGs. They've done some serious damage with them. Oh, what a shot though from Cairo, a name we haven't yet said during this game, but the player that always seems to step up for Wildcard. And look at Vinny. He's got a sneaky idea here, looking to make a play. Has he been thrown out? Yeah, the information's there, and he's a bit worried, needs to try and get out of dodge, but is it safe to do so? It is not. Can Milo at least make good on for a trade? No, absolutely not. There's Gladiators taking absolutely none of what Wildcard is putting down.
And now Cairo, realizing that they are in the man disadvantage, will try to aggress and find another pick, swinging onto the breach, swinging onto the Con's single wall where Hoven is about to walk through. Running out of the breach? Was that Cairo has just run out of the CZ breach and found someone on the rappel? Anyway, Pat, his play doesn't work, however, leaving Cairo in the 1 versus 3.
There's going to have to be an ace up for Cairo as well. And he finds 3. Oh my god, he's so caught, but he does eventually go down. A valiant effort from Cairo, but not to be. And Gladiators are really extending their lead here. That's a 3-1 advantage.
Cairo was too rapid for us. He started running out of the breach and the top down there, and I was like, wait, what? Why is he doing that? And he finds a pick, but eventually the Gladiators were able to win out on, I suppose, what was the very strange cutoff type entry from the master bedroom side of the building. Vinny overstayed his welcome a little bit, even though Wildcard were up 1 man count. He still tried to play on that reinforcement and eventually gave away his life for it as Hoppen made his entry into logistics. Milo tried really hard to trade one back, but eventually that gunfight didn't go out the way it was, and I feel like that's the story that we've been telling about Wildcard thus far. It just seems like some of these micro battles aren't quite going their way, Dev.
Did manage to catch it. Is this a tactical timeout? Is this a technical timeout? Quick pause so play can restart. Yeah, technical timeout. There we go. I was like, why would Gladiators be taking a tactical pause? No, just a quick technical break while these guys get their game sorted. But Gladiators really just had such a strong stage overall. But even this game, you know, they're not letting up. I actually tipped Wildcard today. I don't know, maybe...
Did you?
Yeah, what did you tip? You go Gladiators?
I tipped Gladiators.
Yeah, I feel like that is probably the sensible thing upon reflection. I mean, you look at 2nd versus 7th and it seems obvious, right? But I think a lot of, particularly O's fans, got a bit overhyped with Wildcard because they started their stage really strong. They were on the first place in the standings for a little bit. Gladiators were similar. They started strong, but they just didn't seem to taper off like Wildcard did. And that's kind of the strange thing for me. Like, I rate this team. Never would have expected they'd be going to the major 6 months in to playing in APAC South, though. And it is a very real possibility.
And I think we really doubted the Gladiators run as well, right? At the start of the stage, they were doing so well, and then we reflected on it and we went, oh, but they've played against all the easy opponents. They've already played against the Chiefs and Fury and all that kind of thing. But nope, as the Playdays went on, they just kept beating teams that we didn't expect them to beat, pulling out results that we honestly couldn't have expected for a team of this level of maturity and experience. They've only been playing for about half a year together, but still they've come out and shown us some very mature siege. They've shown that they are a team that has some great cooperation and teamwork and a great scrapbook as well that we saw from the last week's game on Skyscraper. Now though, in this tech timeout, I can only imagine that this is really on the onus of Wildcard. They've essentially been given a free timeout to chat about what on earth is going wrong, because for the Gladiators, these guys look pretty happy. I mean, we can see them having a giggle on the face cams at the moment. They seem like they're having a jolly good time, but if you're in Camp Wildcard right now, you're probably not quite as happy.
No, definitely not so. Gladiators have a lot less pressure on their side. They're feeling a lot more confident. They have a fairly extended lead on their attacking side on Clubhouse. Here we see some of the wildcard players. Pat, a lot to think about for one of the strategic minds of this team. One of the leadership positions as well for him. Wildcard need to get their heads back in the game because they have been leaking far too many rounds and letting their major chances slip away. Wildcard need all 6 points out of the remaining of their 2 games to even have a chance of making this major. And they need to win this game in regulation and their game next week as well in regulation. Both of those are going to be pretty tall tasks. I mean, next week their game's against the Chiefs, which in theory should be a bit easier, but you just never know. And it's certainly not an easy game so far for them against Gladiators. They need to pick it up. They can't delay. Otherwise, their chance at the major will be gone.
So this tech timeout has turned into a rehost, so we'll be here for a little bit longer as the players join back into the lobby. But yeah, for Wildcard, it feels like they got a little bit overexcited, I think. When we saw them win in the first couple playdays of APAC South, we were interviewing Vinny a lot, we were chatting to a lot of the players, and they were pretty hyped up. They said that they were in the form that they wanted to be in. But as the stage went on, and I suppose as the teams started to improve along with them, we saw them eventually kind of fall off through the standings, and now their chances of them making the major are incredibly low, especially when you pair them up against the teams that are above them in the standings right now. And so being able to make it in, 5% chance, I think, was the statistic on the Spooney tweet today. So they're really clinging on to that 5% if they want to make it into the major.
Yeah, It's not happening. Like, there's no way Wildcard can make the major. I don't know. I've just got up the stat from Sprabani. 3%. If Wildcard get a regulation win, 3% chance they can make the major. And as Manic was explaining before, everything has to go their way, right? Like, they got to win this game, they got to win their game next week against Chiefs, and then on top of that, it's got to be every other result has to pan out perfectly for them. Every single game.
Well, look, what was the phrase that I forgot what the quote was that Cairo said? It was like the impossible is still possible or something like that. I don't know. They're probably clinging on to that. You can't just let go in this game because you've only got a 3% chance of making the major. It's a bit grim. But on the side of the Gladiators, though, I just think that they must be pretty excited going to these final 2 play days. They can't get too overconfident because if they drop the ball to wildcard and their 3%, then it could get out of hand very quickly for their major run.
Well, I really feel like Gladiators haven't gotten overconfident. I don't know what Wildcard thought about their chances after they started Stage 2, but at least I think a lot of people in the community had a lot of confidence. A lot of us on the casting crew definitely had a lot of confidence in Wildcard, but Gladiators, on the other hand, they came out of nowhere. They've just been so consistent, racking up points just about every single week, and that's the way that you qualify for these majors, right? Like, it's consistency that's key. It doesn't matter if you have like a really incredible win over a top team or anything like that. It really doesn't matter. Like, at the end of the day, you got to beat every single team. You've got to get close to beating every single team. You've got to get points out of every match. You know, Wildcard were the team to break Direwolves' 8-game winning streak, and yet it doesn't account for anything more than beating any other team, right? Like, Gladiators have been so much more consistent. They've only lost, what, 1 game so far? According to the numbers, 2 games. Elevate and Invictus. And the Invictus one was in overtime, which gives Gladiators an extra point.
Consistency seems like something that is very hard to come by in this league. Every team is so unique that you really have to take it week by week. And if there is 1 or 2 teams that just play like the bogey teams for a particular day, the spoiler team, then it's kind of all over, isn't it? And I feel like that's why this league is so unique, because we see such a diverse range of teams and strategies. One team has such a particular personality. It's going to be not like any other, like Wildcard. We speak about their formula time and time again. They have the Wildcard formula, and it's their personality, and they've been like this for the past like 2 years or something like that. For the Gladiators, they're climbing through the ranks and they're starting to develop their playstyle into the game as well. And I think you could say that for like literally any other team in this entire league. It just feels like it's so hard to pair these teams up against each other because everyone is so unique and you never know who the bogey team is.
And every team matches up differently. Like, you know, Elevate's been really consistent, beating a lot of teams, but they haven't beaten everyone. You know, they lost to Direwolves. They beat Gladiators actually quite convincingly, 7-4. But it doesn't mean that, you know, there aren't opportunities for teams like Gladiators to then go back and beat Direwolves, to go and beat Wildcard. And even other teams, like you're saying, these teams playing spoiler. Chiefs beat IG last week. Like, where did that come from? Poor Invictus. Their chances of going to the major have basically been shot because of that. Knights had a similar thing. They lost to Fury. You know, it's just all over the place.
Disaster.
It is. APAC South is like you know those snow globes? It's like you got all the teams in the snow globe, and some kid's just been sitting there shaking it up constantly, and they never settle. You can't predict it.
And we're just sitting there commentating it. Wondering what on earth is going on. Anyway, we managed to get our way back into the game. The scoreline is 3-1 on the side of Gladiators as they start to run away with this half. We really turn our attention to Wildcard to try and bring it back on this defense. Clubhouse, we always used to say, is so much more defender-sided. There's a lot of very powerful positions that you can play in, but this time Wildcard will be bringing out the mirror, and that's something that we haven't seen yet.
I like seeing a bit of mirror. We saw it a little bit on Border by Direwolves, but not too much. Clubhouse has, in Stage 2 within APAC South, been defensive-sided, 63%, but only 1 match played. So it doesn't really count for very much compared to like the most played maps, like your Bank.
10 seconds to
So it's really hard to read into whether this may well end up being an attacker-sided game. But I wouldn't count on it. I really wouldn't. I think that Gladiators here have already met par for the course this half. And especially since Wildcard need all 3 points from this game to go to the major, Like, they can't afford to lose any more rounds. They need this to be a 3-3 half. Wildcard need to start their comeback now.
And the comeback begins on Gym and Bedroom if they can make this story happen. One mirror window has gone onto Logi, going into Con as well, expecting the Gladiators to repeat the same kind of attack that they did last time they tried to get in. Once again, Ape will make his way into Garage, but Cairo is there and waiting for him. Will he find this pick? Not yet.
Wait in anticipation. Is Ape going to drone down below?
Uh-oh.
Is he listening for sound cues? He's being very cautious, but is he going to check downstairs inside of Oil Pit? Cairo hasn't made any noise. Ape has, but he hasn't moved in yet. Cairo is waiting so patiently, but he's not going to get anything for it.
And the Gladiators are actually changing their approach entirely in this round. They're not going to sweep from the other side of the map. They're just getting this breach open, one Selma charge on the other side, to prevent any defenders making use of that server window that looks out onto the balcony. Instead, the rest of the Gladiators will pivot their way over to Jacuzzi. Instead, Rix will put one thermite charge on the wall, open up nice and easy, and is about to be met by the mirror window of OJ.
Ooh, Joe's sneaking around downstairs on the Nook as well. We've got the Lurker and the Roma around the corner from each other. But Cairo may be spotted. Rix has a drone just nearby. He does indeed see him. And Joe now on the prowl hunting. He will find this kill. There is no doubt about it. But Cairo goes straight back up in the perfect timing. Joe may well backstab him. And that is what we love out of Nook. The operator that everyone associates with being that little sneaky backstab, and OJ is about to get a feet full of grenade. He somehow doesn't take any damage, but feeling that pressure now, Wildcard are at a numbers disadvantage.
And the Gladiators are starting to shape up to figure out what kind of execute they can pull off. They've consolidated all of their players onto the Gym side of the map now, this west side of the map, except for Joe, who's sneakily making his way up the red stairs. Oh no! That could have been disastrous for Gladiators, but they get away with their life. But he seems to know that Joe might be looking for a backstab. He looks away at the wrong time, rounds the corner, and Joe will find another pick for the Gladiators.
Oh no, but Ape's nade takes himself down. At least for the Gladiators, they have told you to drop down the hatch. OJ once again has to clutch. We've seen this before, and he couldn't make it work. The timing is perfect for Gladiators. Tolji, a bit hairy there on the aim, but he does lock it in. That is a 4-1 advantage for the Indonesians.
Ooh, this is starting to get a bit exciting. The Gladiators, they seem to be very well versed in these, I suppose, these clubhouse attacks. They never commit to an idea that's very obvious and readable. They always get the first couple steps done of an attack and then they pivot and try something else. Whenever we see them attack basement, for example, they always get the first few steps of clearing the map done and then they open up sort of what seems to be some random hatches, but then they end up making a play through somewhere else, exploding onto the site in a place that Wildcard hasn't expected them to. And that might be down to a lack of intel, that might be down to Gladiators intentionally trying to do something a little bit special, but even in that Gym bedroom attack, they got open one side of the map, they pretended that they were going to do the sweep like they did the last time they attacked this bomb site, but then they didn't, and they completely changed their attack, went onto the other side, made use of the ground floor, and it really has been throwing Wildcard off because they never know what to expect between each round.
Gladiators are just seemingly in an echelon above Wildcard in this game. And I don't know if it comes down to the map pick or just Gladiators, I don't know, happy-go-lucky nature. They seem to always be prepared for whatever comes by their way. Like any stone that is thrown their direction, any curveball that Wildcard have up their sleeve, any flank, any roam, there's an answer. There's always a response. There's always something, and Gladiators just take it in their stride.
Now the Gladiators once again will be attacking their way onto the basement bomb site. A pretty similar roam coming out from Wildcard, not the very extended one that we saw in round 1 or round 2, but this time a little bit more reserved, holding onto some of those anchor positions, the aid of the Kiba barriers, some Wamai charges, some Jaegers, holding onto the key power positions that they need for later into the rounds. The Gladiators, though, are making their same way into the building. Hard breach goes out onto CC as always, and Ape making his way into Garage.
I'm always keeping an eye on these lurkers for Gladiators. The lurkers and the entries, they find so many picks. We saw Joe on the last round do it so effectively. We've seen round after round, Ape manage to get those entry picks, these openings as well. In fact, all but one round, Gladiators have found the opening pick. And guess what? Every single round, the opening pick has been converted into a round win. So it's all hinges on these early exchanges.
Now, the Gladiators have actually decided not to clear through the map. They've fully pivoted. The diffuser is inside of dirt along with Hoven, and they're going to try and make their way into the site instead. Wildcard, though, they figured this out, and they rotated all of their anchors back onto the site early. So now all 5 players on the site will fight the 5 players of the Gladiators, and it's like we're in the late round already.
And yet it is not late whatsoever. There's a minute and a half left. Gladiators hoping for a pick here, but they're trying to tunnel vision their way on through. Ape once again does the damage on from Blue. He gets another one as well. OJ's taken out his teammate, but it might not matter if Wildcard can hold on. Rix refrags on into the site. Tolji feels that pressure, takes a lot of damage, but Rix is there once again. It is OJ yet another time in a clutch situation. He's had his 3rd now presented to him, and not a single one he has been able to win. Can he deny the plant? The C4 is just too late. Doesn't even blow it. And he misses his opportunity now. Oh, what a tough position for OJ to be in. 2 players to find, and it is not going to happen. The Gladiators storm through on their attack, 5-1.
And again, another impressive off-pace attack by the Gladiators. I think that's what I'm going to frame it as now, Dev. It's off-pace. It's not what Wildcard are ready and expected for. In that defense half, Wildcard seem to have the read on how to play a step-by-step defense, right? But the Gladiators, they cut corners where they need to, and in the mid-round, they're able to do some really odd pivots and find timings on entries that Wildcard aren't ready for, and frazzled in the comms when it happens, right? We've seen Ape twice now make Blue the linchpin of the attack for that basement, and by finding those timings and being so fluent and flexible, it's really thrown Wildcard off, and the Gladiators have come away with such a dominant half.
And in the tactical timeout for Wildcard, and frankly, they look a bit defeated. They are down 5-1. They cannot lose a single more round in this match. Otherwise, the chances of the major go to 0. They will need 6 rounds in a row on the attacking side for even a glitter of hope at going to the major. But I think at this point, it's not really the major that's on the line for Wildcard. It is pride. Going down 5-1 on the defense. I mean, if this turns into a 7-1, which it may well, at the pace Gladiators have brought, that would be a pretty devastating blow to the morale in the Wildcard camp, especially going into the final Playday.
Yeah, for Wildcard, this is a pretty tough match. I think that Cairo actually tweeted out a little earlier that they're not really expecting to go to the major off this. They're just trying to do the damage that they can, learn as much as they can from it at this point. So for Wildcard, yes, they'll be feeling disappointed. And this is a game that they'll want to bring back to just, I suppose, feel pride in what they've achieved so far. But for the Gladiators, I just want to bring the spotlight on them for a bit, because this is such an exciting result for them if they are able to walk away from this. This is exactly what they need to go into that next week and try and lock out that points disparity, especially against the Knights, right? That you need that confidence right now. Going into next week is the most important match of the stage to lock you in for that major, and now is the time to build that confidence, show what you can on a big official stage so that you can go to the international events.
And Gladiators' biggest competitor right now for the major spot is Knights. And if Gladiators win this, they will have a 2-point lead over the Knights on 13 to Knights' 11. Which really changes the scope of the game between Knights, because it means overtimes might not matter as much. I haven't done all the maths, but just in general, every point matters here in APAC South. And of course, it's not just Knights Gladiators are fighting with. Elevate as well is up ahead. And there's a chance that Gladiators could even take first seed out of APAC South.
Exciting times, but the game is still going on. We might be able to find out in the next few rounds how this will all play out in the APAC South world, as the Gladiators seem to be doing a very conservative hold here on this basement site, holding onto this top floor and the ground floor, but falling off fairly early, and Wildcard make their way into the building.
Still is one roamer at the top of main stairs near Jacuzzi Wall. Cairo looking to cut that off. He does see him and does actually take him down on the rotate. Well played from Wildcard, and they do find the opening pick for what feels like the first time in a very long time.
But traded back though as Hoven is able to claw one onto Cairo Vinny for another, and the man advantage once again in the hands of Wildcard, making their way down to the ground floor now. However, it was Cairo that is taken out, and that is your Sledge. That's someone that's very pivotal here and active in this mid-round that is now gone. They'll have to rely on the breach charges of Molostica to make some vertical if they're looking for a kitchen execute. Pat now inside of the kitchen hallway as well, trying to figure out what hatches he wants to open up. Actually, Moto is going to be the hatch to be opened. Might indicate that Wildcard are looking for a triple take, going to church rather than dropping the kitchen hatch.
It feels...
Oh, actually, good as well.
Where is this execute going to be then? Because the kitchen hatch is not opened yet. It looks like Wildcard's just trying to open as many options as possible. They do have numbers advantage too, but Gladiators, I mean, even Hoven's considering a flank up through Lounge here.
Well, the thing is, Wildcard can't open up too many options, because then in a way they kind of close things off as well. Like if Milo, I think he's now actually dedicating both the Selma charges to the kitchen hatch. Okay, that means that they can't get triple open anymore. So it basically has to be a kitchen hatch drop at this point, or something through dirt. Maybe it's a dirt and kitchen or something like that. Hoven though, he snuck his way into the ground floor like you said. Is this going to catch Wildcard off guard?
Wildcard know about it, but will Vinny get back in time? He does! He takes him down, only 2 players left from the Gladiators. Can they deny this plant? Rix goes for the double impact, and it does get the down! No way! Gladiators have done it like that! What a plant denial! 2 versus 4, doesn't matter. Gladiators take match points.
Oh my goodness. We definitely could not have expected this way to go the way it is. Wildcard, what has happened? I thought that Clubhouse was going to be a very close matchup, Dev. I was like, okay, Wildcard, Clubhouse, Australian teams love this map. Every Australian team is great at this map. They have the formula down. It's always really scary when an APAC South team takes Australian teams to this map, right? But the Gladiators, they've come out of the gates absolutely flying. Like, what on earth is happening for Wildcard?
And it's amazing that Wildcard had numbers advantage. The Gladiators had a player who flanked and died, and yet Wildcard still couldn't secure that diffuser. There was no C4, it was the double impact from Rix that denied the plant. And even though Wildcard still had more players alive, they couldn't get it done. They couldn't lock it in, they couldn't refrag those positions. They left it too late, and they didn't have a secure plant. Gladiators now have crushed Wildcard's hopes of going to the major. If there was any hope left, to be frank, after the rest of Wildcard's stage, Gladiators have put that final nail into the coffin, and now they are looking to secure a very dominant Playday 6 win going into their final match next week, which would qualify them for the major if they can win it.
Now the Gladiators will take us to gym and bedroom. Tertiary bomb site makes sense now in this final round. Lots of bomb sites have been locked out for them at this point in time. Some cheeky frost mats here on rotates as well. And for Wildcard, this is looking pretty dire if they want to make their way back into this game. Some pretty unusual operators as well for the Gladiators, by the way. Frost on the board, Thorn as well. The addition of the Azami to spice things up even more. It's pretty exciting the way that Clubhouse has shaped out as the new, I suppose the new meta of Siege has come to play.
It's very true, and the Azami can be used in a variety of ways. Joe, I believe, is playing around Master, trying to dictate some angles using those keeper barriers. Now Wildcard do manage to get the main breach on Jacuzzi open. Cairo is going to be the man to breach this CCTV wall. Tolji at the top of the red stairs, holding onto his position with a magnet to protect him. How long will he be able to hold on for? Because Wildcard seem determined to flush this map control.
And I would agree with you. It seems like a map sweep is going to be the way for Wildcard. Molostica making his way into Garage, opening up this line of sight, ready to cut off Tolji's rotate to go back into Con. Tolji supposedly is now stuck here if someone tries to make his way into red. Is Milo holding his angle on the way out? He seems to be aware, however, and a keeper barrier to protect his back.
Like that from Joe, supporting his teammate with the utility. The drone goes out, Tolji takes it down, And here a breach may well go onto his wall as well. He rotates out safely. After all that, Wildcard still don't get anything for it.
They do get map control, however. It's about the only thing they're able to achieve from this. Tolji has stuck himself into a corner behind the timbers, hoping that no one is going to check his angle. Seems like Wildcard have done their due diligence and droned that out, as Pat will now pivot towards the Jacuzzi wall. I think the Jacuzzi wall has already been opened up. That's what they did prior, early into the round. And OJ now putting some pressure on that balcony as well, as Wildcard will start to formulate their execute onto the bomb site.
But Harvin goes for a jump out below from the pool window. It goes from bad to worse for Wildcard, as Gladiators are on the cusp of retaking second place on the scoreboard if they are to lock out this round. Cairo does find one onto Ape, but Joe is looking to reaggress onto Con, in through Logistic Office. Tolji as well. They're going hell for metal. They're already in. Wildcard can fight back as best as they can, but Gladiators will not give up. Not ever. It's all on to Cairo now in the 1 versus 2, and he cannot get it done. Gladiators, a dominant 7-1 victory in their second last game of APAC South, and they take back second place on the standings.
A 3K for Rix at the end on Frost inside of bathroom to close out the round. He looks pretty happy chappy as well in the face cams. What a dominant performance on the side of the Gladiators. They had Wildcard's number. They knew how to get into their heads. They won the gunfights they needed to, and they just looked so sharp today in the server. What an incredible game from Gladiators.
Such a well-deserved 7-1 victory, and correction, Gladiators actually have taken first place on the standings now, as Elevate are yet to play and sit on 12 points. Gladiators were on 10, with Knights on 11. Gladiators now jump up into first place tentatively, with a chance that Elevate could overtake them, but nobody else can, for now at least. Gladiators are sitting happily in a major spot, and wow, they have destiny within their hands. We've said it this whole time. They got the full points out of today. They did it in an incredible fashion, and going into next week, they'll have every confidence to secure that major spot.
And just so well deserved as well on the part of Gladiators. We talked about it a little bit in that tech pause, but consistency is something that is quite hard to find here in this particular lead. But Gladiators have shown us exactly that. They've been consistent from literally Playday 1 when they came into it with such success. It has never stopped as the stage has gone on. And I think that them being in position 1, that is just so well deserved.
And that new team on the block is no longer just a threat, but at the top in number 1 spot. I'm sure we'll have an interview, but first back to Rob and the guys on the desk.
Hey, thank you very much for that one. This is quite abysmal for Wildcard. I don't think that I don't want to sugarcoat this. Unfortunately, some things just unfold the way that they do. And Wildcard, after so much hype in Stage 2, they completely bow out. There's no chance for them at the major here, Xenox. And probably the performance is more so where I'm looking to rather than any other discussion.
You're spot on, Rob.
Thank you.
No worries. Abysmal in the end. And disappointing because, you know, I'd say the vibe over the last fortnight here in APAC South has been competition, competitiveness, and the evenness that we have here. Anyone can beat anyone on the given nights. We've had a lot of overtimes this particular stage as well, and this was probably the most lackluster performance we've seen from a team all stage long, and that's really not the way that Wildcard really would envision, you know, their stage ending, and now actually puts them in a position where they can finish last, because guess what? They played Chiefs in Playday 7, and Chiefs will win if Wildcard play like that again. So a last place finish for Wildcard kind of undoes all of the good storylines that they had to start the stage completely. It would be an awful end. But for Gaming Gladiators, now it sets up what is the most anticipated match of the entire stage next week, Playday 7, Gaming Gladiators versus the Knights. Winner goes to the major. You can't really put it any other way. And it does obviously then sort of lock other teams now out from getting into that top 2 conversation. So big credit. They look like the complete package in this game. They look like a team that's ready to contend, ready to even go to a major. No longer that team that, you know, came through the promo rallos and slowly has made their way up. They're here to play.
Guys, I think that, you know, to be completely honest, from where Gladiators have come from and all of our knowledge around them, they have performed fantastically. But you know what? I'll speak to you in a little bit because we're going to bring in Joe for an interview. It's time to hear. It's great to see you again, Joe. Last week, obviously, a huge performance and a massive win for you. Now you've backed it up again against Wildcard. I mean, what's the team feeling like at the moment? It seems like you're almost unstoppable.
I guess we're playing with, like, people would think we're playing a lot under pressure, but honestly, we're like prepared for anything, even the worst. Even if we don't make it, we're okay. So we're just focusing on playing the game and not really thinking about the result or other teams' like placements.
Wow, that's very interesting to hear. You know, I think especially from us on the desk, we're looking at this right now, and your final matchup is the biggest match, really, of the stage. You know, whoever wins that does go to Berlin. And I know that you're saying that you don't have any kind of, reservations about other teams' performances, but surely that's going to be a factor next week when you do eventually fight for a Berlin major spot.
Yeah, definitely. NICE is a very strong team, and we're gonna do everything we can to prepare as much as possible.
So what's the team like on the inside, mate? Because in all honesty, if you're playing without pressure, if you're playing without, any regards to what other teams are doing, surely on the inside comms, everyone's happy-go-lucky.
Yeah, honestly, I think the great part of this team is, like, everyone else can keep, like, everyone's, like, vibes in check. Like, if someone's having a bad day, like I was last week, like, they would cheer me up, and, whoever is having a good day. But for today, I think it was pretty... You could say we're kind of lucky because everyone was having a good day, so it was just all like very good comms, and nobody was like feeling sad. Like, even though I died a bit weird times, but yeah.
It looks like everyone's happy. That's all that matters at the end of the day, my friend. I do want to ask you one question before we kind of let you go here. Obviously, coming from IG, there would be a completely different kind of background from you. This is not so much about Gladiators as it is so much about your journey. How has that journey been throughout 2021 to now? Are you feeling like this was the right move for you?
Yeah, I could say that it's kind of a blessing in disguise getting dropped, but I appreciate everyone there. Honestly, I learned a lot there. Like, I would never learn how to play, you could say, the proper EU Siege if I were never to be in IG. So I think I was really happy in that team, obviously, but sometimes the team and me, we both need changes. So it's always nice to have like a fresh environment to start working, and I'm really glad I'm working with these guys today.
Well, I think we're really glad as well, especially with how these performances have been going. Joe, we'll let you say your final words here. Is there anything you'd like to say to anyone watching?
Well, thank you to everyone who supports us, and look forward to next week's game. It'll be a banger.
Oh, geez, you've already said it for me, my friend. It is turning out to be quite the stage for you and the Gladiators. Congratulations on your victory, and we hope to be speaking to you next week. But, of course, for everyone at home, it is time for the Chiefs. It's time for the Elevate. Will they be able to secure their spot at the Berlin Major? We'll find out after this.
Peggy 18.
you still sit around. Yeah, what you waiting for? Get moving, guess it's time to go. We'll never turn around. Yeah, got everything we need, so we gon' live it up. Yeah, yeah. There's no better time than now.
And bringing a bit of composure to the desk, it's Dev Marta and it's Mandy. A change of the faces and I'm sure the knowledge that goes with it. Dev, as we head into what is the final two matches of the night, I mean, do we look back? Do we discuss what's happened? Because we've seen a shellacking from Wildcard, unfortunately.
Well, shellacking onto Wildcard by the Gladiators, who have really stolen the limelight in Stage 2. They currently sit in first place. They might not stay there after this Elevate game, where Elevate get a chance to catch up. But yeah, it's been a pretty explosive day already so far. That was a crazy game of Clubhouse, and our first game as well with Direwolves and the Knights was equally exciting. And yeah, no doubt that the excitement won't stop here.
No, it certainly won't. The train is not stopping, not by any means. We've got 2 stops left. Chiefs take on Elevate. Mandy, if you went into this matchup and you were looking at this from Stage 1, you'd say this is the game of the stage. There is no way that it gets bigger or better than this. But boy, am I wrong here.
Yeah, no, unfortunately the story from Stage 1 has not carried over into Stage 2. The Chiefs seem to have dropped the ball even after their international appearance over in Sweden, and Elevate back on the rise. The roster of 5 seems stronger than ever nowadays, and I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon.
No, but a team that certainly is stopping Dev, it's almost like a stick in mud. The Chiefs have very much struggled to pull out any performance whatsoever. I believe it was a pretty abysmal round differential up until last week. I mean, it still is. It's negative 14 for this roster, and we're only on Playday 6. Do they have a hope here? This is the big question. I mean, like, of all teams...
Hope for what is the question?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe an OT win? Who knows?
It's hard for Chiefs. They are squarely out of contention for the major. And at this point, the next step for them is looking ahead, looking forward to Stage 3, because they made the major in Stage 1. They had a fantastic playoffs run, and yet things have changed so drastically. The team just isn't shining what it used to be, and the revamped Chiefs of 2022, bringing on Bordy and Bounson, and to some degree Ethan, who joined in late 2021, it just hasn't lived up to the expectation that they had set for themselves. And now you've got to wonder, like, what's next for the team? Got to be baby steps, one step at a time. I remember Digital saying after they won against IG last week, albeit in overtime, you have no idea how much we needed that win. That was exactly what he said.
Yeah.
And I mean, they surely need a couple or more to get themselves back on track.
Well, that's just it. We've got to think about the implications of the future. Speaking of the future, it's here and it's now. It's Elevate, and they are only 1 win away from securing a place at the Berlin Major. A regulation win here, Mandy, would confirm the Berlin Major from everything I can see. That is absolutely massive. The pressure that would be lying on their shoulders, would be immense.
Yeah, I love the future is now a reference from you, by the way. But anyway, the Elevate, I think it's actually 2 points that will qualify them in. If I might be mistaken
I'm
here.
Just on the maths. Yep.
Oh, fantastic. There you go. So even an overtime win, say the Chiefs somehow, in their current form, miraculously take it to overtime against Elevate. Even if Elevate can pull out an overtime win, they will still go to the major. This is a massive game for them. The pressure is on. It's a little bit less exciting, anticlimactic against the Chiefs, but I'm certain that they're going to go into it with holding absolutely nothing back. They do not want to be the major dodgers that they've been for the past entire year.
No, well, a player that's held nothing back for Stage 2 certainly is Sapper. His performance for Elevate has been, I want to say, just phenomenal, Dev. I don't really know any other word to describe what he's done for this roster in the last 2 stages.
I mean, he's gone from being the hilt to the tip of the spear. He used to be their primary support player, always on hard breach, and you still see him occasionally doing that, and he plays a mean smoke, as you can see, but he has been gunning on these entries with that LMG on Zafir. He's got a fantastic rating of a very high KD, as you can see, and he's also really up there, not only on entry, but on KOST as well, on cost. So a really consistent player. He's not a player that, say, has a lot of kills, but also gets traded all the time. He's got a really well-rounded arsenal, and he's just been a heavy hitter for this roster in every single game.
And I think, for Elevate, if we look at that, if we look at the fact that Sapper was, more or less the support player of Stage 1 and really much of 2021, the fact he's been able to flip it around so heavily, so quickly is, I want to say, nothing short of incredible. Looking at the vetoes, however, that may well determine this matchup. I mean, I want to say it'll determine the matchup. It'll determine whether Chiefs are able to push it to OT or whether they're going to get absolutely obliterated. I'm throwing so much shade their way because it is just not looking great for them this stage. Mandy, we head to Oregon here. How are you feeling?
Oh, Oregon. I feel like Elevate play a pretty mean Oregon. It might just be in my head, who knows, but I feel like the last few times that we've seen them play it, they've been fairly good at it. They won against Wildcard on it, who were looking in pretty good form as well the last time they played that. Whereas for they actually won against the Direwolves as well last stage on Oregon. And I feel like every time we see them play it, to me this is like their staple maps. Is like Oregon and Cafe for, I suppose, for Elevate. On the side of the Chiefs though, I would typically say that Oregon is something pretty good for them. They did win it against IG, but I don't feel like they're in as good form as Elevator.
No, that's probably the big determining factor here, Dev, in terms of our conversation in the pre-show. It does seem like we're kind of putting Chiefs on blast, but it's for good reason. However, this feels like a pretty even playing field.
I'd say if there's any map that gives Chiefs a chance, it is the map where they have their only win of Stage 2, which was, like you said, Mandy, against IG last week. Now, if Elevate had been watching that game in the lead-up to this, which I have no doubt they would have, then they'll have a pretty idea of what Chiefs' strat book looks like, what their setups are like, how they like to play this map at the moment, because this hasn't in the past been a classic map for Chiefs. It wasn't one that they played at all in Stage 1. The first time that they actually played it after a really long break was against BDS at the Charlotte Major, and they took that really close, a 7-5 against one of the best teams in the world at the time. It was a pretty good performance, to be honest. So for Chiefs, I'd say pretty good map. Probably best place to take Elevate, but I agree with you, Mandy. Like, this is such a good map for Elevate, and there's such a disparity between these teams right now that I just can't see Chiefs taking it.
Well, the Berlin Major is on the line for Elevate. Anything of a win, it doesn't matter. Overtime or regulation, it will secure them a place to run you through all of the action. It's Guz and it's Xenox. Boys, I hope you brought your steel cap boots.
Left them in the shed, mate, but fortunately we got a really good game that will keep me distracted. Elevate taking on the Chiefs, but potentially, guys, a renewed, rejuvenated Chiefs could be on the cards here to maybe play spoil to the celebrations of Elevate making the Berlin Major, as Rob put it ever so nicely. Any win will do for Elevate.
Yeah, always a possibility that Chiefs could continue this small run of form they seem to have found themselves in, and they have nothing to lose heading into this match. It does also, however, have the makings of being a little bit
strange looking Oregon,
and the map is looking a little bit different. Yeah, a little bit sandier perhaps than usual.
Yeah, so we head to Oregon for what is our third match of the night. Elevate looking to secure their spot at the Berlin Major, while the Chiefs, they don't have anything to play for in terms of an objective other than, I guess, just trying to shape the way that APAC South will look at the conclusion here. And, you know, you don't really want to take that for granted. A team that has essentially nothing to play for, that is also looking to maybe close out the stage on a high. They play Wildcard in Playday 7, which of course that's essentially a dead rubber now completely. So all things considered, this is their last chance to actually kind of shape the 8 that we've got, and of course shape the top end of APAC South.
Into the ban phase though, Flores, Nook, staples here on Oregon. Flores for those basement clears and Nook for basement entries. Neither of those will play a role though in this matchup. In terms of the defense, we see Kai banned out. Again, a very prominent operator, especially on, you guessed it, the basement objective. And you would expect the final ban here to be a mirror, but perhaps the Chiefs will dabble in something a little bit different. And it will actually be the Aruni. So Onigiri, who's already been having a pretty rough stage, is probably going to have a pretty rough half here for Elevate when they switch over to the defense.
There's 2 operators, guys, immediately that come to mind that have sort of slipped on through. One being Finka, the other being Azami. Both have been quite prevalent in being operators that have been banned in recent times. Finka, that LMG, needs a bit of a tuning down, and obviously Azami with the keeper barriers, very, very strong. But when you look at this map, Flores is always going to get banned off the board, pretty much 100% ban rate on Oregon. And then I like the Nook ban. I think we've been seeing quite a lot of Nook in APAC South, really good on the roam. When you think about these basement cross-map roams, I think Nook does that very, very well. So I can't complain with either of these bans. The Aruni is probably the only questionable one. Kaid makes a lot of sense. I don't agree with the Aruni. I feel like that's the only one that I'm a bit like, is it really going to do that much?
I mean, it's just a target ban onto Onigiri, right?
I guess
seeing how powerful he can be. That said, as I mentioned as well, this stage, at least statistically, actually hasn't really been very good for him. But Chiefs not taking any chances. Can't really blame them. All it takes is for Onigiri to have one good game on the Aruni. It can be very, very difficult to shut down in this second half, but the Chiefs don't have to worry about that anymore. And regardless, they are starting on the defense first here. Down to basement, probably as expected. And Elevate without Flores in particular will need to go for map control. Blue takes won't be as easy as they otherwise would be. And the Chiefs, at least from what I'm seeing, very, very default setup on site with some extension up above.
Now, we love our stats here, guys, of course. Oregon now played 4 times this stage. And what a turnaround as well from stage 1, where I think when you go back and you kind of reimagine what Oregon has been like in the past, considered very defender-sided. Now, it's only played 3 times in stage 1, so bear in mind the subsample here. 66% defensive win rate in stage 1 in Oregon, 43% defensive win rate here from 4 plays now in stage 2. So what a turnaround that we've seen on this map. And Ethan, talk about finding something on the roam here, catches out Mr. Punch. And this is the kind of aggression, though, I think the defending team needs to bring on this map to try and regain some of the strength that we've seen defenders have on Oregon in the past.
And I was about to go on a little bit of a tangent there about Finka and the strength that she can deliver. Also the fact that Elevate actually typically ban her out most of the time, 63% over the course of their last 60 games. But that storyline, at least for now, has been put to rest. Elevate now will try to clamber for control up above, and Onigiri and the Monty should aid in bedroom. There is a red ping, so he'll be able to scout out his room. And unfortunately for Ethan, he's now being detected.
Oh, I did get a bullet into the toe of Onigiri. Backs himself into the corner, walk in, and it does get taken down. Don't mind it though. Time wasted, still found the kill onto Mr. Punch, and that's a pretty big one as well onto the Finka, right? 4 versus 4, minute 20. It forces Elevate to go up towards, that Kid Storm area of the map, when in reality, obviously needing to go and take on Laundry Supply. Now they're only just starting to get to work on this meeting hatch. There's a minute 10 remaining on the clock. This is a big win for the Chiefs to start with, but if Onigiri and Elevate are quick from here, they can recover more than easily, especially playing with that Montaigne.
Minute to go, and Onigiri will head down over towards Pillar, try and open up the objective now on that shield scout ahead. Try and find some openings for the team. Sapper will post himself up in towards Freezer with the 2x. He can look down some of these long angles, hold them with the LMG in hand. And honestly, of all the 4 players remaining, he's the one that can really open things up for the attack.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Sapper, the best entry player for Elevate, +6 this season. Oh, the head of Worthy, I think for a second. Worthy saw the head of Sapper and was just a little bit perplexed. He just sat there for a while. Onigiri goes down to Bouncin' 2 in quick succession. Time has unfortunately caught up with Elevate. And Worthy takes a good position inside of Freezer. I think he just peeked his way out of that one and gave DCH an answer. Does so. Mark is on site with Diffuser. Time though running out. So much so Mark has to stick this. Boydie surely does not blow this one. They've got the numbers. They've got the presence of mind to close out strong. Great start for the Chiefs.
Yeah, really confusing there from Elevate. They're looking very disconnected in that first round. And I don't know, obviously, but that could be the nerves they have heading into this matchup. But it's a match they shouldn't be nervous for. You eliminate the stakes, and this is an easy game. First versus last. Chiefs have not been good this stage. Elevate should be quite dominant in this matchup. So we need to see a turnaround from that first round. It didn't start off well. Finka taken off the board early. It was a pretty late trade onto Ethan, who was sticking around for quite some time. And then the push on towards site, the timing once more was just not there, and the Chiefs were finding picks without being traded. So well done by the Aussies, getting that first round on the board and the head upstairs.
Going back to sort of the site statistics, Guz, and well, this season so far, or this stage so far, Laundry Supply, flat 50% win rate, not the staggering 92% that it was back in stage number 1. Kids Dorm's the other one that has taken a massive swing, 67% defensively won in stage 1, now a lowly 28%. This has been the site that attackers have found a lot of success on here in stage 2 of APAC South. It has now been considered an attacker-sided site. In the past, we've looked at this being the tertiary site. This is definitely, though, the site where attackers need to be finding success. So really can set the tone nice and early here. If the Chiefs get the first 2 rounds, winning out on Kids Dorms as well, and it could put them in a good position if they can take the second round.
Mr. Punch not using the LMG in this particular round, instead going for the spear. Don't know why you would be doing that in this current meta. To me, that just does not make any sense whatsoever. But nonetheless, Sapper does get the first pick. So that's bouncing down. Hopefully he got those ADS devices down. But it looks like he's placed at least one of them, if not more, inside a big tower. If that presence isn't there, well, it was basically all for nothing. So good opening pick there from Sapper.
Yeah, another surprise, right? You've got what is essentially tied best player on entry this stage. Sapper has been leading the way for Elevate. Never count out on Akiri on the DMR. He has gone big in recent times. Ethan on the pulse, just top of Laundry. Instead, gonna go for the Nitrous play. It might just catch Mr. Punch, and does! 2 rounds in a row. The Finker has met their end early in the round. Chiefs bite back, and they make it 4 versus 4, and they get rid of the Finker again.
Won't have an impact once more, so that's nades off the board, Adrenal surges as well. And Worthy, just allowed to roam split. Elevate at the moment are all over the place. I don't know what is happening at the moment, but this is actually really, really concerning the way in which they've played these first 2 rounds. It's not the Elevate that we have seen this stage. Players in positions that, yes, are a little bit unusual, but should have pre-placed drones or at least an inkling that they're there. And Elevate walking into lines of sight and walking into danger. And because they're so split apart, not trading these picks or being in a position to even contest a trade. So the Chiefs at the moment are doing a perfect job, mind you, and are just fully leaning into it. Again, they have nothing to lose, so they can play this fearless style and not be afraid at all.
And when you really consider the map itself, Oregon is going to suit teams that play like a team, that have the cohesion and the coordination. It's not like a border where you can probably just QE run around and pick up a couple of kills and open things up. This is all about teamwork. Digital, big position downside of pit, 45 seconds, and Chiefs have the advantage, and even a little bit of information from Ethan still remaining here. Of course, already used that Nitro Cell, makes his run up main stairs here. Could go for a bit of a back flank late in the round too. That's one more gas bave now available for Digital. Worthy top white, all the positions for the Chiefs though. They need to be winning from this position. Mark though opens it up, the nade from DCH. Suddenly, Elevate have found an entry point. Ethan has to just go in and make a play. His only other teammate is Worthy top white. Sapper, what? How did they get a team kill? There was no pressure at all from the Chiefs, and they've just blown it. DCH is the last one alive. They almost made a way back into the round, but they've shot themselves in the foot, and the Chiefs will oblige. They take the opening 2 rounds of this game.
What a round from Ethan. So well played. He kicked things off with the pulse, got that pick, but then he would continue to feed information. The Chiefs had a perfect read. They knew exactly where those players were coming from. Then, not only does Ethan give that information, but he flanks at the perfect moment. Despite there being a Nomad on the board, Elevate don't have any meaningful flank watch to prevent that from happening and had no idea he was coming. And if they elected to ignore it, they've put themselves in awful positions. Ethan capitalized, played that round really, really well. 2 rounds straight from the Chiefs. And you know me, right? At this point in the game, I'm not often getting too excited for one team if they're extending a lead. But what we are seeing from Elevate at the moment is very, very disappointing. And the Chiefs, honestly, I can't believe the way in which they've won these first 2 rounds. It is very, very stark contrast to what we're seeing at that graphic at the top, which is a first place team taking on a last place team.
Yeah, well, if you know me though, guys, as much as it's exciting to see the Chiefs up and about in this game, it's still only early days. It's only 2 rounds. Elevate, of course, though, need to understand that this map of Oregon is not the defender-sided map, the fortress that it was back in Stage 1. Attackers have been having their way with this map in recent times. It's been attacker-sided more than defender-sided, but because of the switch around, I do still consider it that kind of 3-3-half territory. Now, this is where things can get a little bit interesting.
Now he's running the shotgun. So, I mean, I respect Elevate, right? They're a team that are going to bring out pocket picks, but it gets to a point where you have to tame Insanity a little bit, right? Maybe, perhaps they're expecting Sapper to be able to play a flank roll down below and get a little bit sneaky with the shotgun, but it's such a strange game to be making these decisions on when you have so many better options there on the line. Anyway, I will reserve my judgment for later on in the round. We'll see if it works.
You could look at it towards the long run, right? Imagine you get positioned at rear stage, backstairs area, and you want to sort of hold that corridor. Shotgun's a really good position to have, gun to have in that position if someone's going to be, you know, peeking or swinging from the corridor from the kitchen side. So who knows what's going to happen there? And no, well, that does live up to your theory there that it's just a strange pick and they get punished. Arguably the best player on the team and has been for this stage, running the shotgun, and is going to get punished for it out of the game early. Chiefs with another advantage. Ethan will make that 2. Double up. There goes DCH. It's a disaster from Elevate. A complete disaster in the opening 3 rounds. It's an Elevate roster that need to qualify for a major. And we've seen this story play out too many times in the past. And it might just be the nightmare that continues to reoccur because they have not arrived in this game. Big shot from Mark, but the damage has been done. The round is essentially over. And if Elevate are not quick, it could be game over if they do not turn this around.
Mark now to salvage the scraps, which have been left behind by Ethan and Worthy critically, who closes it out. It has been a quiet stage for Worthy, but this map is an exception. And we know this man is an absolute gunner. If Elevate do not tame him in the next 3 rounds, this map is over. Their chances of qualifying for the major today are over.
Yep.
Often, teams can have a slow start, right? 0-3, we don't want to rule Elevate out. They're a fantastic team. They can bring this back. But the next 3 rounds are critical. They get an opportunity to reattempt, try and tidy up the mistakes they made on these sites. Chiefs obviously have to reattempt now. So they'll also be looking to make small adjustments to prevent that from happening. But I have to say, I am mind blown at what we're seeing here in the first 3 rounds. This is very, very, very unusual. I know I picked the Chiefs, but I did not expect it to be anywhere near the way it's playing out right now. This is incredibly, incredibly strange.
And look, I'll still play devil's advocate. This is, of course, an Elevate team that was first coming into today. They're more than capable of turning this around against a Chiefs team that has struggled this stage despite winning last week. You still would be able to back in Elevate from here and say, okay, they can turn this around. If they have to have a tactical timeout, it is what it is. Maybe this particular matchup, these 2 teams on Oregon, shifts us back a little bit, back to stage 1. Maybe the defenders will have an easier time with things. I can't sort of explain why, though. When you look at sort of the bans that have been sort of brought out, there's nothing that stands out that says, okay, this is going to be a little bit more defender-sided or say a little bit more attacker-sided. I mean, they don't have the Flores to clear the utility, the Nook for the roam game, all of that shut out for the attacking team. For the defenders, you're always probably expecting the Kayid off the board, and the Aruni shouldn't really be a factor. And obviously, it is not a factor in this half because that's more of a ban for Elevate. So there's nothing that's saying to me right now that this is going to be defender-sided. We just have to wait and see.
Worthy, though. Look how much work this man is putting in. Not only 5 kills in the first 3 rounds, but now he's cutting down drones, and he is out of there. Elevate will now have to waste time to try and re-drone him. Worthy, meanwhile, already in split, and if he hears that player in Classroom, might get a little bit excited for that pick, but elects to just back off, and he is such a great time waster at the moment for the Chiefs. Mr. Punch might be able to cut him down, yet to find himself in this game, and the timing not quite there. The 3-speed of Alibi gets past unscathed. And that's a win in the column for Worthy, despite not getting any kills to show for it.
You say that, but right now this is better from Elevate in the simple fact that they've not lost a player early on. They have not had that engagement. Yes, they haven't necessarily opened up the meeting hatch and probably got through the checklist in the timing that they would like. And I would imagine they haven't really droned out Bouncin as the late round flank option for the Chiefs. But they've slowed things down a little bit, and that's really all you can do if you're Elevate in this position. Get the drone game going, slow things down. It's Oregon. You can afford to do that. You can take your time a little bit more. They've got 5 drones, so they've lost 5. That's not too bad. Minute 20. Hatches still, though, have not been open. So you can really see Elevate has shifted the mindset and the approach in this 4th round. Slow things down. Try and play your game style a little bit more, and then go and try and capitalize if the Chiefs get a little too antsy, get a little too aggressive. Because right now, the first 3 rounds, the Chiefs are the ones making everything happen. That's fine. If you're Elevate, sit back a little bit and let them make a mistake, find a kill, go up 5v4, drop down, play your positions, and win sight through the sheer advantage of numbers. So I think they're almost going to be expecting Bouncer to make a mistake, and he gets droned out as well.
Yeah, really good drone there. I was a little bit concerned for Elevate as Onigiri pushes through to Freezer. Oh! Worthy survives?
Why is he by himself, though?
I can't believe that Worthy survived that engagement. Nonetheless, though, 4-4 trade, 35 seconds remain.
4 versus 4. Yeah, Onigiri just pushed so early. Everyone else was still creeping up above. Digital holding inside a supply, and he's got another 2 gas babes still to throw out. 25 seconds remaining, and really just making this a very difficult position to push through for Elevate. They've got not a whole lot of time. Worthy being low is a chance, though, and they're being able to take it through DCH. Drop back from Boyd. He dies out in the corridor, too. Suddenly, Elevate now have the player's advantage, along with position on site. Here comes Digital, though. He'll have to swing out, and the timing, it just couldn't really be worse for him. He got the first kill, but DCH had moved up into position. So much better from Elevate.
Yeah, so much better. They're just way more cohesive than they were on that last attempt on that site, and they made the push through Freezer work. That round probably should have been even more convincing than it really was. Onigiri landed a ton of shots there onto Worthy, and he didn't drop, so that was quite unfortunate. But nonetheless, they dealt with him ultimately in the end. So certainly a big step up there, and despite the efforts of Worthy on the roam to cut down drones, despite Bouncing trying to get in towards Big Tower and potentially go for a flank play or catch a player off guard, Elevate droned it out properly. They didn't feed into positions like they did last time and give away those easy picks. And then on base, as you mentioned, it's certainly quite 50-50 at the moment. And if you have the manpower to push in and trade out picks, which they did, you're going to be victors. So well done there by Elevate. Still a long way to go, though.
Yep.
Fortunately for them, upstairs, you mentioned it, very poor defensive win rate at the moment, so they can start to get themselves back into this game.
And suddenly, doesn't it just change the narrative so quickly? If you win Kid Storms here, if you're Elevate, it's 2-3. Suddenly, then only 1 round away from a 3-3 half, which I kind of put as part of the course for both teams. Chiefs have already got their 3. Now it's up to Elevate to just sort of close out this half. But yeah, much better in that last round. Really slowed things down. And this is actually why I don't mind the Chiefs going to Kid Storm here. You may have actually said, why not just repeat Laundry Supply? But if you had a repeat Laundry Supply, you're playing into Elevate, slowing things down and not trying to make too much happen too early on and not playing into the Chiefs' hands. I think Kid Storms can allow the Chiefs to continue to be a little bit aggressive down below. We're seeing a lot of these roamers pushing out. They want to make it difficult for Elevate to just get position right now, and they're doing a really good job of that.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see how much of an impact it has, though, in this round. I think the critical piece of the puzzle, again, for the Chiefs is Ethan. He's playing the pulse again. He's playing below. He's looking for information, looking for picks. And Elevate faltered to it last time. They didn't have a particularly good way of countering it. They didn't try and hunt him down. They got nitroed from below, at least Mr. Punch did. And then he executed a flank as well, despite there being the Nomad on the board. Now, they haven't brought the Nomad back this time, Elevate, so that's something we'll keep an eye on later on in this round. But currently, Elevate themselves, they're not too keen on taking on these roamers directly. And again, that means that Ethan can just sit below and should have decent information as to what's happening up above.
Yeah, and for his sake, will be close to probably making his way up towards underneath Armory. Oh, beautifully done from Boydie there with the nade underneath. We'll stop that from being opened up onto the game as well. Minute 40. Boydie, though, does lose his life. Sapper finding that kill. Even I'm struggling to sort of find that kind of... Oh my goodness, from up above. And they've lost Bouncing too. Elevate have cracked Kid Storms here. They've got the 2 kills that they need to have the numbers advantage now. Ethan has been just trying to find information, but the Pulse a little bit too slow in sort of gaining that information. A chance there for Sapper to find another kill. In all reality, though, I think Digital should have been the one to get the kill back the other way. Worthy has the chance. He can't find it either. Chiefs are just not able to find the little 50-50 moments in this round, and it's giving Elevate the chance to find their second round win in a row.
Smarter siege from Elevate this time around, and the pressure back onto the shoulders of the Chiefs. A 2 versus 5 with Digital isolated makes his way towards Kids, but now it's a 1-on-5. Onigiri steps up, Sapper as well, and it was a very slow start.
Beautiful
for Elevate, but they're turning it around.
So much better from Elevate. This is okay. They're back. They've arrived. They were just a little bit late to the game. Clean, precise. Not rushing anything. Not trying to make too much happen too early on. Not putting a foot wrong. They're just playing within themselves a little bit more. Understanding, okay, here's what we want to do. Here's how we're going to do it. Here's what they're doing. Let's not play into that either. You could see Chiefs, that entire game, they're just sort of relying on the Pulse to get information for them. And when the Pulse is not getting anything, they just had nothing to go off of. Worthy's trying to make stuff happen. Boydie, unfortunate. It's just not much you can really do. You're just trying to deny the game's wall being opened up, and then you're running back and you're just, getting shot from the guy on the roof. So not much you could really do there, but full credit to Onigiri, hitting some good shots. Elevate have slowed this game down. Now with only one round to go in the half, suddenly they can end this on a 3-3 half after an abysmal opening 3 rounds. Like, this is why we were shocked, Gus. The first 3 rounds was not the Elevate we're used to seeing. These last 2 rounds, though, that is the Elevate we're used to seeing.
I'm almost convinced that there's been a 5-man substitute during this game, because these last 2 rounds have been completely different, not only in the end result being victories or round wins at least towards Elevate, but just the way in which they approach. And I think you've outlined it pretty well. It's looking a lot better, and the Chiefs now struggling to try and shut it down. But the Aussies are still with a chance here to actually extend the lead for 2, and they're not backing down, continuing to aggress offside.
And that's not a bad way of playing this. I think the Chiefs have actually brought the right mentality to this game. They need to bring aggression. They need to try and throw Elevate off the game. And we're seeing bounce in these, run-outs. We're seeing, obviously, a lot of pulse play. We're seeing a lot of roaming play. We're not seeing the conventional 5-man sitting on site Oregon and just defend and hold position. They're trying to make things happen. They're trying to get these opening kills. And that's why I think in the first 3 rounds, Elevate were succumbing to that. Because they're just running in, trying to play normal Oregon. And it's like, okay, there's a guy here, there's a guy there. Let's slow things down a little bit. They're obviously roaming. They're obviously aggressive. Slow it. Force them to make a mistake. Force them to put themselves in a bad position. Punish, capitalize. That's what they've been doing the last 2 rounds. So much cleaner from Elevate. And now Chiefs obviously have to adapt themselves. Only 1 more round to go, so maybe you just back yourself in, go for a run out. Obviously, didn't quite work. Just that it is what it is. But they do probably want to slow things down a little bit from this point now if you're the Chiefs.
It's a really good drone from Sapper. Elevate trying to get a read as to how many players are on site, because to water it down as simply as possible, the tactic from the Chiefs at the moment is, Ethan, you go basement and feed information to everyone else that's roaming, and we'll leave maybe 1 or 2 players on site just to make sure Elevate can't get control. Whereas Elevate on the attack, they're getting a really good read on that with the information that they have, and should start applying pressure now. We see Boydie taken really low, and now these roamers are starting to feel the pressure. We need to make an impact. We need to get back towards site, and they're being cut off from the front door.
Minute 20 seconds remaining in the final round of this first half. Elevate, we're down 3-0. Worthy takes a tag. Ethan again on the pulse down below. Gets information onto Onigiri, who does get down. Adrenal surge from Mr. Punch, though, brings him back up on a Finker that has not found any kills yet with that LMG. Surprising. Bouncing, though, the pressure from Lobby, but he's just out in the open. What? Onigiri's the one behind the van, and Bouncing is just such an easy target in the middle of Lobby. It's Elevate with the opening kill. Elevate, again, in the better position to find their 3rd round in a row.
I think the Chiefs now relying on a flank play. A couple of players to hold down site and find some picks to allow those roamers to sweep in late. Worthy still probing outside white windows. Pits now being exposed, and Elevate push in.
30 seconds left. Mark is now planting. Mr. Punch with a big shot onto Worthy. It's Elevate that have shown up finally here on Oregon, and they are making quick work of the Chiefs. It's not even a contest anymore. Plant down, 4 versus 2. Digital. Ethan's outside. He can't even get the kill onto Sapper on the repel. And it's DCH that shuts down Digital. What a close to the half for Elevate. A team of growth and maturity over the last couple of months. They do not falter. They come back strong. And they have got eyes on the spot to the Berlin Major.
The single best turnaround I think I've ever seen, to be honest. The way that Elevate started out this map, it was like they were not even there. And then on the rotation, they just punished the Chiefs. They had a really good read as to the pulse roam tactic that they were employing. and just played it slow, played it methodical, hit site where appropriate and traded out for control, and it worked really, really well. So I think they can be quite proud with the way in which they've brought this match back. However, though, defense on Oregon is not a staple anymore. It's not a given.
Yep.
So they can't afford to fall asleep again here in this second half and allow 3 rounds to slip. Yes, an overtime win will be enough, but there's no reason to have this match go any closer than it needs to be.
Well, the only thing that I'm now going to think about is the way that Chiefs sort of played that first half, guys. Yeah, a lot of roam, a lot of aggression. Does that maybe play into them here into the second half on the attack of Oregon? The problem is Oregon as a site, it's not that easy to play sort of an aggression play style. At times we see teams that maybe want to go for a fast take, they might blow open bunker, go for a blitz attack. Just hardly ever works. There's not really too many sites that you can really go for a quick rush. There's not a whole lot you can do either on the roam if the defense isn't roaming back the other way. So I think this actually is just going to be Elevate really taking this home in the second half and having full authority of this game. I don't see the Chiefs even getting another round.
I'm not sure if my prediction is perhaps that extreme, but I would be pretty surprised if this match went into overtime at this point. We'll see though. Certainly stranger things have happened, and especially when Elevator qualifying for a major, hey, anything can happen. That is damn sure. As for their defensive effort though, here in round 7, I believe only a singular roamer and others hunting down drones at the staircases. Yeah, just mark over towards Big Towers. So we'll see how much time he can waste in this round, and certainly some pretty keen entry fraggers for the Chiefs that will be looking to secure this pick. Worthy had a good start, but slowed down a little bit. Ethan has also been looking good today.
I just want to quickly add, because I'm not sure if it's been touched on, but Fury sitting on, probably watching this game, are cheering on in the bluest of blue jerseys, because if Elevate win this, Fury are knocked out of the running for a spot at the major. Fury need the Chiefs to win to set up a potential clash in Playday 7 of Fury and Elevate. Of course, Fury to play IG after this game, but yeah, just putting it out there that they need Chiefs win. Minute and a half remaining in 7th round. Chiefs, can they respond? Elevate responded in great fashion. Really stood up when the chips were down. He stood up to the aggression of the Chiefs and really snuffed it out. But now the Chiefs have to do the same thing here in the second half.
Pretty slow start as expected as Elevate play onto site. So they're backing themselves in to win these trades when it comes down to the conclusion of the round. Interesting from Sapper here. The smoke playing inside of Freezer. Now, typically you'd see that in Elbow Blue to try and deny that bunker position, but instead he's playing a little bit deeper. Perhaps he can use those canisters late round from what may end up being a safer position, but he's being hunted down at the moment by that LMG of Bouncing, and this could be a pretty key engagement to unlock the round for the Chiefs or to secure it for Elevate.
Maybe we'll call these the Sapper stairs here. Freezer, he owns this position. Full white, throws out the gas babe though to deny the push. There's 2 of them. He'll get at least 1. Bookmark it. Gets the down onto Bouncer. He might just go for 2. The gas bait bouncing back up though, courtesy of the adrenal surge of Ethan. And they have actually pushed Sapper away. Credit to the Chiefs in winning that little mini game, but unfortunately the full game going the way of Elevate. 20 seconds, forced to drop. Sapper wins that. The reposition is perfect with a bit of help from Onigiri. Ethan back the other way with the LMG off the Vinker. It's strong, it's powerful, but will it be enough to salvage the round? The answer is certainly no. He's shut down as well. Boydie and Bouncing combined. 2 versus 2. What just happened? I need a replay, guys! I need a replay! What has just happened? It was 4 versus 2, then 0 versus 2. And the Chiefs have won the round.
I think it was just the back push there from the IQ. I believe it was Boydie, right? Just sweeping in late. I don't know exactly where he entered from. Perhaps it was blue or even down pillar. Hard to get
4 versus 2. And just bang. First 2 and then 2. What?
No, he just pushed through. Yeah, okay.
Wow.
So I think he just managed to sneak through those crossfires, and Elevate did a really good job in holding the areas in which they were watching properly. And surveillancing, sort of. But yeah, I guess he just sort of slipped through the cracks there. A big swing of momentum at the very end of that round for the Chiefs. An opportunistic play pays off. Very unexpected, and it probably hit Elevate like a bit of a truck like it hit us. They were probably sitting very comfortably saying, guys, let's just play smart. Let's just play safe. Round's over. And you don't get a point to show
There wasn't a lot of time left either on the clock, right? We're talking seconds into red time. And just rapid, big round win for the Chiefs off the back of 3 round wins in a row from Elevate, and also that now makes it 4 attacking round wins in a row here on Oregon. Obviously, after the Chiefs defensively won the first 3. A long way to go in this one, and it's the nature of Siege this day. I mean, it's also the nature of APAC South, guys. You see the Chiefs go up 2-0, then 3-0, and you're still kind of sitting back saying, well, Elevate are probably going to be able to come back. Then they do. And then I'm like, okay, nah, that's it. It's over now.
They're not going to win another round.
No more round wins for the Chiefs. And then bang, the Chiefs just come out and take that one straight away against the run of play. That's the most telling thing. It was scrappy. It was not clean. And it's probably not how they wrote it up in the playbook. But you win the round, and that's all you can ask for.
Yeah, for sure. There were certainly a lot of cracks in that attack. But clearly there were some on the defense as well that were exploited. Nonetheless, we have to move on now to round 8. Back down below again. A bold decision from Elevate. I guess perhaps they know that top floor is statistically not amazing, so they can tidy up downstairs, because for the most part it was, again, quite good. No roam once more, so the Chiefs get control up above. Might look to expedite this just a smidge, get a little bit more time so they can get the utility dump down properly. I think Freezer, the last sort of stand there from Sapper, despite not probably netting the kill that he would have liked, really did actually help the team a lot. And he's playing that position again. Worthy just droned it so they know. Can the Chiefs this time, though, do a better job in clearing?
Yeah, well, Sapper always plays this position on Oregon, and he plays it pretty aggressive. He'll swing, he'll find kills. I think they played, I think it might have been Wildcard on this game. Oh, what a shot from Sapper. Just perfectly timed. Thanks, Sapper. He does, but oh, no, oh! Right, it doesn't matter. Sapper just plays it perfectly. Just like I said, all but 5 seconds ago. See, I told you, he's got my back. And he shows up and just defends that position better than anybody else in APAC. It's his stairs. It's the Sapper stairs. And it could be Elevate's round. A minute left. And they now head over to Laundry for the Chiefs to see if they can maybe take those stairs instead.
Certainly should be at this point, but still 4 nades in the pockets of the Chiefs. All it takes is 1 or 2 of those to be placed correctly, and that could open up the round again. Worthy progresses to Freezer and gets the kill. Now he has the cross over towards Laundry, and Elevator in a slightly more dangerous position now.
Oh, Ethan almost got the head of Sapper. So close. Voidy goes low. Now down, now for the count. It's only Worthy. And he too falls along with the rest of his teammates. And almost like the last round as well. Quick succession of kills closing this one out. Maybe have we started a sort of back and forth second half? Could be on the cards. We'll have to wait and see. But Elevate to respond from that 7th round loss. And boy, it was all Sapper here for a moment. The peace of mind to know that he has this position on lockdown. The first shot, obviously, well off the mark. The second, almost full white. He just lands it perfectly. Then also the composure guards to reposition. I mean, that is a position on Oregon that you know is going to be defended so vigorously well by Sapper.
I think the most impressive thing about that play for me was Sapper's ability to time his runs correctly to avoid the utility. The flashbangs were probably not timed as well as they could have been from the Chiefs, but Sapper did a great job to navigate them in such a way that he was able to get that first pick, and then the second as well, whilst not being blind. So that was just really, really well played. And who knows, perhaps going forward, Freezer could be a particular spot of the map where a lot of teams want to defend more vigorously, because typically, especially with that pressure from the hatch, teams forfeit it, fall back to the box, and hope that they don't get naded. So we'll have to see if that trend does translate across the other teams in the league. But we can't focus on that for now. We head up above to Kids Dorms, and DCH is prepping a spawn peek out towards that junkyard spawn.
4-4 scoreline. Is this though where Elevate maybe put an end to this, to the shenanigans, and secure their spot at the Berlin Major? A win, an OT win, both would do it. A loss though puts them in a precarious position going into the final Playday. Position that they would not want to be in. Bouncing. Cruising on through at the moment, through shower corridors with that LMG in hand. Nade to try and clear out this position inside the security, but he gets a bit of help from the drone. Can save that nade. Goes through to the Banshee. So far, pretty easy work to establish a foothold over towards White Stairs' position for the latter end of this round, but he goes hunting.
On the prowl. The best operator in the game at the moment to lurk around. Kind of getting sick of having to play ranked with Dev because this is exactly his POV every game. The timing not great, but the nade will land. This will be a kill.
No, it won't.
But Onigiri's on the concrete, so he survives. The splash damage doesn't do enough. Bouncing probably should have known better that he wouldn't have been within range of that grenade, but unfortunately, he can't have another go.
Please run back.
This is a very awkward engagement. Honestly, Onigiri...
Oh, he's got to get him here.
Oh!
No, he's let him through. Oh! Inches and moments can have such an impact in this game. Oh, he lets Onigiri live and loses his life in the process to Mr. Punch. Elevate with the advantage in the round. When in all retrospect, it should have been the other way around.
Ethan on the rappel now could pressure Onigiri out of this position, but Mr. Punch lurking below. He punches the window here, he gets a kill, but doesn't decide to commit. Digital's on the double window with the kit, so that's where the player is going to come from. Ethan now trying to clear kids, knowing that Onigiri can prevent the jump in, but unfortunately the nades don't land, and overall the utility game from the Chiefs on these attacks has been a little bit lackluster, but that's a good flash. Boydie pushes in, can he get the pick?
I can. There was two of them. They were able to pinch the other way. Boydie and Worthy combined down below in kitchen. 25 seconds left. Still play up above. Ethan, you got to go very, very quick, buddy, with this one. Digital finds the kill onto Onigiri. A big window. Maybe opens it up. He's got the diffuser. That is now a moment where the Chiefs have the advantage, but they've got to go. They've got not a whole lot of time. Into red time we go. Boydie can't hit the shots. Defended by Sapper, of course, with another one with a shotgun. He does it all! Sapper saps the life out of the Chiefs.
What a play, a snake in the grass moment, and I don't think the Chiefs had very good information that he was playing in that corner position, able to deny double window, able to deny top white as well, and now is better time than ever for the Chiefs to respond with a tactical time out. Elevate, so close now to that major spot. It was a really good shutdown here. Boydie tried to go deep, but Sapper covered. Then he got the second onto Digital, and then the third for the KED. Really well played.
I just don't think there's a better defender in the league. You know, when we talk about players that are on a similar rating, and rightfully maybe even ahead on the ratings scale, Soufflé and Jigsaw, the only two, they're more known for their offensive prowess, guards. But in terms of a defender, holding positions, a smoke player that is just a brick wall. You can't push through him. You can't run through him. Sapper holds the line every time. Has a very strong entry KD as well. Up there with the best of them, but on the defense, he is just formidable.
Really highlighting why he is one of the best players in the league in this match, but needs to continue that form here. The job not done for Elevate. And critically, they now rotate to the tertiary site of Meeting Kitchen. Not a horrible side at that, but certainly can be challenging. We'll see as to whether or not they can hold out a very simple, very straightforward composition from the defense. And the attack from the Chiefs, not too dissimilar. A lot of hard breach, the Osa in play as well. So all indications towards a big tower plant here behind those Talon shields.
Elevate one round away from match point, and in their eyes, major point. Chiefs looking to just hang on and see if they can keep this game going. They don't have anything to fight for. It's a little bit harder for them to dig deep as for the reasons to just give everything here in denying Elevate. But why not just be the team that causes a bit of chaos going into the final day? And why not just for a bit of self-pride, if you are the Chiefs, you can still end in a position that's far and away from the bottom end of the standings. If you win this game, you win your last game, you end up actually on 9 points, guys, for what would end up being sort of coined as an okay stage in the end.
Could even set up for the final play day to be a Chiefs versus Wildcard battle for last place, depending on how things shape up. But I think that's going to be so far away from their forethought at the moment. Just taking it each round at a time, and at a more macro level, how are they going to get control here of Big Tower? So far, pretty uncontested. A Talon shield up the top to cover off Attic. I assume the other will be pocketed for a plant later on in this round. Digital looks to come alongside now, just waiting for someone to cover his kitchen hallway, I presume. Sapper is up close and there's a mute jammer on the wall that needs to be dealt with.
Time to ring some ears.
40. Who's going to make the first move? It's Sapper that gets pushed off inside of meeting.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Still has a nitrocell that he didn't throw out. Holds the position. That's so low on health. And DCH as well. At around the half health point. Minute 20. And the Chiefs have done an okay job here in opening things up. But it's a Onigiri opening kill. Pushing towards lobby. Worthy can't find anything from Classroom. And I think this match falling by the wayside for the Chiefs. Adrenal Surge used by Worthy. Just hoping and praying for the timing of the run-through split, but it just doesn't come for him. Onigiri does not move an inch.
The positions from the Chiefs actually not bad, but they need to find these kills, but Onigiri left unchecked, and the Yosa runs straight past. Bounce eventually does find that kill, but traded himself. Digital in the 1v4.
It has fallen to pieces for the Chiefs. It is match point Elevate. It is Berlin major point Elevate. Here on Oregon into the 11th round, 1 round away from booking their tickets to the major.
You can see the smiles. They actually look pretty cool, calm and collected at the moment. Didn't really see much of them in the first 3 rounds, so hard to say if it's a contrast, but they'll be looking to just continue rolling this momentum 1 round at a time, ensuring that they do not get too far ahead of themselves. That last round, in my opinion, was actually quite close. Before Onigiri stepped up there, the Chiefs were actually in good positions, but he was able to really put the pressure back onto the attack. Now we go back downstairs, and the pressure point last time was obviously Freezer Stairs. That's where Sapper got so many picks. That's where he did so much destruction. He's going to do the same thing here. So it's up to the Chiefs, if they want to win the round, and they want to take through Freezer, to ensure that he is cleared more efficiently this time.
I just don't know if the Chiefs sort of have it in them here to bounce back, guys, in all honesty. And that's not a slight on them. It's when you don't really have as much to play for.
5 seconds to go.
If you're in their position, it's a little bit harder to sort of
Attackers objective
find that spark, find that energy. It's a lot easier for Elevate. Remember, though, they started 0-3. 6 of the last 7 rounds have been won by the team in red. It's been an onslaught of Oregon. Elevate gave the Chiefs a handicap, and the Chiefs still have not been able to really get close to them.
Here we go then, preparing for Freezer. It looks like the Chiefs once more want to take it head on. Bounce and leading the charge on the Lion. Other flashbangs to try and disrupt the smoke, but anticipate nades and other forms of utility to come across to aid. That is ultimately the path which the Chiefs want to take. There's also the alternative. They may go for the path of least resistance and not take on Sapper. Perhaps that would be the wiser option. I guess it really just depends how confident they feel going for a back push, which is not going to be all that much easier, I don't think. But Elevate's sticking to their guns, and I respect that, right? On this basement site, they haven't really roamed at all. They've backed themselves in to win it in those power positions, and that is exactly what they've done so far.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, but this also means that, unfortunately, for Fury Gods, they are out. They're out now. There's no way that they can get back in with Elevate getting this match point. They've already got 1 point secured. So, commiserations to Fury, who play after this as Sapper. Again, a stalwart of defense here. He'll get 1 for his troubles. The down onto Bouncer. The push just can't come quick enough for the Chiefs to get any more. Mark gets the kill onto Boydie. It has been a capitulation of the highest order in the second half of the Chiefs. Elevate have been just far too good in every way possible, led by Sapper. Best player on this team right now, and maybe has the credentials as the best player in APAC South. And the way he's playing heading into the major, he's going to be a hard player to take down. Digital does, though, from above. That's the when he's running back and allows Ethan to push through with the LMG. That's what it does, and it does so well. 3 versus 3. The story's not over just yet.
No utility though. No grenades, no flashes, so this push will be tough. Chiefs will need to trade this out perfectly. Ethan with the last of his adrenal surges will look to push in and head the charge.
No Onigiri, no Sapper, but Mr. Punch, Mark, the newer boys with DCH, can they book their team a spot at the major? Ethan, it's a trade, 1-for-1, now 2v2 overall. DCH loses his life over towards Freezer, is still worthy. Digital now coming in from the other side. It's almost red time, it's almost Berlin time, but not just yet. Mr. Punch, has he got one final punch here to blow out the Chiefs' candle of hope? Elevate, they've got the time, they've got the ticket to the major. Elevate are going to the Berlin Major as the best team in APAC South.
My word, it was a very, very slow start for Elevate, losing the first 3 rounds, but they turned it around massively. What a great performance. Sapper in particular, take a bow. That was incredible work on the defense. And Elevate will qualify for their 2nd major of the year. And fingers crossed, and they can actually attend this one.
Hopefully, fingers crossed. That's the asterisk. That's always the thought in the back of the mind. But no, congratulations to Elevate. Of course, they are in top spot at the moment. It may not end that way, guys, in Playday 7, but I think it's fair to say right now we can crown them the best team in APAC South. As of right now, they get to go to the major. The first team from APAC South secured, of course, for Gaming Gladiators. They have to do that on Playday 7, so a big congratulations to Elevate. And boy, they did it the hard way too, guys. They were tested. Chiefs came out swinging. They had that 3-0 start, and you're just thinking, the Elevate of old, is the curse still there? No, the curse has been lifted. It was lifted a while ago. Of course, though, again, from us, congratulations, Elevate. They are going to do such a tremendous job at the Berlin Major. For now, we go back to the desk, who always does a tremendous job.
Trying to see where the cap is. Can't really find it anywhere here, but there's definitely no cap about Elevate today, Mandy. What a performance that was. We were a little bit worried first 3 rounds. Things were looking a little bit shaky, but once again, they show why we are calling them the best that APAC have to offer.
Absolutely, and they just go to show why Oregon is just such a staple map for Elevate. We see them play this time and time again. They're always so good at it, and especially Sapper. I think that this has just been the name on our tongues all night. He just has pulled the most incredible game, and even on a supporting role on the defending half, he still managed to go, I think it was like 14 or 15 kills at the end. That is insane. It's just, I think, a showcase of where Elevate have come from, and they really are our most consistent team, Dev. I mean, I think Xenox said at the start of this stage that Elevate have not finished lower than 3rd in 5 well, it will be a 5th stage that they've played in so far. The statistics behind this team, I mean, it's pretty damning.
Yeah, this is the best that APAC South has to offer, one of the best that APAC has to offer, arguably the best. In fact, they are going to be the only team that qualified for the Charlotte Major that also qualified for the Berlin Major from APAC. Unfortunately, as Gus mentioned, Elevate were unable to attend the Charlotte Major, but you can see they're rejuvenated going into Berlin. And just look at that from Sapper as well. Like you said, Mandy, 15 kills and 5 deaths, a 3.0 KD, especially in a game that goes for 11 rounds. That is a unbelievable stat to see, and it just goes to show he's in red-hot form, as are Elevate. Despite going down 0-3, they won 7 out of the next 8 rounds. That's just, I think, I think it's been a hallmark, Mandy, of this team, is Elevate's ability to falter, but not give up. I mean, maybe I'm looking into that a little bit too much, but it does feel like this team has just consistently found a way when almost there was no way. I think I agree with you. Elevate always seem to have a kind of slow start. Like, they always take a few rounds to warm up and go into. I think we see that, like, even in this group stage, like every week, they always manage to drop the first 2 or 3. But the doubt doesn't settle in. It's all right. I know Elevate, by now we've seen them enough. They do make their way back in it. Once they get into a rhythm and a momentum, they are absolutely just an unstoppable force. Oh, goodness me. Dev, at this point, I mean, that writes off Elevate as the best team that we have in APAC South. Like you said, it's probably close to the best that we have in APAC. And, well, speaking of the best we have in APAC, it's the GOAT himself. It's Onigiri. Let's welcome in
Our
Hello,
two-time
guys.
major, mate, congratulations. This has now secured your spot at the Berlin Major. How are you feeling? What's going
Okay.
through your head right now?
Good evening, everyone, man. Rob, James, and Mandy. Of course, it's the best feeling when you woke up and you won Chief and you qualify for the Berlin for sure, but it's not over yet. You know, our greatest enemy is the visa. Yeah, we cannot underestimate that guy.
Oh, wow. Look, to be honest, I think that it's a treat to see that you guys are also, you know, kind of having a bit of a laugh about it. You've obviously been invited, you know, you've worked your way to 2 different majors, both you've unfortunately missed out on. I don't really want to, you know, kind of stay on that fact too much, especially after today's performance. We were just talking then about the fact that, you know, you've gone 3-0 down. Were the nerves starting to kick in by then?
Nah, we just testing the analyze that are they playing along like how they used to play back in the IG match and things, and as soon as we know that they play as analyzed, we just let's win this. They're not gonna change anything for sure.
7 out of 8 rounds you ended up winning after the 3-round deficit you started with. Onigiri, there is a particular question that I want to ask. Sapper has gone from, you know, kind of the support player, the bottom-rated player in your team, to by far the best player in APAC South for this stage. Can you give us a little bit of insight as to whether this has been planned or whether he has just started kind of popping off in a sense?
So first of all is back in the old roster, we feel like our role is too fixed, like no one can change anything to another role. Like it's a worst feeling when you cannot play what you want. So we bring more diversity to our roster, and everyone can play what they want. Like, but sad for Mark, he has played hard breacher, and yeah, and the secret that he's too good because this is not a joke for sure. Like, he's playing too much Tarkov. he has that patience, you know, like he's not running away. He's just sitting down the freezer set like a chat 1,000 hour player, like freezer player.
Oh, it's great to hear that he's playing Redacted, Onigiri. Thank you very much for bringing Redacted into this. Look, we'll give you the mic here. Is there anything you'd like to say before we let you go? You are, of course, our first APAC South team to qualify for the Berlin Major.
Thank you, every LVH fans. We will try our best we'll try our best at the Berlin Major because this is our new roster and we're excited to like show off at the Major. But I want to say that please don't put very high expectation because you know these 2 guys they has a few land experience. They might be excited. So yeah, we'll try our best for sure. But I hope everyone have a good day, and we will try our best to beat that visa, and see you in Berlin.
We've all got our fingers crossed for you and the rest of the Elevate team. Onigiri, thank you very much for joining us,
Thank
my
you, sir.
friend. We wish you the best of luck over there, but of course you've still got one more play day, so we might see you before then. But for everyone at home, it is time to turn the page on the final chapter for tonight. It is IG taking on Fury, and it's up after this.
still sit around. Yeah, what you waiting for? Get moving, guess it's time to go. We'll never turn around. Yeah, got everything we need, so we gon' live it up. Yeah, yeah. There's no better time than now.
Elevate the first team to secure their spot at the Major. We now find our way to an IG and Fury matchup that I think still has us somewhat divided. Fury on the up, IG still with a lot of question marks, Mandy. I don't really want to put it two ways. There are still a lot of questions that we have about where Invictus are right now.
We had a lot of hype behind them, and then I just really struggled in stage. But Fury, I don't know if we can say the same about them though.
Don't know whether Mandy was robot for
Mandy
everyone.
a robot for you?
But definitely for me and Dev, there was a bit of robotic,
that's great. I didn't
ear
know that-
tickles.
I've always wondered if Mandy was actually a robot, and there you go. That explains
Did you just
her
call
insane
her a bot?
mathematics.
Hang on a second.
Were you hearing what you just listened
I
to
did.
for the last?
I hope the rest of the stream just heard that as well. But Dev, this matchup in particular, I probably would want to talk about Invictus first because we have a very strong storyline for Fury at the moment. It's obviously been diminished by the fact that I don't think they can make the Major at this point, but Invictus Gaming are still well and truly in this.
Yeah, look, I think you're saying Fury have a pretty strong story. I'd say IG have equally, if not an even stronger narrative running behind them right now, and that's that the super team is finally working, or at least so it seems. They've had some fantastic games. We saw them take a dominant 7-4 over Wildcard, and now that Gladiators are near the top of the standings, it also puts into perspective, IG beating Gladiators 8-6 is pretty damn impressive as well. IG even lost in overtime tonight, so they're fighting tooth and nail with the very top of the standings. Also lost in overtime to Elevate, historically a really tough head-to-head matchup. And then last week, what happened? They lost to Chiefs. They gave Chiefs their first win in God knows how long. That was a massive red flag for this team, and one that they're now going to have to redeem themselves from because they are not currently in a major spot, and they're going to have to fight not only Gladiators, but also Knights for that in the coming play days, and they'll need all their points against Fury tonight to try and enable that.
What's crazy here is IG have actually only won 40% of their games, and one of those was in OT. It's the fact that they've lost 3 games in OT that keeps them at this point. So the fact that they've lost 3 games, they still have a round differential of 0, which is kind of crazy coming into the final 2 play days. This is a huge opportunity for them to, I think, cement themselves as a team that, at the very least, can either vie for that opportunity to head to the Berlin Major, or probably we need to set our sights more so to Stage 3. But a team that really doesn't need much of an introduction for Stage 2, Dev, Fury, have been absolutely fantastic. Fury have been one of the teams, I think, that has most blown me away with their performance, and also with where they've come from and where they are now. Like, there's just so much to this roster that I think they can be proud of for what they've achieved.
Yeah, look, it was a rough Stage 1 for these guys. They hit rock bottom, didn't get a single point in 7 play days, and that was a far cry from what we expected them. Back in the day, this was a consistent middle pack team, never quite making it into majors, but also never in danger of relegations. That changed in Stage 1, it's changed again in Stage 2, made 2 roster changes, coming back in, and funnily enough, they have the same win-loss record as Invictus, despite being several places lower on the standing, and it's because of what you said about IG's overtime wins. But Fury are now on the up. They had a phenomenal heartbreaker win against Knights, and as they just spice up ready for the game, they're also potentially going to home wreck for IG as well.
Smell good, look good, you're going to play good, Dev. There's no two ways about it. Mandy, I believe you've joined us again. Is that
back.
correct? There we go. You don't
I
sound
am
like
back.
the Terminator anymore.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on this roster? Fury have proven to us that Stage 2 has definitely been a lot better looking than what we've seen them previously.
To be honest, I could kind of barely hear what Dev was saying. Y'all a bit robo for me as well. But yeah, the Fury, I feel like they've come into this stage and they've really shown us a lot of progress. They've shown us a lot more progress than they did in Stage 1 at least, which was, although a very low bar to beat, it's still something nevertheless. And they've managed to take down some teams and get some huge upsets that no one could have predicted coming to this stage.
Well, they certainly could have, and one thing that we need to do is decipher the map. Dev, as we look at this, is there anything in particular that you're looking for?
Well, the map that Fury beat Knights on was Villa, and that is immediately Invictus' first ban, so they're not looking to deal with that at all, despite Invictus actually having a flawless 4-0 record on the map. We end up on Bank, which, having a look, the last time IG played Bank was actually against Knights, and they lost it. It was a really close 6-8, but they lost it. In contrast, this was where Fury got their first win of APAC South 2022 against Chiefs, a 7-2. If you remember, they talked about how they used the OSA, and when they lost to Wildcard, they kind of learned that. So I'd actually say this is a pretty even map.
Well, Bank, even territory here. With IG and so much on the line, I'm still trying to figure out the actual calculations as to what percentage that they have left in this. But Mandy, IG have to win this in regulation. There is no two ways about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it makes me feel pretty curious that IG have actually left Bank in, considering Fury's previous result and the progress that they've made on this map. I would have thought that Fury, being one of these sort of up-and-coming teams, would struggle a little bit to have a very diverse map pool, especially compared to IG that have been around for a little bit longer, right? So I would have thought that this veto would have been actually quite linear for IG to take away most of Fury's, I suppose, good maps where they've had good results on. But taking us to Bank, I feel like IG have got to have something pretty spectacular. They must have improved quite a lot upon their last loss that they had on this to take it in regulation.
Dev, Bank is a map that I think still leaves a little bit to the imagination. I feel like every game, regardless of the fact that, we've seen a lot of the similar playstyles, I think that there are two very different approaches to this map. Do you expect Fury to come out of the gate swinging here, or are we expecting them to be a little bit more defensive?
I think this is going to be an IG-favoured game. I think that Fury have confidence, though. That's one thing they're not lacking right now. They know that they're pretty much out of the game, or they are out of the contest for the major, but they're on the up, and I believe in them to come out, swinging. They're going to bring the OSA. They're going to be prepping for the game really well. If they've shown that, they're learning from match to match, and that's really good for them. So I actually do put the momentum on their side, even though I think IG is just at that level above them.
Mandy, what are we expecting to see in terms of IG? I think that the expectation here is that IG will take this. But one thing that we have seen is this team kind of faltering a little bit when we kind of expect them to be on the better half of performing. I don't know if you were here or whether you could hear us when we were talking about results. They've lost 3 games of their 5 matches that they've played, but they've all been in OT. Is there an issue right now with IG in closing games out?
I think so. I think that the way that IG play, it's inconsistent in my opinion in comparison to the rest of the teams. I think that IG, they have a unique playstyle where they really rely on some individual players to do well in particular parts of the map and look for opening picks. I feel like it's not a very consistent way to play. There's not much of a method to it compared to some of the other teams. And so I think that as a result, closing out games can be hard, although they can find rounds with their formula, if that makes any sense. So I think against Fury, maybe their formula is going to work and they'll close this one out. Who knows? But I assume that this is going to be a pretty close game.
Dev, do you think that could be due to the team of champions? I know that we've referred to this team multiple times as the individually most insane roster I think we've seen for a while in APAC, but at the end of the day, the results just haven't backed. At this stage, yes, more so, but do you think that there is a lack of cohesion because of that?
Yeah, look, I'm just going to address firstly the point that you're making about this team of champions, right? This super team, IG, all these nuts fraggers like Hysteric, Speakeasy, Jigsaw, all really well known for being fraggers. Well, if you look at the current leaderboards for just rating in general, Jigsaw's currently 2nd place after Souffle. but there's actually no other IG players in the top 5 of any criteria. And in fact, Jigsaw has a 1.24 rating next to Speakeasy on 1.07, so almost a neutral rating. Nate's all the way down in 0.86. So it's not really that we're seeing these insane star fraggers who are like going up. Like even if you look at clutches, I wouldn't say that they have that much more. Like they got 4 across the whole team, which to be honest isn't that much more than their neighboring teams. So I really don't think we're necessarily seeing individual shining moments from this roster. They do have some good chemistry and really good plans, I'd say, and good strats, but there's a lot of elements missing, and it's hard to put your finger or point to one specific thing.
Well, I guess that no matter how many issues they have, it's do or die. Right now, they do not have any other choice. They must take away a regulation win if they want to stay in the race for the Berlin Major. It's time to throw it over to your wonderful casters. It's Guz and it's Xenox.
Thanks, Robert. Yes, IG Fury to close down tonight. I don't know why he called you Robert, but it's better than Robbie, to be all honest. Obviously, we're still kind of just bathing in the glory of the Elevate win. And Guz, I've conned you. I've conned everyone. I've just got rid of the goatee. We're just rocking the mo now.
I feel like every time I've seen you tonight on camera, you've shaved one more part of your beard. Are you gonna get rid of the full mo, or what's the
should we do it? How about if Fury win, we'll shave off the mo and we'll.
I don't know where you're getting "we" from. You might. I'm not. I don't want to look. I don't want to look.
I'm sure
12.
you can pop around, mate, and get the clippers out. But big game to close out, as the desk put it so nicely. While Fury can't do a whole lot more in terms of getting to the major, IG still with a chance must win this game.
Yeah, it's a bit of a strange sort of storyline heading into this one, where neither team is a great chance of making the major. Well, Fury obviously can't, and IG are an outside chance, but still a lot to fight for. And we'll see how this one does end up shaping out. And I think if we take a step back and look at the storylines of the Invictus Super Team and the sort of Fury rejuvenation that is probably going to play out here like it has throughout this second stage, as I try my hardest to drag out this little spiel, because Fury are being very slow on this first ban. Ying taken off the board first. Okay. That's going to limit some of the explosive execute potential here on Bank.
So I'm just trying to very quickly see the future as to what needs to transpire for IG. Obviously, need to win this game, all 3 points, then need to beat Direwolves, all 3 points. That would get them to 14 points, Guz. The question is, do they have the tiebreaker with Gaming Gladiators? The answer is yes. So basically, they need a Knights OT win if they are to go to the major. And that is, of course, because IG do not have the tiebreaker to the Knights. A whole lot of theories and possibilities, but to put it plain and simple, Knights need to win in OT. IG need to win their last 2 games. That is how IG will get to the major.
Sounds to me like their chances are quite slim.
Well, not slim. Not good, but not slim. As Bulk is the last ban here, I think this is pretty much a pretty staple-looking ban. Habana, Kaid, and Valkyrie here on Bank. Fury on the defense first, and Invictus will be attacking. Definitely not slim. I mean, all things considered, Knights in an OT win against Gaming Gladiators, it's a possibility.
It's certainly possible. But I mean,
you have to play. If you're Invictus, you have to play.
Statistically, right? It's what, a 1 in 4 chance that result happens, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Irrespective of form guides, say 25%, and then you take it down again, another 4 chances of them to win their next game. Well, and this one in regulation, right? So it's 3 games that need to go exactly the way they want for them to win. So
well,
I don't want to throw under the bus too much, but it is a slim chance.
2 of those games are on the back of Invictus, right? So they can just take care of their stuff, and then it's obviously all just sort of hoping and praying that, you know, Knights end up doing the job there that they need to do. You know, as I said, a Knights win in regulation, and IG don't have the tiebreaker there, so obviously that would see Knights go through. So yeah, it's just that one permutation that if Knights win in OT, it allows IG through somehow. But they have to beat Fury tonight, and then they have to beat Direwolves in Playday 7. The best thing about it though, guys, is the fact that we start Playday 7 with Gaming Gladiators and Knights, which for all intents and purposes will be deciding the final spot. And if it doesn't, and Knights do win in OT, then IG Direwolves as the last game of Playday 7 could be set up for a big day there. And while we have got Elevate, of course, now secured for the major, there's still more matches to be played. Still another Playday next week to go through.
Fury roaming here for the basement defense. Oryx in play. Open area hatch is open. And IG will need to try and tackle these roamers as best as possible. Jackal is available. He made it through the ban phase, of course, and we might see him dabbled in here on Bank, but for the first round, he won't see any playtime. Instead, the strat seems to be, let's just send in Jigsaw. Get a drone in front of the man and let him send it forth with the LMG. And this can definitely be a very strong tactic. That Jigsaw is a fantastic mechanically gifted player and probably hasn't been given as much of a spotlight as we perhaps expected here on IG as of yet.
Yeah, definitely, I agree with that. I think Jigsaw's obviously up there. He's the second best rated player at the moment in this stage, plus 20 KD, plus 6 entry. Has been a big reason when IG are successful. Jigsaw's a big reason for that. Unfortunately, Speakeasy, you know, the lofty high highs of stage 1 have not been met here as Hajime goes down to Hysterics, casually down below. Minute and a half here still left in this round, and this is finally where it's kicking off. Stark gets the trade. Hysterics loses his life after getting the opening kill. And somewhere BG Man just got tagged up too. Now top blue stairs, Dark. Player goes prone for Invictus. And Dark is not going to be aware of this, but he actually goes up towards top square as Jigsaw with LMG is just going ham. And Invictus now fully in control here on the opening round of Bank.
Yeah, you're not going to win that fight. The high ground superior. Now like Collis I9 to hold out for 60 seconds. Does not bode favorably for them. Speak easy. On the Osa, we'll be looking to try and get that plant down and apply some pressure. Probably try and bait out the C4 from I9, who's actually in an okay position using the attacking smoke just to cover his position, just to mask, but that will fade away and is exposed once more to server.
40 seconds left, but yeah, this is a disaster position to be in. Best hope here is I9 with something with the Nitro Cell, but I mean, that's just all for nothing. Nice little swing though, gets the down onto Jigsaw. Does confirm the kill. That's at least something. Oh, you don't go for that peek. That will make it a 2 vs 2. Headshot! No, he couldn't see it. Maybe the smoke just blocking a bit of his vision, obscuring it. Nate got that kill. And that has now allowed them through. One final gas bay for Lycolis, but Nate's already on in. And it is Invictus that take the opening round.
Yeah, clean conversion there from IG. Really good work from Jigsaw in the opening phase of the round. Of course, Hysterics should get a mention as well, getting that opening pick inside of Archives. And really, once the Oryx is dealt with, you can relieve a lot of the pressure there of flank potential on a map like Bank. Hatches, or going up through hatches, is the biggest risk, and that was dealt with. And then from that point on was pretty clean. Good shot from Nate as well. Did not probably expect him to win that fight, but did a good job nonetheless. And Fury take that as a cue to rotate. We'll go upstairs now.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Good start for IG. For them, it's probably not even just winning this game, but also building form going into the final Playday as well. Both games obviously need to be won. All 3 points in both have any chance of making the major. For a stage that has been probably, I'd say, the team with the most intriguing matches, Guz. When you really go back and look at their games, OT lost to Knights, OT win against Game of Gladiators, OT lost to Elevate. Now, what a first 3 Playdays. And then they defeated Wildcard fairly convincingly. Then they lost to the Chiefs in OT. That's just such an inconsistent stage at the highest order. They've beaten some good teams, but also have lost some games that have left some question marks.
Osa again in play here for the second round, but in different hands. Nate will take that job. And the typical... Oh, that wasn't typical. As Dark jumps out. Or I think jumps out. BG Man trades. Just let me get my point across, guys. Typically, the plan here for Osa, or the plan for the plant, is open up that northern wall, top left of screen now, sneak in with the Talon Shield, try and get the plant down. Easier said than done, especially if the strong crossfires and the denial, whether that be horizontally or from down below. But the attack can use the power of those repellers to try and cut off those positions. And at the moment, I think that's exactly what IG are going to go for. The big benefit of this push typically is that you don't have to worry as much about stock hallway and stock control. And if you do, it's normally late sweep.
One thing I've loved about Bank so far here in stage 2 is that it's pretty much been the same kind of results as stage 1. Beautiful shot. I mean, That's a tough shot for Lycolis, and also a tough shot for Hysterics, and it's Hysterics that wins out. But yeah, Bank has sort of remained around that sort of 50% win rate for the defenders, which makes it that kind of 50-50 map. I think it's one of the more even maps to be played out. It doesn't always have to be the most exciting gameplay, but you generally are going to find the better team winning out on Bank most times out of 10. They can't just sort of hide behind a very defender-sided or a very attacker-sided map.
Pressure top square from Fury. The impact grenades to deny the Talon shield. That's the biggest weakness of this play from Invictus. Now, I don't know if the shield's still standing. I think I saw in the Yokai that it's not. And that's a curveball IG need to deal with.
And they have. They've got rid of Hajime. Now you've got a 2-player advantage still with 60 seconds left in the round. BG Man probably feeling like he has to make a play. Not a bad little moment. The ping, he just hasn't got the angle. Does he just go for the vault out? He doesn't. 9-9 lost his life anyway. And so does BG Man. And it's a pretty clean sweep to start on Bank for Invictus on the attack. They take the opening 2 rounds fairly uncontested as well, might I add. Fury have not really been able to get a foothold. It's a great start for IG.
And I think it's probably a result so far that IG are expecting, or at the very least wanting, right? A nice convincing win against a team that they probably should be beating on their best days. Unfortunately for IG, though, no match has really been a given at all through this second stage. Just kind of struggling a little bit, I think, to hit their stride. Back to basement, though, for the 3rd round. So Fury don't want to go over towards open area, nor archives as a tertiary site. They back themselves in here to knuckle down a little bit more. Last time, way too much pressure on site early, and IG were able to choke out those remaining defenders.
Just looking a little bit more clean and clinical right now, Invictus, looking like the better team, as they should. Fury has been good this stage, right? For those that maybe haven't been following APAC South for the majority of the stage, while Fury are, you know, at the moment second last, and haven't really been able to, obviously now still compete for a major spot. They're out, but if they win this game, you go to 9 points, and then if they win the last Playday, you go to 12 points. And while that won't be enough to get you into a major spot, 12 points for Fury, a team that finished dead last, no wins, stage 1, minus 34 round differential or something crazy like that. Staggering turnaround. I mean, even the stage that they've had thus far, up until tonight, even if they lose their last 2 games, still a big turnaround from what was, you know, an abysmal stage 1. So either way, it's been a successful stage for Fury, but that won't be the case going into stage 3, right? You kind of now need to show a little bit more. You've been good, you've developed this stage, but stage 3 is going to be all about competing for a top spot.
Invictus with pre-placed drones up above. Question will be, do they know that there is an Oryx that has popped up here onto the top floor? They'll have a read if he goes down one of the staircases to fall off. We'll probably just have to wait and see if that's a position that IG actually want to take. But it looks like most of their efforts now focused over towards server. You can see where those drone lines are. You can see where the players outside on that northeast spawn are also positioned. 3 players stacked outside dirt. Mental will just scout it out with the floor. SB easy as well to push forward with the Talon shield in front. And at the very least, they are baiting out some utility. But Fury with a good response here and not allowing them to get control in server.
The Rotera does get the shield though. BG Man though finds a kill onto Hysterics over towards Elevators. That's from main stairs position if you're BG Man. Minute and a half remaining and it's Fury with the player advantage. Jigsaw over towards top square and that push down in dirt not looking good now. Suddenly it's a round where Fury have got control. Established obviously good position on site, shutting down main positions like main stairs, not allowing that server room push. And Invictus have now gone for plan B and that's going to be a top down push from square.
60 seconds, IG need a clean take. I9 assisting, Lycolis on down the line. The flash doesn't land. The SMG shots do. 3 versus 5 and he swings for a second, but the canister, well placed, well timed. Timing from Jigsaw as well is good as I9 repositions, and this should confirm the round for Fury.
Well, Jigsaw's the thorn in the side though, but he needs to get a move on. He's got a lot of work to do, so much on just his shoulders alone. Not really getting a whole lot of help from anyone else on this team. General Surge goes out, they get some health back. He's still got one more charge. Jigsaw, blue stairs, spots the elbow, now pushes out. There's another player though watching, that's I9. He gets the trade. There's another player, though. I mean, it's like ring around a rosy here. I9 actually shifted back. He's crosshair over towards the stairs, and the player had already pushed out and speak easy. BG Man gets tagged up. 13 seconds. Surely, Fury don't lose this round. Dark is in sight as well, behind the bomb chassis. 7 seconds. Can't get into sight, though. Dark gets rid of Nate, who went prone, and Fury get their opening round win of Bank.
Yeah, really good job there from Fury inside of server. The reposition as well from I9. Doing a great job in finding the trade, countering the Finker, and with Jigsaw taken off the board, winning the round back was going to be very, very tough, especially without the wall open and other means of utility to clear the objective. So, well done by Fury. In hindsight, a good decision to reattempt that site. And now forced into the tertiary staff room and open area, it will be, as has been the case throughout the second stage.
Yeah, you look at a site like this, I can't help but just feel this is IG's kind of site on the attack to just really open up and really try and punish Fury for playing positions off site rather than being able to just sit on site like, you know, you see with Locker CCTV. Open area staff is though being defended very, very successfully at this stage. 73%, which is actually a pretty large increase where it was 50% in stage 1. So defenders have been successful on open area staff in this stage, but I still feel like the way that Invictus are looking to play, and Fury probably a team that would rather just sit on site and defend, might just play into the hands of IG. We see, though, what will happen. Round 4.
Hajime again looking to prep for the roam. Hasn't found much success, though, so far. Not only has he struggled or failed to get a kill, but he's also not wasting too much time. IG, prepare for the push.
Did I just watch?
Straight in, double door. But Speak Easy has other plans.
I don't even know what to say. I mean, how do you just allow that to happen? But I guess sometimes at this, even at this level, guys, mistakes happen. You just got to move on. Can't get too tilted. Treat it as if Fury just got an opening kill and you move on. Teams are more than capable of coming back from 4-5. Not ideal, though, to lose not only Jigsaw, but the Finker, the LMG, the Adrenal Surges, so much utility. The nades as well. For nothing, Fury will take it, though. Mantilus, how does he lose that? Hajime, to his credit, good turnaround, gets the kill, and Mentalist will be kicking himself for not finding that.
3 on 5. Hajime is low, though. There's a window of opportunity here for IG, but Speak Easy has the skeleton key, still makes it work. It's been a strange round
down
so far. Hajime is down. 3 on 3.
Oh, big nade. Forces Dark up to try and get away from that, and that's an easy headshot for Hysterics, and Hajime still down on the floor. So despite the inconveniences for Invictus in this 4th round, they have got the player lead advantage. Only BG Man and Lycolis still standing for Fury, and I think for Hajime, he's just going to time out here. There's no way that anyone's going to go and get that revived. Minute left in the round, and Invictus have done a tremendous job to bring it back, to get themselves a bit of a lead. Can't be too worried about finishing off Hajime, though. They need to turn their attention to sight.
I mean, Hysterics has just droned its clear. I don't know what's taking so long here. It's a little bit weird, but anyway, 3 versus 2 now, so the stress relieved temporarily. 40 seconds on the clock.
Time is not good here.
We'll push over towards elevator. And it doesn't look great. Lycolis only has a shotgun, though, so he's only good up close. SMG, though, could be okay for the hatch drop. BG Man with bullet hose. This is a really hard round to call at this point in time, but IG with the man advantage should be able to trade it.
Yeah, 20 seconds though. They do need 2 different avenues. As long as Invictus don't just funnel in, I think they're about to. I think they're going to get at least 2 towards BG Man, and this is exactly the player you want defending this position, but he's just, unfortunately, the holographic has blocked his sightline of electrical. Lycolis on site to get the kill onto Hysterics inside the open. You can allow that plant to go down and go for the retake. Plant down. Can he get that first kill? No. Prone. And then, oh my god, taken down to 1 HP. Literally No time now, and with so little health, he cannot put a foot wrong.
Information is available, but still doesn't have the HP to really go for a play here. 25 seconds on the clock, so he needs to move. And Speakeasy's playing it smart. He's fallen back. He can swing late if required, but at this point in time, I don't think it will be a necessity. Like, Hollis is allowed to creep forward and probably will get the kill here with the shotgun.
Oh,
Gets
he's played
one,
so well.
Swings for the second, but the timing not great. And Speakeasy falls back in time. IG take the round.
I think he actually played that really well. It was just a time issue, right? And that probably forced him to panic and rush a little bit through electrical. And Speakeasy played that too really, really well. Falling back, understanding sort of what was about to happen. So both players, I think, reading the moment in a good manner, but it's Invictus that go up 3-1. Sloppy round, though. Sloppy round when you consider the team kill to open the round. Not ideal, but, you know, credit to Invictus. All you've got to do in that situation is laugh it off. You can't get too serious. Things happen. It is what it is. At any level of Siege, guys, these things will happen every now and then. It's not as if it's a constant matter. And hey, you know, for Speakeasy, says 6 kills in game, he's technically got 7.
Yeah, I think he more than made up for that earlier blunder in that round where he took care of his teammate. That early pressure over towards the door. Bot square. Anyway, 3-1 now on the scoreline. And back up above we go. Last time Invictus tried to go for the Osa strat, where they open up the northern side of the wall, get those Talon shields down, get the plant down safely. However, it was countered pretty well by Food with those impact grenades, so they've decided to pivot off it, and that's not a bad call.
Invictus now on the verge of really running away with Bank here. 3-1 lead, 2 rounds to go in the half. And they find themselves in a position where they can establish a very significant lead going into the second half. All on them now. Just keep on keeping on. And I think for Invictus, there's not too much pressure, right? Because they're not the team that has something to lose. They just have everything to gain. Yes, they're going to win their games, but because of the other permutation, it's less about them and more about other results, especially in this particular game. Unfortunately for them, in their last game on Playday 7, they will know whether or not going into that game if they need to win or not. The less, I guess, stress in that game. But in this one, obviously, you got to win, and you should be winning, in all honesty, against Fury anyway. I'd imagine for them, it's just all about going through the motions right now and playing a good brand of Siege, building good habits, and must-win game. Treat it as such.
Pretty good start here for IG, opening up that right-hand side of the wall. Mentalist on the rappel, though, does take a little bit of damage as they look to consolidate this position, just scouting out sight, trying to find where these players are positioned. Jigsaw looks to try and creep into square.
So much proning from IG.
Yeah, really difficult. Those long lines of sight can be exposed all the way from front desk. Jigsaw shimmies along the floor.
Like a little snake just slithering on top square. It's worked though. He's in. He's got a good angle. Would love to clear that player though that's loitering around Janitor. We're in a stock hallway as well. I think that shield might still be up with a bit on the left. That is a cheeky angle underneath the leaf. Speakeasy. Looking in towards stock. Nade goes out. That should get rid of the shield. If it was still up. Not sure if it was or not. And the Speakeasy closer by. Putting pressure in, but 45 seconds. Time somewhat a factor. Not so much on this particular site though. You can get the plant down in red time. Don't need a whole lot of time, and you don't need too many chances. Mentalist, good kill. Onto like Colas, and I think this is really going to kickstart the round. Echo,
though, still in play. So we'll see if that has an impact in denying the plan, feeding information to the rest of the defense as Nate looks to stick.
20 seconds, he's getting through most of it now. Hysterics off of Banana Stairs, found the kill onto Elevator and onto I9. He's finding kills onto everyone. Now through the hallway, Hysterics winds back the clock. And he was considered one of the best in the region. And they just showed us a reminder that he still has what it takes to be one of the best in the region.
Yep, well played there by Hysterics. I think going for a pinch there was a really smart idea. Outside of the Jaeger, no one was really clued in to that back push, and try as they might. Very, very difficult to take down Finker LMG at the moment, so props to Hysterics. Read the situation well, played into it. And yeah, I mean, at this point, IG are running away with it a little bit. Yeah. Fury will try and salvage here in basement.
Well, it's the rounds, Gus. Like, it's, you look at, sometimes you can see a 4-1 scoreline and go, oh, but it's maybe not telling the full story. Where you got those close rounds, 50-50s, etc. Maybe it's just not quite gone the way of Fury. I haven't sensed that. It's been pretty much on IG's terms this entire half. Everything that's been going on has been down to just IG. IG are doing this, IG are doing that, and it's basically down to how are Fury responding. Now, in fairness, obviously when you're on the defense, there's only so much you can do, but where's the aggression? Where's the counter plays? Where's the alternative strategies? We're not seeing anything. It's stock stand defense on Bank, which I just don't think cuts it on a map that can at times favor the attackers.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
This is better though, straight away. Like, look at this. This is so much better.
Would you like to elaborate as to why?
Well, I think adding in the Vigil really does mix things up in terms of getting that late round flank on a site like Locker CCTV. You're going to be having IG pushing in, going for server control, looking to obviously establish a foothold. But more importantly, if you can actually also still hold above, looking down through the hatch in towards CCTV, that offers you a chance to not only deny the plant, but also still hold that vert above. So then, if IG send anyone sort of roaming around square area as well, that's where you can catch them out. So ultimately, this is kind of like an ace up the sleeve now for Fury.
Hajime almost got timed top square
He does
there.
get droned out, though, on the Vigil.
He almost got timed when he went to shoot the drone at Vending Machine. There was a player top square, but he gets away with it. Well played, ultimately. Gets a few drains before he troubles, and Dark senses that he's in danger now as well and will also retreat.
But even then, even if Hajime from this point on doesn't really go for an aggressive roam, doesn't really go for a big play, he's still in the back of the minds of IG now for the rest of the night. Okay, they got a Vigil. Okay, we saw him over here. He might be anywhere at any time. Fortunately for Invictus, Mentalist on the Jackal, you know, can kind of keep track of the footprints throughout the map as well. So that's going to help. And now they already know that they saw Hajime going down main stairs, and you can keep control of main stairs as well, which obviously for IG, they don't have to go for a server room push here.
Certainly don't. And with a minute 20 to go, they will need to formulate a plan pretty quickly. Server is free though, so they should be able to shape up on that side of the map if they desire, and they have open area control as well now onto the hatches, like Colas. Antsy again on the smoke. He falls first for Fury, and any role that he could have played in slowing down that server push has been distinguished by the attack. And in a 5v4 on basement, Invictus now in a very favorable position.
It's under a minute remaining. Invictus feeling like, again, the team just on top in the round, and Jigsaw having an extra avenue of attack really just adds more spice to the attack of IG. Yes, server room push, but you've got the player main stairs too. Nate's going to be opening up this CC wall. And look at everyone's attention right now for Fury. They've got eyes trained on site. No one is going to be able to stop Jigsaw. If there is absolutely no idea that he's on main stairs, he's going to find 1 or 2 kills at minimum.
Stokes plays Overwatch on the hatch as Jigsaw waits patiently for his moment to pounce. Nate pushes in towards site and should be able to get the plant down.
There's no denial. Darks is gone immediately. There's the 2 kills, then there's the round. Everyone had eyes on site. No one could stop the player getting on site. And then because they all had eyes on site, no one was going to be able to counter Jigsaw main stairs. Just rushes down, finds 2 kills. But even before that, the round was over, Gus.
Yeah, that was just waiting to happen, really. A snowball effect in that round. And IG just clinical about the way in which they approached it. Smart, methodical, didn't rush it, but also didn't take forever. They really struck a nice balance in that round. Now with a 5-1 lead heading into the second half, we will repeat basement as IG want to defend it first. And very, very tricky to see Fury coming back into this game at all.
Yeah, I just don't see it. I think, look, it's hard to say for Fury. They can't make the major based off results that transpired earlier tonight, but I would hate to think that if they had a chance to make the major that they would have played like this, you know. But then it's like, you can't really win, and I don't want to pigeonhole them into this really bad mentality that, okay, we can't win, so we're not going to try. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that if the spot was on the line, this would have been very, very disappointing. Because the spot's not on the line, it's kind of like whatever. It doesn't matter in the end, right? But ultimately, I expected a little bit more from Fury. I actually did predict them for this, although every prediction tonight has been a failure for me.
That means absolutely nothing. Your predictions have been horrible.
I think I'm going to be 6 and 18 on the stage. So, Jordan who?
It explains why you don't get gigs, mate. You gotta up your prediction game. No comment?
Well, I mean, you're the prediction king, and I don't see you getting gigs, so it really doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Hey. None of that. It's a bit too personal, mate.
Oh, here we go. I9. No. Player beep is not going on through. Jigsaw and Hysterics over towards main stairs. It's Fury obviously on the attack now in the second half, and the map has well and truly gotten away from them. The Victors have been too clinical, led by centrally the old heads, the old duo of Speakeasy and Hysterics. Generally, it's been the Jigsaw show in recent times, but OG is standing up here for IG.
I9 with a good position inside of open area, and the hatch is open. Downstairs as well opened up, and so far it's actually been pretty easy goings for Fury in terms of bank. Not much in the way of pressure in open area. Server as well forfeited. But Invictus quite confident in their ability to deny the plant itself. They have the smoke on the board. They have the Warden with Nitro as well. Impacts even. The threat of the Osa still looming. So this last 60 seconds is going to be some year one bank basement.
With the talent shields.
Adiana.
Oh, the nade from Jigsaw blowing up right in his face. Aspabe will dissipate very shortly. Still two more though for Mentalist. Throws one out. Jigsaw gets the opening kill onto I9. BG, man, is getting a little bit antsy, and in fact finds a position to push him behind the Talon shield. Diffuser will be going down successfully. And with that shield, it can make life difficult now for IG to get the counter defuse.
Well, Nate has 2 impacts, so he needs to have an impact of his own in this round. 30 seconds remaining though, so time not really an option. Players going up main to try and flank open area and top square.
Oh,
but
Jigsaw
Dark falls. Jigsaw too sharp with the MP5. Hysterics now as well, probing over towards this top square position, trying to hunt down Blue. The EG man taken low. He's off the board. Low Colas, the last one left, and Fury have slipped in this post plant. 10 seconds though. IG need to get on. Nate needs to stick. Lycolis with the down. The swing with the pistol. Nate has to fall off. Doesn't have time. Lycolis will get them all one by one. Even if Jigsaw lives, it's for nothing. And Fury somehow hold on in that post.
Fury? More like Lycolis somehow holds on in a 1 versus 4. I think there was about 18 seconds or so that he had to hold on for, and boy did he do a tremendous job. Lycolis, stand up, take a bow. You've won the round for your team. Incredible moment, but unfortunately too few moments for Fury in this map. Still have them down 2-5, but maybe just a Kickstarter for them, Guz, off the back of that round.
Yeah, a little bit messy there right at the end from IG. Nate jumping off the diffuser under 7 seconds. That's a fallacy in Siege, because even if he gets the kill, he can't get back on. He's better off just sticking it and hoping that he gets coverage. Ultimately, he probably wouldn't have, because I don't think server hatch was open from memory, right? So, yeah, it just got a little bit messy there, ultimately. And, yeah, fell apart. Like Holes, though, full credit to him. Stepping up when it matters and playing it really quite smart. And had a really good read as to the rotation coming through from the defense. We move onwards, though, to the top floor. IG still in search of that match point. And again, needing 3 in this match, so can't allow Fury back in this game.
Attackers recover.
Yeah, and it can get dicey pretty quickly. You lose that kind of round to a bit of a hero play from like Coldus. 5-2. There's another round, 5-3. Before you know it, it's 5-4, and the game is all but alive. For an IG team looking to keep their hopes of a Berlin major spot. Need to close this one out before Fury get any ideas of a comeback on bank. Certainly doable, certainly possible for a Fury team that has shown the incredible amount of improvement here in stage 2. But you would think from 5-1 down, it's surely too much for a team that really doesn't have anything to play for now.
Located by attackers.
Cheeky use of the Rotero drone from I9, opening up the left-hand wall. No reinforcement on it at all from IG. That's now an entry point. Jigsaw tucked in the corner in a rat spot. At this point in time, he could escape. No one's on the immediate rappel, but perhaps he wants to play for his life here. Back himself in with the keeper barriers to stay alive and counter that entry point. Speakeasy though, he's dead. Hajime with a grenade over towards Stock Hallway. The magnets and the ADS is not covering that projectile.
Jigsaw though, again, finding a couple of big kills in the last few rounds, but this time it's I9 that finds the kill onto Jigsaw. Nate, what are you doing?
No!
Nate! Do you have something to show the class?
Well, we can talk about that in a moment. 2v3. IG still in with a shot. Diffuser on the deck. Hysterics with a good line of sight, and Mentalist as well. Look how many angles there are. Really complex to try and track all of these, whether you are on the attack or on the defense. Fury, someone went on the rappel. That's like Colas. Now cutting off the cross. So Hysterics and Mentalist now jammed into a corner.
And Hysterics stands up. It's been a big game from him. 12-4.
Attackers have recovered their
30 seconds left. Diffuser gets picked up by like Colas, but Mentalist going for the big plays this round. But the standout star, like Colas, who did it in the last round, can't do it this round. Shut down by Hysterics. Match point for Invictus.
Yeah, like Colas there on the rappel, couldn't quite cover that cross. The airlock, double windows, whatever that call may be for some people, not opened up. Don't know if he had summers left, perhaps didn't. Anyway, snowballed from there, couldn't clutch it out. 6-2 the scoreline for IG. Nate, with not only the worst knife I've ever seen, but also the worst timing. Regardless of whether he hit the knife, it wasn't going to matter, but certainly an intriguing sort of display there. Anyway, IG still won it out in the end, and they'll look to close it at Staff Room Open Area.
Very convincing result as well if they close this out 7-2. For reference, when we go back and look at Fury this stage, guys, it's been all but competition and competitiveness and even matches and really giving their all in all of their games. Their worst result this stage is 5-7 loss. Now, obviously, that's happened 3 times. So it's been a bit of a trend for them, that, you know, the 5-7 loss, yada, yada, yada. But you look at this kind of game, and I think they'd be spewing that they don't get a 5-7 loss now, because this has been, unfortunately, just a bit of a blip in what's been a good season for Fury. It's their first time really getting beaten, like really sort of dismantled by their opponent. In all their other games, you go back, 5-7 results. In those losses, maybe 1 or 2 of them, you would even say they were a bit unfortunate to not go to OT. They were a bit unfortunate to not find the win. It could have been easily 7-5 instead of 5-7. But in this game, for the first time this stage, they've been soundly beaten.
And there's always that big asterisk that's going to hang over this result, which is that going into the game, Fury knew they can't go anywhere. So honestly, they probably don't really care all that much, to be completely honest. Which, look, people will have their opinions on that attitude, or even if they had that attitude, I have no idea. It's just pure speculation. So if they do get smacked around a little bit, then it's hard to fault them, especially when you consider that they have improved this stage. I think it sets up a potentially quite exciting stage 3, really, for Fury. All they need to do is tidy up a game or 2. Remember, they lost to Wildcard, right? They had a very close result to Direwolves. Those flip, this would be a very, very different game. Fury would be in with a real shout for that top 2.
Yeah, that's kind of the stage. I think you could probably say that for every team bar the Chiefs, really. You look at Wildcard, you look at Direwolves, and I think they'd all be sitting back and saying, well, yeah, one or two of those results here or there would have been the difference maker. Go back to that Playday 5 matchup, Wildcard, Elevate, back and forth. 5-7 loss for Wildcard. Imagine they win that. They did not, though, and Fury have not. For Invictus, there's not even really much room for celebration, guys. It's a bit of a somber affair in this win, because they know that they have to beat Direwolves in Playday 7, but they are also going to be cheering on for the Knights.
Yeah, tough week next week for IG, and even if they do their absolute best and 7-0 Direwolves, it could be for nothing. We'll see, though, what happens there. Nate, Archives, he's had some bad rounds so far. He's been unlucky a couple of times. Frantically gets rid of the Gemini and is able to fall back. The Nitro in response to lands.
I got him!
The swing with the SMG. Patient now. Creeps forward. Holds down the line with the shotty.
That's Sapper? Or is that Nate? We'll find out shortly. 4 versus 4. 45 seconds left. Will this be our final round of this match, or can Fury extend this exchange on Bank? Nate sitting inside of Archives doing his best Sapper impression. He swings, timing, maybe not the best, and no, definitely not doing his best Sapper impression at all. Goes down far too easy, too like Colas. Nate, a little bit questionable with that one. Hajime then gets the kill onto Hysterics, and suddenly Fury have a significant advantage. Speak Easy, though, laned them up, but just couldn't quite put the nail in the coffin, and Jigsaw, top square, by his lonesome in a 1 versus 3, 10 seconds. BG Man putting that diffuser down, but Dark is the one that puts Jigsaw down for the count. We carry on here on Bank.
I actually genuinely think if Jigsaw went for the bot square flank there through double door, he would have won the round. I don't think it was being covered. Perhaps it was the third player. Difficult to see. Either way, though, Fury get the round. Good push through Archives in particular. Nate, fortunately, it feels like every time we go to his POV, the man's just getting bombarded from every direction. Back down to basement, though, and I think IG will be very comfortable here.
Well, this is though better from Fury, right? Going down swinging is all you can really ask from them at this point, and I know it's a bit of a meme, but if they can get this to at least a 7-5 loss, guys, I'd be honestly happy for them. I think just that would be so big for Fury going into the final play day. That's still their worst result would be a 5-7 loss. That would mean no shellacking, no one-sided affair. If I was Fury right now, I'm just putting all my stock into at least getting the next 2 rounds and just forcing that 5-7. I don't care. I think that just says a lot about this team. Even when you're down and out, you can't make the major. It's like, what, 6-2, 6-1, whatever. You're still fighting. You're still looking for those rounds. You're still trying to see if you can send it to overtime even. And I think that says a lot about them. They play Elevate in Playday 7. Unfortunately, complete dead rubber. As Elevate have already qualified for the major and Fury can't make the majors. So not much will really come from that to Thailand rivals. But it's a good way that Fury can sort of finish off this stage strong. And it starts here. A couple more rounds to go. I know it's match point. I know it's tough. Not much to play for, but dig deep. See if they can find a couple more rounds against a pretty good IG in this game.
I guess the other storyline as well, and it's always difficult to discuss this like in the second stage, for example, because we don't have the foresight to what's going to happen next year. But these kinds of matches could have relegation potential, right, or implications, because Fury heading in are still the lowest placed team, regardless of their improvements in the second stage. And actually, they need to step up big time in Stage 3 to avoid finishing in the bot 2 here for APAC South. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what the format is and all that jazz. But nonetheless, I think that's, again, a continuation for Fury heading into that third stage. Not only are we expecting improvement, but they need improvement to be able to survive here in APAC South.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, that Stage 1 was so bad. I don't see them getting out of a bottom 2 scenario. If that matters, we don't know, but I mean, Wildcard are still consistently okay enough that they're getting enough points. They're not like, dead last Chiefs. You go from a top position to a bottom position, so it all evens out. So yeah, I don't see a way for Fury to get out of that, but I think that shouldn't be the worry for Fury. It should all just be about their performances. It's been a better Stage 2. Dark gets to kill on Speak Easy. And they are going down swinging for sure here on Bank. Minute and a half left. They've got the player advantage. They got server room position too. And IG on the defense just look stagnant. They don't really look like they've got anything to throw at Fury. It's on Fury to win this round.
Hope you're doing all right there, Jake. Don't choke up. We might still
just
have a few
choked on air,
rounds to
mate.
go in this one. As BG man goes in with the Talon Shield, able to get that on the deck. 4 impacts though in response. Jigsaw, Nate, they'll be lining those up, ready to throw them over red. Exactly where that plant's looking to go down. The first one hits, and that's a good response though from Lycolis. So good on this site once more. And with 50 seconds left, it's a 5v3.
Just so good in this half from Lycolis. He's been on a different level in the second half. Fury fighting tooth and nail to make sure that they go out with some dignity intact. Hajime finds the kill onto Hysterics, and suddenly it's maybe not even so much about evening up the scoreboard as it really is about sending this one to overtime. From 6-2 potentially to now 6-4 and maybe even flawless. No, Mentalist will put an end to that, getting the kill onto I9. Oh, he expected the player main stairs. He stopped looking at it at the unfortunate time. And an easy kill in the end. And suddenly, Fury have won a couple of rounds in a row. Is it tack timeout time for Invictus, guys? Are we putting an emphasis on that? Mentalist says, you know what, Xenox? Yes, it is time for a timeout.
Probably a good call. I think now is the time. Fury are creeping back into this game, which is surely going to be a little bit unsettling for IG. And unfortunately for us, we didn't really see how that round kind of unraveled. Fury are able to find these picks in positions where you wouldn't expect them to be finding them, and able to just steamroll through the round. IG not being able to respond as well. And a lot of their key players not quite activating in the last 2 rounds. And now I think for Fury, they probably have some pretty genuine belief they can actually win this game.
Well, there's a mood shift as well there for IG from what we could see before. You think back to when Speakeasy got that accidental team kill onto Jigsaw, and they were all just smiles and laughs, and you know, it didn't matter. Just a couple of long faces at the moment, and clearly not happy with the last couple of rounds. 3 of the last 4 rounds have now gone the way of Fury, and they have the ascendancy here. And obviously still 2 more match points to get through, but I tell you what, storming home towards an OT for what could be one of the bigger upsets. Remembering, guys, that for IG, they need all 3 points. 2 is not enough. We need to put emphasis on that.
Very true. So we're creeping into a serious danger zone now. A match that probably should be over.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Now it gets quite exciting. So far, it's been a little bit slow going, to be completely frank, but Fury is certainly putting on a bit of a show now. I think just how deep they can push this game. How far can they push IG? In terms of the setup though, up above, Osu in play for the attack. Stock hallway going to be a point of interest for IG, but they aren't bringing a shield. I think the clear from Fury has been very decisive so far, so instead invest in that utility elsewhere. Impacts are going to be critical against that Osa. Bulletproof, good counter information. Barb's always nice on main stairs and banana, and Mentalist with a nitro just in case.
Fun fact with Xenox for the night, guys, it's taken a little while, but IG has not lost a game in regulation. That will continue, of course, by going to OT, but they have the most OT losses out of every team in this league. 3 overtime losses for IG. Talk about anti-clutch. We're kind of seeing that in the last couple of rounds now here in the second half, and as I said before, it's as plain as the blue sky. If Invictus do not win in regulation, they cannot make the major under any circumstance. 2 rounds to find hope.
Clear as a blue sky, certainly an interesting analogy.
Very clear, mate. Unless
But
it's
fundamentally,
cloudy.
you are right.
If it's a cloudy day, then no, I
It's
apologize.
starting to look a little bit cloudy on the horizon at the moment for IG. It's not completely clear skies. Maybe Fury to come in with a downpour late here, we'll see.
Oh, weatherman guns.
There's
not a lot of time. There's not a lot of time. And I9 gets the opening kill.
Could be a future career path, maybe.
Alright, mate. Come on,
70
focus on
seconds
the
late,
game.
we'll tune in. Talon Shield's now going down. I think Fury pretty keen to open up the wall. There was a mute gem on it, so we'll see if it gets cleared. I think it has. Hajime as well setting up outside of stock. He can get across if he's able to enter that position. I9 going on a really long rotation himself now over towards Banana, and they're looking to just put these puzzle pieces in the correct position before they go for the Exi.
Does anyone from Invictus even have eyes over towards Banana? That's the other question as well. Speakeasy still concerned obviously with stock, so is sort of Nate over towards long desk. 35 seconds though. Fury did a pretty good job in getting above top square. Like Colas finds the kill onto Nate. BG Man going in for the plant. Doesn't get denied. No, Jigsaw has to push up Nate. That Nitrocell from Mentalist is so big. But Hajime finds the kill onto Speakeasy. 20 seconds left. Not a lot of time. Jigsaw, he falls as well. Only Mentalist remains. He's already used that Nitrocell. Pushes out a Janitor. Hajime says hello. I'm here to crush your dreams of a Berlin Major. 1 round to go. Invictus must win this round or they cannot go to the major at all.
Unbelievable. And this match really encapsulating the struggles that IG are having at the moment. Often find themselves in good positions, but being unable to close out games. Your stat before proved it. OT losses. The Kings and APAC South for that statistic, and not one you want. And whilst this might end up being another OT game, it doesn't matter what the result is. IG have to win this round to keep the hopes and dreams alive. Fury at the moment playing spoils and doing a really good job at it.
Is it another 7-5 for Fury though, Guz? They've been in this position more than any other team this stage. 6-5, match point, other team, Fury need to win to send it to OT. They have failed to do it every single time. I don't know what else to say. They have not ever been able to win this 12th round when it's 6-5 to the other team. That has not happened this stage. Will IG be the first team to allow that to happen? And if they do so, they can't make the major. What a collapse from 6-2 up that we are seeing before our very eyes.
The script writers in APAC South having their say once more, and they are being incredibly cruel this stage, keeping us all on the edge of our seats. If you're an IG fan, again, they must win this round. It won't book them into the major, but it keeps them alive. They lose it, they're done. No second chances. Do they know the stakes? I don't know. Either way, they need to take it a round at a time. I9, Archives, he is in.
Oh,
good quick control, and the Jaeger of Mentalist under pressure being pinged.
He's getting red pinged, he's getting yellow pinged, but I9 does not rush. I think he really wanted to see if Mentalist would push out. He's drone. Mentalist knows that his position is known. But I9 does not make a move. I don't mind this. How many times do we see teams when they're on a bit of a roll, they get aggressive and then maybe too aggressive and they overstep? But not in this instance. If you're I9, he's played this so patiently. I think he's just more concerned about the position in Archives Guz rather than getting the kill onto Mentalist.
Yeah, he doesn't want to expose himself to the cross. And he knows if he goes for the spray and misses, he will be traded probably by Hysterics or at least pressured, and his position will be known. But a lot of people probably in chat screaming, why did he not go for the wall bang? If he lands it, he looks like a hero. If he misses it, he's going to look like a fool.
Oh! He gets the kill! Mentalist just walks through the doorway! The nightmare of Invictus is becoming reality! A collapse of historical levels! Jigsaw in elevators, get him out of there! He needs to be on the front line finding kills! Not hunkered down with no way out! But Fury turn their attention now to Square. They go for sight. They feel as if they have OT in their grasp. I9 inside of admin. Can they send this to OT? The wall bang doesn't land. He saw it for a brief moment. Gives away his position. Under a minute left.
Needs to be so careful of this swing. His position revealed, but he can just hold now. The keeper barrier actually offering him protection. I9 needs to not overpeak this. Try and sync it with the rest of the team. Now boxed out. Has an Ash charge. 40 seconds for Fury, but Hysterics goes big, and it's a 4v4.
Combination with the keeper barrier of Speak Easy. They shut him out. 30 seconds, 4 versus 4. Invictus must win this round if they want any chance of going to the Berlin Major. Nate, headshot with the SMG-11, stands up big behind the bomb chassis, looking to deny them, but Hajime with the nade elsewhere. Found the kill into Hysterics. It's all happening at the moment here on Bank. 3 versus 3, heading into red time. The keeper barrier in your way. It stays up for the time being, and Nate holds his ground inside of Staff. Speak Easy. Jigsaw still up. Nate leads the front line. Shut down by Lycolis and Dark Fury have just decimated all of IG's hopes of a major spot. The nightmare has come to fruition. It's overtime and the major is gone for Invictus Gaming.
What a twist, what a turn. IG falter to the hands of Fury, who stepped it up. I9, what a round. What a way to crack things open. And then the execute. Nothing IG could do.
It's a disaster.
The scoreline, and IG now ruled out.
The first team this stage in APAC South to allow Fury to push past the 7-5 threshold. The first team to collapse at 6-5 match point against Fury. And the last team to miss out on the spot at the major, leaving us down to just 2 teams remaining. Gaming Gladiators and Knights. Primetime Playday 7. First match of the day next week. Winner will go to the major. IG cannot make it anymore in any way, shape or form. And for Fury, guys, when they were down 6-2, all I was saying for them and all I wanted from them was to fight back. Doesn't matter if you can't make the major anymore. And boy, am I so impressed with these guys. So impressed. And in some ways, as biased as it would be, I want them to win this game because they've shown so much more. Determination, want, fight, vigor, everything. IG have looked awful.
An absolute disaster for IG, but it sets the stage for an uncontested battle between Gaming Gladiators and the Knights in the final Playday. Gladiators do have an advantage, so Knights need to still win in regulation, but no third party for that contest. Our attention, though, goes back towards the game at hand. Lycolis enters for the first. Speak Easy, shut down. Mentalist does find a good trade, and so far Mentalist actually, in my opinion, has been playing quite well, but not good enough, apparently.
Well, you look at Hysterics, 14-8, Jigsaw 9-10, Speak Easy. I mean, like, you look at the numbers for IG, and they're not awful, guys. They're not bad. They were up 6-2. Everything was fine. They were laughing. But Fury as a team, led from the moment that Lycolis got that 1v4 clutch, since that point, it's just been a Fury onslaught. And really setting the tone for this team going into stage 3. I know we got one more Playday. I know they'll play against Elevate. Going into that, it's complete dead rubber. But this is a team that has a team that I think if they play together, they improve together, there's something there. There's a little bit of that spark in this Fury roster that can maybe do a Direwolves, guys. You remember back to Direwolves, no one ever thought that they would be a team going to a major. But now, for Fury, you're in this OT position, right? Now you've got to close out. This is a team that has not been to overtime this stage, guys, ever, in stage 2 of APAC South. So, new territory for them.
Now we see if they can actually convert this into an OT dub. And in doing so, would actually jump above Wildcard and surprisingly tie Wolves in the standings. Which would be pretty insane. With the Playday to go, the smokes go out, Dark drops, and Finka is alive. And he just ran past the player, but the second is awake.
Get up, get moving.
20 seconds left, 3 versus 3, and in some ways, maybe the hype and the sting has gone out of it since that result sent it to OT. But IG finally fighting back here to start overtime. They close out strong in this round, and you just wonder where was that for the last 5 rounds, guys. Overtime match point for Invictus, but it literally means nothing. Timeout for Fury, who obviously will want to win this match now. They've forced the issue. They've gotten to this OT position. You may as well go the distance. But for IG, it's just now also a time for them to be sitting back and thinking, what has just happened?
Well, it all started with the 1v4. IG lost the unlosable round. A basement retake. They lost it. And of course, there were preceding rounds in which they got outplayed ultimately by Fury, but that's where it began and they just couldn't crawl it back. And you would expect a team with this amount of experience and this level of skill to be able to achieve it, but they just were not able to. Fury with the timeout will settle it back down. Pretty hungry to get this win and continue to mount points towards the standings, as I did just previously mention. They can actually jump up above Wildcard, above Fury. Pardon me, above Wildcard and above Direwolves. Sets themselves up for a pretty exciting final Playday.
Well, they go above Wildcard regardless because they've gotten to overtime. That gets them to 7 points. So above Wildcard and really does shape up Playday 7. Chiefs versus Wildcard as the real battle for bottom. And obviously for Fury, can they go the distance here though and get the extra point? As you said, it would put them above the Direwolves, gets them to 8 points. I don't think they'll beat Elevate. I think Elevate are good enough that obviously they're not going to want to play, you know, the strongest Elevate. They'll probably just play to the book and play standard Siege, but I think that'll be still too good for Fury and Playday 7. But 8 points on the stage cuts, I mean, you'd be taking that. If you go back to stage 1 and you say Fury's going to get 8 points in stage 2, I would have said, no, you're lying. This was a team that had 0 points. 0. Minus 30-something round differential. They were not competitive. Made a couple of changes, picked up some good players. And now, suddenly, you've got a team that is a team. They fight, they don't give up. All their losses have been 7-5 at minimum. No blowouts. They've not gone to an overtime, though. Even their wins were rather convincing. You know, 7-2 against the Chiefs. 7-4 against Knights. That one, a big result back in Playday 5. Hence why I kind of tipped Fury for today off the back of that. And that's why I was so disappointed at 6-2. I was like, this is the Fury we have not seen this stage. But boy, have they shown up and done a solid over the last couple of rounds to really make this a spicy affair. For Invictus, I mean, even if they win this round, it's nothing.
A bomb has been located.
The Gemini shut down by BG Man over towards top square as Invictus scout for info. Fury fresh off the back of that timeout though. Wanting to get this round. Jigsaw takes his eyes off stock. Really be timed. Sterix gets the opening pick. I9 down below on the pulse feeding information, but I don't think that information is going to be there just yet. Probably can have a bit of a read though on those repels, but contesting that will be tough. Just boxing Fury into a corner right now. All the positions they're holding, all the crosses, all the repels. Quite powerful. Fury will be looking to try and make a play to get themselves back into this one. And I9, a perfect example, a player trapped down below. Jigsaw holding his exit.
Minute 17, advantage to IG. It would be a sour win, but a win nonetheless. Jigsaw. And in some ways, if they do win this in OT, I do give the plaudits to Invictus. It would be mentally draining to know that any hope of a major gone, snuffed out by heading into OT, but to then still not throw in the towel and to still look for the win where you can find it. Jigsaw gets an easy kill on I9, just a little bit caught by the drone. You do have to give credit where it's due, but Fury had done the job by sending this one to overtime, and Invictus fortunately will feel the pain after this game when they realize they cannot make the major in any way, shape or form. Nate with a big kill onto BG Man. Nice turnaround again from Jigsaw. Round is over, game will be over. But in all honesty, guys, it was over after the 12th round, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was, and like Holes will try his best. Gets one, but it's difficult to get excited. Diffuser on the deck, the post plan up top, impossible to retake. Mental's looking the wrong way, but these kills, again, really for nothing. And an opportunity, I think, now for Invictus to start reflecting upon this match. It started off well, a 5-1 lead. They only needed 2 more rounds to keep their hopes in the major alive. But it slipped from their fingers. Like Coles desperately tries to get back in the round, but Hysterics will offer the final blow. IG get the win in OT.
Invictus do get the win, but unfortunately not much else from this. The overtime win is not enough to see them still have a chance at the Berlin Major. We are down to 2 teams remaining that do have that said chance of the final spot that is available. Gaming Gladiators and the Knights, who do battle on Playday 7. The APAC South scriptwriters are forever still ingeniuses. They will be setting up a tantalizing match to kickstart Playday 7 next week. For now, though, of course, IG, they do take some solace. Guz, 2 points. It gets them to 10 on the stage. They'll play Direwolves, obviously, to close out Playday 7. But hey, the job was done from Fury to get over the 7-5 curse.
Yeah. Look, I'm just really excited for the interview. I'm sure Rob's going to have a great time in that one.
The weirdest interview ever. That's all I'm saying.
Congrats on the win. I mean, your major hopes are done, but good job. Yeah, it's just a really awkward position they find themselves in. But look, ultimately, they did have a 5-1 lead. They let a really good chance slip with that Lycola's post. And it also goes back to other play days. It isn't just this one match, right? I don't think IG have quite reached that potential. They know that. They don't need anyone else to say it. And heading into stage 3, we are expecting an improvement.
It's the inconsistencies that unfortunately have plagued them all stage long for Invictus. So, you know, I think that you've got a team there. I know a lot of people are going to want to bag on them. It's easy to kick a team when they're down. They have the talent. They really do. They have the firepower, but they also have the teamwork. It's just all about putting it together in a consistent nature. Once they do that, it's a team that can certainly do good things. I don't think anyone would be surprised if Invictus come in on stage 3, find a little bit of consistency, put in enough performances on a consistent manner that sees them get a top 2 position. They have the talent for it. They've just got to be able to put it together. For now, though, of course, that's going to be me and you done, Guz, and all I know is I'm going to be prepping for the next week for that game. Gladiators, Knights, I can't wait. Playday 7. For now, though, we go to the desk.
Thank you very much for that. A game that definitely was drawn out far too long there, Dev. 5-1 up in the first half, and then all of a sudden, it's just fallen to pieces. I feel heartbroken for IG. I feel, you know, a sense of almost an empty gut is really all I have for them.
I think that's the only emotion that can be felt right now, the most hollow victory they probably could have experienced. I think that the end match result was the worst possible match result that IG could have hoped for. And I'm sure that they will say, yeah, we're happy that we got the win, we're happy we pulled through in overtime, but what a shallow feeling when they know full well that they had a 6-2 advantage, they had a 5-1 advantage, when Lycolas did this 1 versus 4 clutch holding when they knew exactly where he was. Hatch was closed, he couldn't play the hatch, and Nate even fakes it with less than 7 seconds to go. Nate had to stick it there, he faked it. Unfortunately, that was not the only time that Nate had a bit of a fluff moment today. And IG as a whole, they capitulated. It's our favorite word, and it's exactly what happened. And there's no more devastating an emotion than what they've just experienced.
Mandy, what are you taking away from this matchup in particular? Are we looking more so to the Fury camp?
I mean, yeah, definitely Fury have made some big progress. Taking it to this scoreline against IG is nothing to just snuff at and not give them any credit for. I mean, Fury have made some excellent progress, and I think it goes to show that they do deserve to be in this league just as much as the rest of the midfield does as well. But for IG, it's just, I think heartbreak is such a perfect word for it right now. They look so defeated in their player cams, even though they just won the game. And so, yeah, I can only imagine that they have to turn to the future now, just move on, see what they can come of in stage 3.
Well, that's just it. You know, they've still got a final play day to go, but things aren't looking all doom and gloom, although their chances for Berlin may be squashed. They still are looking better every single stage. And to talk on that a little bit more, it's time to bring in Mentalists. Mentalists, welcome to the APAC South broadcast, my friend. It's been a little while since we last spoke to you. How are you feeling after this one?
It's like a bittersweet victory. Even though we won, we should have closed it out a lot earlier. And this overtime win means we can no longer make it to the major, I believe.
Yes.
So yeah, obviously a little disappointed, but yeah.
We have to ask, I hate to be that person, but what are the comms like on that second half? Like round after round kind of feels like you're in there and then it slips away and then you're in there and it slips away. What kind of communication is going on between the team? Is it quiet? Are you just trying to calm yourselves down? What's going on?
Honestly, first of all, Fury played really well on the attack half. And for us, mentally speaking, there really wasn't anything like particularly different. I think all of us as players, going through all these overtimes we had at this split, we have all the mental fortitude to be able to focus on the game and just keep it going. So we were trying to deal with just what was presented to us, and we didn't really like emotionally crumble or anything in any other way. And the same thing can be said with any of the other like overtime games we had this season. So I'm quite proud of us in that regard. But yeah, obviously a lot of like little issues and details that we're missing out on that costed us those key moments, those key rounds that resulted in all these like overtimes and stuff. So yeah, definitely something to look back and work on.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, I think maybe the stat is like 5 of your games have gone OT. So obviously, this is a roster that's still coming together and looking dangerous every single play day. I think that's probably the number one takeaway for us on the desk, is it just continues to look better. I don't know what it feels like from the inside, but certainly I think the performance has shown that. I do want to ask you, where to from here for IG? We have obviously missed out on the Berlin spot, but are we looking to stage 3 now? Is that where all the sites are headed for?
Definitely, that will be what we'll be focusing on. On the bright side of all these games, despite us coming close, either winning or losing in overtime on most of the games, we're able to identify all the issues that we had. And I think like week by week, we have gotten better and better in dealing with those issues. So it's definitely a learning experience, not only for the newer players, but also for us, because like all 5 of us as a whole, we all had to like learn how to play as a team and like sometimes take a step back to be on the more supportive role. And I think like from as time goes on, as well, we become more and more like gelled up, it's gonna become a lot better. And I hate to use this as an excuse every time, like ever since last season, but it is what it is. Building a team is a long process, especially, newer players like Jig and Nate coming into a foreign environment like us. And obviously the Speakeasy, Historics and I, the old timers, none of us actually took up the leadership position before. So it's all like a learning experience as part of the team for all of us. So yeah, we'll be focused on that going to the next split.
I think that's an exciting prospect, especially for all the viewers at home. Obviously, it is, as you said, it's building the foundation first and then, moving from there. Speaking of moving from there, would you like to say anything before we let you go?
Yeah, so thanks everybody for the support. I'm sure it's like really disappointing for a lot of the fans out there that we didn't manage to close out all the games that we should have closed out. But on the bright side, I'm sure it was all exciting games to watch, all those overtimes. So yeah, hopefully, next season we'll be just slamming it home, 7-0s and nothing else.
Mentalist, we hope so, mate. Look, you've obviously got one more play day to go, so it's not all doom and gloom.
Yeah.
But for now, thank you very much for joining us, mate, and best of luck in that matchup.
Thank you.
There we go. It's actually a lot, I think a lot more cheerful than I expected. Obviously, different players take it in. Yeah, I think different players obviously receive and perceive different circumstances in different ways. But, Mandy, I think the clear takeaway for me from that interview, and I suppose probably all the interactions we've had with IG, is probably more so to the fact that they know that this is a work in progress. They know that the foundation is there, and it's kind of building from there that now seems to be the challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. Although they hadn't got the stage 2 that they might have wanted, I'm not worried about this roster. They clearly know exactly what's going wrong. They know what the progression is for the future as well. And they know that they need to work on it between now and then as well. And I don't think that there are any worries that they won't be working on that, especially with, I suppose, all the support staff that they've got. I have no doubts that they'll come back into stage 3 a much stronger team.
Certainly will, and let's have a look back at the matches that were today, because there has been a lot of, I think, heartbreak for some teams, Dev. I don't mean to be brutal there, but we had, I think, 3 additional teams in the running. We had Fury, we had Invictus, and we also had Dire Wolves I suppose, and Wildcard. So 4 teams have been eliminated.
At the start of the night, the only team that couldn't make the major was the Chiefs, and now the only teams that can make the major are Gladiators and Knights, with Elevate already qualified. So yes, Direwolves losing their game was the nail in the coffin for them. Likewise for Wildcard, and for Invictus, it was slipping overtime against Fury. That was the final blow to what has been a really rough season for them, but also an inspiring season for, I think, all of these teams who have had incredible progress. And I also think about Direwolves, who, you know, our heart goes out to a little bit, as they did make the major in Stage 1, and they were so dominant in Stage 1, and now they end up currently in 5th, so not even in the top 4. But I think back to what ED and Harambe have said in their interviews, and they say, look, it's about the process. Trust the process. We want to become a better team, and that doesn't always mean immediate results.
No, and obviously, you know, if you're doing any kind of renovation, everyone will know that, you know, it gets worse before it gets better. That's for damn sure. Speaking of getting better, let's have a look at the predictions, because I think that my gap just continues to lengthen. Look at that, out on top. Let's go.
You're almost
Mandy.
as good as Xenox is bad.
Actually, you know what? I'm one off. I am one off. That is. I don't really know what to say to that. I don't know whether that's flattering or disappointing. But Mandy, as you look back on your predictions, is there any in particular that might stick out to you as a disappointment?
Well, I only got one wrong, and that was the first one, so I'm pretty proud of myself today. That does not normally happen. That's not bad from me. But yeah, I think most of these kind of went the way that I expected, at least. We're a bit divided today. It does look like a very strange game of Connect 4, actually, in the predictions. But yeah, nothing really stands out to me today. Just, yeah, a lot of heartbreak, and I can imagine a lot of teams must be looking at this and going, oh no, you know, it's been a rough stage.
I think that it also goes to show, when you have a look at the predictions, that truly this stage has been as competitive as every other stage that we've had in APAC South. It just continues to get better and better. We'll have a look at the standings, as now we have a two-horse race at the top. Gladiators and Knights go head-to-head next week for that all-important major spot. The Elevate are well and truly confirmed, Dev.
Yeah, and it's exciting for them. Obviously, they qualified at Charlotte but couldn't make it to the event, and everyone is praying for them to be able to make it to Berlin. They very much deserve it, especially after the waves that they made at the Six Invitational in Sweden in February. It was devastating for them to miss one major, and they certainly won't be planning to miss the next one. Gladiators and Knights, that is a killer game for next week. That is absolutely probably going to be the game of the stage, to be honest. Hope it's not a blowout. Could see either of them make it through. If Gladiators wins that and Elevate lose their game against Fury, Gladiators will even end up first place on the standings at the end of Stage 2, which would be insane. Gladiators only promoted into this league 6 months ago and have never actually played at this level before. A lot of these players played back in Pro League, but that was years and years ago. And that was just in Southeast Asia. None of them never made a LAN or finals at APAC or anything like that. So pretty amazing story for them.
And Mandy, although, you know, we look to the games, and in terms of the Berlin Major, we have, you know, as Xenox likes to say, 3 dead rubber games, but I think it's a lot deeper than that. It goes a lot deeper, because obviously the first matchup, that is incredibly intense. Everything's on the line for those two teams. But then you look to the likes of Chiefs, Wildcard, you know, Invictus, Dial, all of these teams still have something to prove, and on a final Playday before we move on to Stage 3, this kind of a performance is so crucial.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. I think that my heart really goes out to the last, or I guess the 6 teams in the last 3 games, because, I mean, this has been such a tough stage for them, and I think that as much as we can criticize them here on the desk and in the cast as well, they will always be their own harshest critic as players and as coaches or whoever's really close and involved into those teams. This last Playday, although it's going to be a tough one, a tough week for them to get through, they're still going to play their hearts out because they are competitive and that because they deserve to be in this league. And I suppose, like, every player that plays in esports has to just be a little bit crazy, a little bit driven like that, right? So I expect, like, nothing less from these guys. They are the harshest critics, and I don't see them stepping back anytime soon.
Dev, it's time. It's that time of night. Would you like to say anything before we close up?
I think that to summarize Stage 2, I know it's not over yet, but it feels like Stage 2 in APAC South has actually been about heartbreak for, I would say, all but one, maybe two teams. I think Gladiators have elevated to the next level, which is so exciting for them, but that has been at the expense of all these other teams. You know, Chiefs, Knights, who still technically have a shot, but you know, Wildcard, Direwolves. I think really going out to Direwolves and Chiefs in Stage 1. 3 APAC South teams qualified for the Charlotte Major, and Direwolves and Chiefs, who were there and played there, and you know, Direwolves even won a game there. They are no longer able to go there. You know, we couldn't even have 3 APAC South teams at the Major if we wanted to, maximum of 2, and hopefully we get both of them there. And I'm really keen to see who will take that last spot next week.
Mandy?
Yeah, I think so as well. Like, this first game is going to be huge. It's intense. Both of the storylines are so incredible for the Gladiators, like rising from Indonesia, the first ever Indonesian team as well. That would be amazing representation here at the Major. For the Knights, it's also an amazing story, returning to form, making the Major last year, but not being able to go to it. It's redemption. And I'm just so excited for the next week going ahead.
You've just done my job for me, Mandy, just so you know. You've just taken it all. So I'll keep this short and brief, unlike that final match between IG and Fury. It's a little bit disappointing I had to get that one in. Thank you very much for joining us here for APAC South Play Day 6. We have one more day to go, and there is one incredibly crucial match that will determine what team goes to the Berlin Major. That starts at 5:30 p.m. AEST next Thursday night. But until then, please stay safe, take care, and good night.
On to ED. He finally takes down Sage. Can this 1v1 be the end for Direwolves? Jumping around the corner. Juicy has to clutch it, but ED with the 1 dig! Wiz knows he has to round this corner, but the shotgun on the other side, he gets the better of it. 180 and finds the second as well. ED is the playmaker for Direwolves. Stigs can trade it. It is a 1 versus 1. Good first pick though from OJ. The trade, no! OJ, he finds yet another one. Is OJ aware? Can he see the back? He gets the first one now, just finishing off the down player.
But this time there is a lot more utility for the Gladiators to deal with.
Might not matter if RP can do that. He gets the triple kill. Where did that come from, says Wildcard, as they drop like flies.
But will it be enough to salvage the round? The answer is certainly no. He's shut down as well. 40 and bouncing combined. 2 versus 2. What just happened? I think it might have been Wildcard on this game. Oh, what a shot from Sapper. I just perfectly timed. Thanks, Sapper. He does, but oh no, it's right. It doesn't matter. But they've got to go. They've got not a whole lot of time. Into red time we go. Boy, he can't hit the shots. Defended by Sapper, of course, with another one with a shotgun. He does it all. Missed the punch. Has he got one final punch here to blow out the Chiefs' candle of hope? Elevate. They've got the time. They've got the ticket to the Major. 30 seconds. He's getting through most of it now. Hysterics off of Banana Stairs. Found the kill onto Elevator and onto I9. He's finding kills onto everyone. Now through the hallway. Hysterics winds back the clock.
Like Colas, the last one left, and Fury have slipped in this post plant. 10 seconds though. IG need to get on. Nate needs to stick. Lycolis with the down. The swing with the pistol. Nate has to fall off. Doesn't have time. Lycolis will get them all 1 by 1. Even if Jigsaw lives, it's for nothing.
Speak easy. Jigsaw still up. Nate leads the front line. Shut down by Lycolis and Dark. Fury have just decimated all of IG.
Peggy 18.
Sorry.